Let there be night.
Between 2014 and 2016 from our collection.
Oh, great.
Hey, what's going on with the lights?
I paid the over-expensive light.
What's going on?
One of the grunts probably tripped a line. Security system's still intact, though. It's on a different circuit. Control, this is Alpha. Trip backups, please. I need all doors unlocked. Mark, get down.
Sarah! Are you okay?
Stay there.
Baby! Shaw, do something!
Baby, you okay?
Shaw, what is going on here?
Baby.
Guys, I need you in that corner. Quickly, please, quickly.
Xander, are we all right?
Open the door. I don't know what's going on here, but I'll let the police deal with it.
Were those gunshots?
No. I know gunshots. Those most definitely were not gunshots.
Where are you going?
This woman still got in here.
You swept the whole place.
Yeah, but she got past me.
You better find her before black man's out.
Come on, man, I got this. Just a chick.
Oh, this doesn't have anything to do with our new hire.
Xander, I've always questioned your intelligence. Thank you for providing the answer.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Gentlemen, take it easy. Xander, do not jump to conclusions. I can vouch for Laura Clark. We cannot afford to turn on each other now. Just relax, please. Now, we have a system, a protocol, and it's going to be infallible, right, Xander?
It's the best money can buy. Control, come in. Control, where are you?
Gentlemen, I know your minds are flooded with questions. Questions that, with patience, will subside, as I do not relish in indecisiveness.
I don't know who you are or what you want. I'm Xander Worth. I'm head of security.
I know who you are, Mr. Worth, and I know who you are not, so spare me the macho rhetoric and understand you are not in control of anything.
Sir, my name is Reverend Mark Shaw. I'm the head of this church. Now, you seem like a reasonable man. Whatever it is you want, just let me know, and you and I can work this out.
And you, Reverend, my favorite Reverend, from the impoverished streets of Memphis, Tennessee, to the powerful pulpit of Bethel Community Church.
Listen, genius. Reciting facts you can find on the online bio about this man doesn't exactly infuse us with a sense of shock and awe that I'm sure you were going for.
How's that for shock and awe?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
Now that your mouths are closed and your eyes are open, we'll make this simple.
Sir, what is it that you want? Harming us will achieve nothing but more hurt, more bloodshed. I'd like to come up with a reasonable resolution with you, one that we can all live with.
Reverend, always with the silver, should I say, golden tongue. I believe that relationships require a give and take as well as trust to be fruitful. So given the abrupt beginning to our relationship, let me start first by offering some goodwill.
How kind.
I will allow one person to leave. They will be allowed to wait in the delivery area until our purpose here is complete. When we leave, they'll be allowed to leave.
How do we know you won't kill him once he's out?
If you cooperate and simply follow my rules, everyone will make it out of here alive and well. If not, well, you made that decision. Please confer. You have 1 minute. Endo, one person. Any more than that, and you will have revoked my goodwill.
Oh, baby, it's okay. It's okay. We're gonna get you out of here. I promise we'll get you out of here.
Shaw, she leaves. She goes.
Yes, Carl, that's a good idea. Women and children always go first. There's no kids here. She goes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna follow her out. I'll duck behind her. By the time they see me, I'll be all over them. They're not gonna shoot her.
How do you know they won't shoot her? And how do you know how many are out there?
Easy, Clark. You said you heard a gun. There's 2 of them down there. How many did you see?
One? There might have been 2, but I only saw one.
Right, she saw 1.
I don't think it's a good idea. It's not smart.
What, Clark? Your daughter's gonna save us? I have a plan. I'll handle it.
Why don't one of us go? Just in case it might be a ruse.
You ready?
Be careful. Come on, let's get her out of here. Come on, Jesus.
Are you sure?
I had a security for a reason.
It's gonna be all right. Come on, it's gonna be okay. Just keep your faith. What happened, Xander?
Can I just come to the new church with you today?
Hold it. We're going downstairs.
You let me find my little girl. I'll let you live.
Where's Sarah?
No. No.
No! No!
Calm down, old man.
Hey, Xander, get off of him! Relax.
Relax, old fella.
Rules. Follow rules, Mr. Worth. Or are you one of those do as I say, not as I do type of fellas?
You didn't have to kill her.
You didn't have to break my rule.
She didn't. He did.
I find that consequences of one's sins is rarely borne by that person. It's really borne by the people around them. And Mr. Worth's sins of deception was felt by that poor woman. Well, since that was an utter failure, let's proceed to do what we must do to leave here alive, There's a laptop there, under the table. Please open it. Not you. You.
Me?
You are the treasurer and CFO and have access to all the accounts, so you will transfer all the funds to the bank account that is open on the terminal page.
Wait a minute. He doesn't know how to do that?
Yes, he does. The bank account reads what, gentlemen?
$10,400,000.
And in the pastor's fund?
Please tell me there is no pastor's account.
We set up an account, a pastor's account, that would not technically be income to the Reverend nor the church. And the Reverend spends from that account.
How much?
4.1 million.
Perfect. Now, please execute this transaction.
No! 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 We can't give him the money. Don't you understand?
Reverend, are you speaking out of concern for the lives of your sheep or the loss of your luxury home, car, boat, and apartments for your
You
mistress?
shut your mouth. Do you hear me? Shut your mouth!
You son of a gun. This isn't some mafia family. This is a church. You have a board. And you two sicken me. I thought your toys were paid for by your books.
Books? Has anyone checked his book sales?
And I thought you was the real thing.
Simply enter the two account numbers in the first field. Enter pound total into the second and press enter.
Give him what he wants.
Confirming the funds.
We need that money.
Done. It's there.
It's there.
Guess those weren't gunshots either.
Let's get our boys on bail.
Not yet.
Hello?
Kind greetings. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
A witness. Someone who wants to go along with our business. But first I need something.
Well, that presents us with a problem. A couple of my friends seem to be missing. Have you happened to see them?
Well, if I have.
Then they should return to me unharmed and we can consider your request.
And if I haven't?
Then they should return to me unharmed and we will consider your request.
And if I don't?
Then you don't.
Guess we're at an impasse.
Since our paths are bound to cross, can I have the pleasure of knowing who it is I'm speaking with?
And give away the element of surprise?
I hate surprises.
Sounds like we have something in common.
Okay. I will see you soon.
Not before I see you.
Find her.
Bro, she's not worth it.
Find her!
Attention, team. There seems to be a loose end we need to clip. Find her. Kill her. Blackout.
Who are you?
Shannon? HR? I heard the shots, so I hid.
Where's Cindy?
You mean Sarah? They took her.
You let him?
I'm not good with guns. You never told me your name.
Bishop. Laura Bishop.
Clark's kid? What a welcome back, huh?
I don't remember you.
Laura Bishop. Wow. So I guess it's true what they said? Former secret operations soldier or something. Settled down to be a mom. You know, I want to be here. Oh, God.
The little girl. Where is she? Where is she? The little girl.
I don't...
Are you with them?
No! No,
I don't believe you.
Look at them. And now, look at me. I saw dudes with guns, so I hid in the supply closet.
Why'd you come out?
I'm afraid of the dark. We are gonna get out of here, right?
I am. You can find your own way.
No, we am.
I don't have time for this. Do not follow me.
All right, lads. Eyes on third floor. Third room on the left. Check it out.
That didn't take long. Time for phase 3. Phase 3. There's only 2 phases. No, there's always been 3. But I couldn't share until I secured the first 2. I said, let's go. I'm sorry, brother. You hypocrite. You wouldn't have helped me if I told you the truth.
You liar. You think I'm gonna go to jail because of you? Huh? I'll bleed and blow your brains out right now!
Put the gun down, friend. You've been a strong soldier since our days over in Baghdad. But for the greater good requires a greater sacrifice. Or kill me. Because I'm not leaving. Your wife will have enough to be okay. Brothers in arms. I need you to help me finish this, man. Hoorah! Hoorah!
People with guns and I'm really scared. I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna keep looking for my daughter. Oh, no. I have to come with you. No, Shannon. No, I have to come with you. No, Shannon, you can't go with me. No. But we're friends.
No, we're not friends. We are not friends.
All right. I'm going this way. You take care of yourself, okay?
Are you cranky because the David thing? Because they're naming a wing after David?
You don't know anything about my husband. Don't even bring his name up.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I just was trying to figure out what was wrong. Do you want to talk about it?
No, I don't want to talk about
Seems
it.
like you might want to talk about it because I remember one time when I was really little.
He died on this day a year ago. My daughter is trapped in this building. There's a bunch of gunmen going around. My dad thinks I'm crazy. And I'm being shot at and... Shannon, I'm tired. I'm really tired. Yeah. I gotta go.
Wait. You're like a real-life soldier, like a take a cyanide pill when you're in trouble kind.
Shannon.
Did they call you 007?
Shannon?
Okay, I'm sorry. Where are we going?
Kate! 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 Kate!
Maybe, she's not here?
Mommy! Mommy!
Cupcake. I was so worried about you. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Why weren't you in school today?
Papa told me about Daddy's surprise, and I wanted to be here with you. little too tight, Mommy.
Sorry. All right. So we're gonna get out of here, okay? Ready? Let's go.
We can't leave Xander and Shaw.
Papa?
Maybe you didn't notice the gun-toting bad guys?
I did.
Well, we'll get the police and let them handle it.
What if it's too late?
It's not. Your grandpa is strong and he can handle himself. He's going to be fine. Police are going to be here before you know it. Come on.
Laura.
Look, we're leaving, and you can do whatever you want to do. I gotta get out of here. If I don't make it, she stays with her uncle.
You know what really bothers me? I told Sarah that I'd be the first to go.
You have all we got. Why not just let us go?
Oh, there's plenty left. I have all you have. Do you mean money? Sorry, Rev. Please forgive me. My manners have escaped me, but it is laughable that you believe you will solve your problems here today with money. No. Your problem's much deeper. Your problem lies at the very foundation of this building.
I don't understand.
Tell you what, Mr. Shaw. If you're able to answer one of 3 questions correctly, you live. If you can't,
he dies.
please tell me, who is Jonathan Waters?
You're asking me about one person of about 250 million people. I don't think that's a fair request.
Mr. Shaw, I'll be generous. Every person I will ask about is a member of this church. So again, I ask, who is Jonathan Waters?
We have over 10,000 members of our church, young man.
Very well. Mr. Waters is a member here who lost his job 2 years ago at an aircraft company. They say he's too qualified. In other words, too old. He lost his home. And has reached out to this church every day for the past 3 months, and he has been unable to secure an appointment with you. A homeless member that has paid tithes in this church for 20 years can't even get time with his pastor? That, Mr. Shaw, is who Mr. Waters is. Don't let that soak in quite yet. Tell me who Francis McAdams is.
I don't know.
Francis McAdams is a member that attended this church for 5 years. Her son was snarled by the horrible beast known as heroin. And when the youth pastor tried to get you to help, you told him next week. Next week turned into next year, and now there's no tomorrow.
You don't know what it's like to run a church of this size. And you have no idea what it's like to walk a mile in my shoes.
You're right. I don't know what it's like to drive a Bentley while being supported by someone who can't afford gas. I don't know what it's like to live in a 10,000 square foot home with my wife and one child. No. I grew up in an 1,800 square foot home shared by 5 people. And no, I do not know what it's like to wear suits that cost more than my members' full wardrobes. I don't know what it's like to use my members' money to house your mistresses. You're right.
You think this is easy? Huh? What, am I not supposed to live well after working my whole life and sacrificing to build this church and its ministry? So you can sit there all pompous and judge me for what? Being successful? Let me ask you something. Where are you when I tend to the burdens of my hurt flock? When I'm at my wit's end and I suffer their pain and their strife and their darkness, and I have no one to talk to, nowhere to go, because I suffer with them. I bear their burdens with them. Where are you? So you're gonna judge me for my success, for my positions? Well, you don't have the right to judge me, young man. You don't have the luxury. Why don't you go ahead and cast that stone? You waltz into my building with your criminal element, toting your guns, killing our people, stealing our money, and you have the audacity to point your finger and call me the bad guy?
Yes, you mentioned building, this new building. Perfect transition to my last question, Mr. Shaw. Who is Dolores Gentry?
I don't know. I can't possibly know the name of every member of my congregation. It's impossible.
The one who enters by the gate is the shepherd of the sheep. The gatekeepers open the gate for him, and the sheep listen to his voice. He calls out his own sheep by name and leads them out.
I am not God.
Finally, an admission worth notation. You are not God. He owns the heavens, not you. Dolores Gentry is not just a member. She left you this land to build this building, and yet you did not have the time, the decency to fulfill one wish for her. Just to hold her hand and pray with her. She was dying, and you were being paid to be a celebrity. Dolores Gentry was my mother. Now,
You know what, Mr. Shaw? I think it's time we finish this discussion face to face.
You know this is all your fault, right? After all that money I spent on security, you told me this church would be impenetrable. Hey, now look at us.
You lay this at my feet.
Who do you think you're grabbing, huh?
I gave you a push, a nudge in the right direction. You're the one that called attention to this. You're the one with all the bling and the cars.
Yeah, you're the one that's supposed to keep us safe!
Delusional, man. You're delusional.
Part of this is here.
He's delusional. It's now or never.
Now.
Wait. 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 I'll get you, Shaw. Kill Bishop, too. I know this place better than anyone.
Your price?
My life.
Don't worry. I'll protect you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Wait.
Let's
Laura?
go.
No, Laura? No, leave me, come leave me. No, come back.
Get you out of here. Let's go.
Digger, go, 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 go.
You can't run from the imposters.
I'm ready. Are you?
What about Papa? You're a quitter. You're quitting on him. You're quitting on me. You're a quitter.
I have to get you out of here. Okay? I just need you to do this big girl thing for me. I promise you. I promise you. And I need you to run till you see, please. And I need you to don't stop. Come on, do this for me. Please, come on. Come on, baby, come on. I love you so much.
Move. Stand down. I'm bringing in Shaw. I'll bring you Bishop, too. I just need your word I leave here alive. We got a deal?
You're a strange fella, you know that? You were willing to help me catch him just to save yourself?
Everything I do is about survival.
Have a seat.
Yo, Mark. You're fired.
Man, fire that man.
So the question about what it is I want has been lingering in the air. I think it's time now I provide you with an answer. You will never profit off another person, betray another person, and I will make sure no one will ever mistake you to be a god.
How you planning on doing that?
By confessing our sins, Reverend. He is faithful and just. He is the atoning sacrifice for our sins, but not just ours, Reverend, but the sins of the whole world.
So you want me to atone for my sins?
So you actually do know the scriptures? Yes, Reverend. I want you to atone for your sins. I want you to look into that camera over there and tell your flock. Atone for your sins. Or we all die.
You gonna give that choice to me? You are sharp. Very smart. Only you can't die a martyr. Martyr has to die with no choice. A true martyr dies with faith in everything that he believes, no options. You, son, have a choice. So if you want to die out of the grandeur, that's on you.
You think this is about me?
Isn't it?
Looks like you have run out of places to hide.
I think you took a wrong turn.
I know where I am. But more importantly, I know where you die.
I hope you know how to use those.
think this is about me?
Isn't it? I mean, you come in here pulling triggers, killing my people, took all that money, spitting judgments at me. You have the means to the money. You have your own agenda, and you're using your poor mother as justification.
You don't know anything about me. You think that money was for me? It wasn't for me. Right now, there are groups that actually care, receiving anonymous donations that will total $14 million. So how could it be about me? When I never planned on leaving alive. This timer stops only once you confess. This land belongs to the blood of my ancestors, and this building will not stand as long as you're pastor. I'll quit. You'll quit. It's too late for that. You will confess live to your members and to the world. And then this stops. And I bid you farewell. I, Reverend Mark Shaw, confessed to not upholding the standard entrusted in me by the Christian Church, loved ones, and my Creator. To my wife, Jenny. I have not been faithful to you. I broke our covenant. And I know that the revelation of this news is going to cause great harm to you, to my son. I'm truly sorry. To my church members, I have allowed earthly possessions to cloud my spiritual calling. I came to believe that the measure of my success was measured by the things that I owned. Honestly, I started to worship my own shine. And I am ashamed of that. Truly ashamed. And when you trusted me most, I turned my back on you. And there's no way I can make amends for that. The events that have transpired on this godforsaken Friday have caused much harm. But most of all, I didn't uphold my responsibility. To God. And I got nobody to blame but myself.
I don't deserve the title of Reverend. May God forgive me.
Let me go.
No, I'm not letting go.
Try. Laura, I'm too heavy.
Papa, you gotta choose. Please,
You didn't fail me. You did everything you could humanly do.
David, you're slipping!
My God.
No!
The world needs you.
I need you!
You can't do this alone.
Can you please stop the timer now? Courtney.
You remember my name? Lowly janitor.
Yes. I remember you. Please turn it off. Please. I won't. Reverend, I want you to know that of all the lives that were destroyed today, yours means the least to me. Bishop. And here I thought you were no longer with us.
I told you. I was gonna see you.
You just won't die.
Laura.
Just the part, right?
gotta shoot.
Lucky shot.
No such thing as luck. That you are a hero and my friend. Get up. We gotta go.
How did you?
I'm your daughter. Come on. We gotta go.
I can't. I'm too heavy.
No.
I just never could lose these last 10 pounds.
Please. Oh. I'm not leaving you.
Laura, sometimes you just have to have faith.
Many people turned away from the church after Shaw's confession. I was angry too. For a while. But in the end, I chose to remember him as he was when I first heard him preach. He was something.
That's why nothing, and I mean nothing in God's world, happens by mistake. Everything's for a reason. Nobody ever promised us that life would be easy. If life were easy, there'd be no value in it. So the key is to pray for the knowledge of God's will, nothing more, nothing less, nothing else, and the power to carry that out. Faith in action.
Amen.
I'm here to tell you, no one gets to the Father but through the Son. Amen.
Amen.
Life is not about the destination, it is about the journey. And sometimes the journey can seem bleak, dark, hopeless. It can feel like it has no meaning. And that's when you turn to the one who gives all meaning, and that one is God. May you find him right now. Y'all remember to be grateful this week. See how you can be of maximum service to God and to your fellow brothers and sisters. And rejoice in each day. And I'll see you all next week, same time. Thank you.
Not a day goes by that I don't think of everyone who lost their life that night. My dad's smile is forever etched in my memory. He made me promise to take care of Kate. That's the easiest promise I've ever made. I have lost a lot of people dear to me. Some people wonder why we should live if we're destined to die. But the challenge is to live, so a part of us never dies.
Morning, sunshine cupcake. Morning, sunshine Kool-Aid.
I'm healing, physically, mentally, and spiritually. I'm a work in progress, but I'll be ready to take on anything that the world has to throw at me. If you ever find yourself in need of help, I know a good woman.
Hello, I'm Tim Reed. For many years, it's been my pleasure to produce a number of documentaries discovering fascinating and provocative tales, the accomplishments, tragedies, and the greatness behind some of the most unique people of color that have ever walked through life. From my archives, here is one such story.
If I didn't get paid for it, if I could just race for free, I'd do it for free. You know, that's how I love it.
I just love the speed, the exhilaration.
It's the thrill of controlling something that's out of control.
It's the challenge of making race cars go fast.
When they buckle you in and they hit that roof and let you know you're on your own.
I don't think when I'm out there, it's just body movement. It's just keep on, be smooth, be smooth. We can drive, just give us the opportunity.
You know, I had to back out of this sport for a while, especially with minorities, because they seem to show no understanding nor concern about the history of this game. If you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going.
In the mid-20s, the prohibition of alcohol in the United States helped a lucrative underworld of liquor smuggling flourish into a $1 million racket. It was a period in American history that saw dealers of illegal alcohol become rich gangsters, and police-dodging delivery men transformed into an early brand of auto racer.
If you look at the history of motorsports, the history of stock car racing, you'll find a little bit of a common denominator. The common denominator was the fact that stock car racing was born out of moonshine.
African Americans were not excluded from the smuggling of moonshine, as it was called then.
Although we know about many of the racers that may have or have not run moonshine, there's very little history about African Americans that ran moonshine.
Nor were they immune to the infectious desire to race cars, nursed in the incubator that was prohibition.
I can't say this with any sort of validity or credibility, but I'm sure there were some grandmamas, some mamas that were saying to their sons and their grandsons, I don't want you out there racing those, driving those cars, moving that stuff around. We as a race, we drove cars, we had cars, etc. So there was somewhat of an innate interest in cars, and there was somewhat of an interest in racing them.
The negative attitudes of this period saw Ku Klux Klan membership reach all-time highs. In this atmosphere, African Americans were kept from legally racing in sanctioned events governed by the American Automobile Association. Events such as the Indianapolis 500.
The black folks wanted to participate, wanted to be a part of the sort of major social events of the day and major sporting events of the day. And since automobile racing was extremely important, they wanted to be a part of that as well.
The drivers were more outspoken against them running, and I feel like that's why they had to form their own organization.
Historically, the remedy for exclusion from activities limited to white American participation has been for African Americans to create their own versions of these segregated activities. In the sport of auto racing, a group of citizens in Indiana, known then as one of the epicenters of early pro racing, created a new setting for black drivers to race in. It was known as the Gold and Glory Sweepstakes. It was a racing circuit created in 1924 by a flamboyant promoter named William Rucker as part of his newly formed organization, the Colored Speedway Association.
The Gold and Glory Sweepstakes was the race that belonged to the colored people. It was ours. We owned it. It belonged to us. It was something we could take joy in. We didn't have to explain it away. It was ours. It wasn't done the way that the 500 was done, but we did it our way. And it was acceptable. It had the organizational structure, and there was competition, and there was truly glory attached to winning it.
To me, I saw it as a necessity, kind of like your all-black ball teams. Like before Jackie Robinson was admitted until the Major League Baseball, they had no choice. But if it had not been for the all-black ball teams, there'd have been no Jackie Robinson.
Most of the black drivers over the country would come when they had those races. And it was just fun. It was fun to be there and to see.
They had a pretty good crowd because that was the first time anything like that had happened. And we couldn't ride with the white boys, you know.
One of the circuit's standout performers was a wiry mechanic turned auto racer from Evansville, Indiana, Charlie Wiggins.
Charlie was he was an adventurer. He was an athlete. They call him Wee Charlie. He was smart, and he wasn't afraid to do something that he wasn't supposed to do.
Wiggins was an expert mechanic, considered one of Indianapolis's best. He owned his own garage on Indy's South Side and had a love for speed so deep that he built his own race car from the ground up and dubbed it the Wiggins Special. Year after year, Wiggins was denied the opportunity to enter his Wiggins Special in the rapidly growing but all-white Indy 500. But when William Rucker made Charlie a permanent fixture in the Gold and Glory Sweepstakes, he was propelled into the spotlight as the circuit's premier driver, and the entire racing world took notice. Wiggins raced in the Gold and Glory Sweepstakes from 1925 to 1936, winning a majority of the races he competed in. The circuit was disbanded in 1936 due in large part to a 13-car pileup in a race that critically injured Wiggins and eventually led to the amputation of his right leg. One of Charlie Wiggins' most overlooked contributions to the sport of professional auto racing was that of serving as head mechanic on Bill Cummings' pit crew in 1934. That year, Cummings, a white driver, won the Indianapolis 500. Wiggins watched the feat while having to swallow his pride by posing as the janitor for Cummings' crew. The American Automobile Association would not allow him to serve as an official member.
The best thing that the colored people could do out at the 500 would be to do the picking up and cleaning up and maybe selling some pop and things like that, but not to be a participant.
Charlie had it much worse than I did because the drivers that did not want them to race, they were more outspoken and more in numbers, so that made it hard.
The fact that Charlie was able to overcome not only very obvious and clear racial prejudice, and to not only succeed in his business, to succeed as an independent business owner, to rise to the top of certainly the Black Racing League, and eventually to advise some of the top drivers in Indianapolis, meant that he had to be a man who was very strong internally and really a heck of a guy.
Although he was forced out of the driver's seat and off the racetrack prematurely, Wiggins' appetite for auto racing never diminished, and he remained involved in the sport until his death in 1979. Embraced by the fans of the Gold and Glory Sweepstakes and dubbed by black reporters as the Negro Speed King, Charlie Wiggins was indeed the first brick laid in the foundation that would eventually become a legacy of African-American achievement in auto racing.
When you look at today and racing as such, we have a legacy. It just hasn't been publicized.
We were there. We were there during the moonshine days, after the moonshine days. We were there. 50,000 strong with the Charlie Wiggins back in the 20s. We were there.
When people ask me today, you know, have you endured any hardships because of your race? It would be slander for me to say that I really have, compared to the things that Charlie Wiggins had to go through. Guys trashing his car, not letting him race. He went through just an immeasurable amount of hardships, and yet he never gave up.
Charlie paved the way for Wendell Scott and myself and what a few of us that have made it to the big time to prove that all we needed was a change.
1947 was a milestone year for African Americans as Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier in Major League Baseball, signing with the Brooklyn Dodgers. That very same year, Joey Ray, a 24-year-old sprint car driver from Louisville, Kentucky, began making history on the racetracks of the Midwest. Inspired by Charlie Wiggins and the drivers of the Gold and Glory fame, Ray made his debut on a track in Mitchell, Indiana, an event he fondly recalls.
The race was on Easter Sunday at Mitchell, and Mitchell was a high-banked dirt track, no type of guardrail or fence. And we carried the car over the Sunday before, and Chick Smith shook it down and everything. So here I am the next Sunday ready to race. So I qualified, about next, say 30 cars there, I qualified 28th. Now that meant that I started in the back of the console and sitting in the race car, but before I was towed off, I said, now, hey, I don't know if I like this or not. All these rocks and dirt and everything hit me in the face and all on the arms. I said, I don't know if I like this or not. But after I pulled into the pits, and I said, I think I'll try it again next Sunday. Next Sunday wasn't quite so bad, and just kept going from there.
Auto racing was a very dangerous sport at the time, and Joey Ray remembers the perils associated with the sport.
Cars were definitely not as safe as they are today. Your body was exposed from chest up. No roll bar or anything. your helmets were cloth, either some kind of well, if a guy had a football helmet, he was first class. And your tracks were very unsafe. Most of your tracks were horse racing tracks with inside fences, outside fences, and but it was just, you know, that was conditioned, and we did it.
Ray also recalls how a bout with racism actually helped him forge a stronger bond with his white racing counterparts.
We were going to the next town after the race, and we were hungry, and we saw a bunch of race cars on trailers sitting out front of this little restaurant, so we stopped and went in, and were met by the hostess, and she says, what do you all want? We said, come for dinner. She said, I'm sorry, but the policy is that we don't serve color. So I just kind of looked at her, and I looked around. I saw Frankie Lupto, Bobby Graham, and a bunch of other drivers that I just raced with an hour before. So they heard her, and Lupto in particular got up and came and asked the lady, said, well, would you mind standing for the manager? She did. And he said, what's the problem? So no one raised a voice, and Frankie says, these two fellas, I heard you say that they weren't welcome to eat. And you look around, there's at least 14, 18 of us you're eating. And we're eating steaks, chicken, whatever. He said, nobody's paid you. He said, now you have two choices. They can join us, we all pay you, and we'll leave. Or if you don't want to serve them, we're going to eat our food, but we're not going to pay you.
Jerry Ray went on to become the first African-American driver to be licensed by the American Automobile Association, the most prestigious open-wheel racing organization of that time. And after a 16-year career, he was recognized as one of the great sprint car drivers of his era.
All of us, hey, we were treated like some of your biggest celebrities and heroes you've ever seen.
In 1948, Bill France brought in a new era of professional stock car racing when he formed NASCAR. The first black driver to start a NASCAR race was none other than Joey Ray, who raced at the Daytona Beach Highway Course in 1952. 9 years later, a die-hard competitor and devoted family man from Danville, Virginia, would give NASCAR its greatest black driver and leave a legacy for all racers to follow. Born on August 28, 1921, Wendell Oliver Scott drove a taxi and hauled illegal whiskey before setting his sights on professional auto racing. Scott won 120 races and Virginia State Championships before moving up to NASCAR's elite divisions in 1961.
Wendell Scott was very witty. Now, he had that slide out and that move. Today we called break off the wind, come up on the bumper, get you loose and shake out just like Dale Earnhardt. And he could come up and just seem like his car would just floor, lift the wheel, and I mean, he was off.
Although he was forced to operate his entire career as an independent, racing against factory-backed cars, Scott racked up an amazing 147 top 10 finishes in nearly 500 races, finished in the top 10 in points 4 straight times, and became the first and only African-American to win a Winston Cup race when he crossed the checkered flag at Jacksonville, Florida in 1963. Even in victory, racism reared its ugly head, as racing officials, fearful of the reaction that would come from fans by announcing that a black man had won the race, awarded the trophy to second-place finisher Buck Baker. Scott would receive his award days later, yet he continued to endure.
The most interesting thing is he didn't talk about a lot of things that he went through and still managed to endure the pain and succeed in the meantime.
In 1973, Scott was involved in a 21-car pileup at Talladega Speedway that broke his pelvis and effectively ended his racing career. Although his true recognition did not come until after his death in 1990, Wendell Scott's outstanding legacy as a NASCAR driver can never be denied.
Wendell Scott, what he did, and not only as a race car driver, but as a father and a husband and a small businessman. I mean, what he accomplished on and off the racetrack, to me, is an inspiration.
Nobody ever bought us a gallon of gas in our whole Cup career. Incredible. We finished in the top 10 in point standing, which is the big thing now, 4 years in a row, against factory-backed cars. That was unheard of for independent. When my father retired from racing, he was second in miles driven only to Richard Petty. He was second in starts only to Richard Petty.
I used to have a little calendar that had the NASCAR points on it. And it used to amaze me to see back in those days when Wendell Scott was top 10 in points. And that's stuff you didn't hear about, you know, but to know that he was able to do that on an independent budget or, you know, just out of his own pocket, I mean, that's, he had to, you know, that lets you know he had to know how to drive a car. Because, I mean, if he doesn't have the equipment that everybody else has, but he's still doing as good as them, that's all driving there.
Also not to be denied was Scott's devotion to his family and their place among NASCAR's elite families.
It's almost like the family aspect does not exist. You hear about the Pettys, the Allisons, the Gordons, you never heard the Wendell Scotts. My mother is the emeritus of the Women's Auxiliary in NASCAR. Back then, we were racing better than 60 Cup races a year. And my mom would have the food lined up, and it's true, a lot of people ate our food. You know, some of the big stars now, you know, they ate out our cooler.
Wendell Scott's success was largely due to the support of his family, including his sons, Frank and Wendell Jr.
We were the Scott tandem, Wendell Sr., Wendell Jr., and Frank. And we ended up being Virginia champions, and we had 128 victories on those levels, and it was just as competitive then. And I had a great knowledge of racing. My brother does too.
Wendell Jr. had an impressive run that included over 20 Winston Cup starts and the distinction of racing on the NASCAR circuit at the same time as his father.
In the 1974 record book, NASCAR record book, we never share anything that can't be proven. That one of the most glamorous pieces of page I've ever seen is with Wendell Scott Jr. and Wendell Scott Sr. in the same point standing. That's wild.
Wendell Scott Jr. now works with the Drive for Diversity program, where he mentors up-and-coming minorities and women drivers.
Right now, I'm not complaining. You're doing great. A little bit quicker, great.
With an auto racing legacy slowly taking shape for African Americans, with credit due to early racing pioneers Charlie Wiggins, Joey Ray, and Wendell Scott, the 70s marked the dawn of a new era of milestone achievements that started in the driver's seat, but would eventually spread to every facet of auto racing. In 1973, Randy Bethea, a black race driver from Newport, Tennessee, bumped a hometown hotshot, Darrell Waltrip, out of pole position at a late model race in Nashville. Bethea's feat marked the first time an African-American driver performed well enough in a NASCAR qualifier to secure the first slot on the race grid. As NASCAR's first black co-team owner, Jim Graham launched himself into auto racing history when in 1978, his Coors-sponsored racing team took to the track with an all-Canadian pit crew.
I seeked out myself to be like Wendell Scott, but didn't have the nerve. So since I could not drive the car, I decided to become a mechanic to fix them.
That team won the Coors 200 for 3 straight years, from 1980 to 1982. Legendary race team owner Sam Bell-Navis was one of the first African Americans to achieve success in auto racing beyond the track.
I got involved in the sport back in 1981 with Bobby Allison and Miller Brewing Company. Back then, the sport was tobacco, oil products, primarily as sponsors, and beer, of course.
In 1981, Bell-Navis was heralded for connecting Miller Brewing Company with NASCAR on a sponsorship level.
Sam is one of the greatest people I've ever met. Sam does a lot of hard work, especially for African Americans in motorsports. He's done a lot to help drivers' careers, and he's done a lot for motorsports itself.
The driver who left the biggest mark on the sport of auto racing from the mid-1980s to the early 90s was Willie T. Ribbs, the son of auto racer William Bunny Ribbs. Willie T. started his career racing Formula One cars in England, winning a series title. before moving on to SSCA cars in his native California, where he was Rookie of the Year and won 17 races over 3 seasons.
Willie T was one of the, he would just tear the tracks up. He was driving the SCCA. It seemed like nobody could beat Willie T.
Ribbs made racing history when he partnered with acclaimed actor Bill Cosby, becoming the first African-American team to qualify for and compete in the Indianapolis 500.
I was involved with Bill Cosby and Willie T. Ribbs, and I was proud to be a part of Willie's legacy when he became the first African-American to qualify and run in the Indianapolis 500.
Ribbs later moved on to NASCAR, where he raced on the Winston Cup circuit before becoming the first African-American to race in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. In a post-civil rights America, Ribbs was most outspoken when it came to dealing with overt discrimination on the track.
You have to be careful out there on the track, and Willie T was not the man to hold back what he had to say.
However, his racing genius cannot be denied. In the late 1990s, Bill Lester, a former software engineer and married father of one, succeeded Ribbs in NASCAR when he followed his standout open-wheel driving career by driving in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
None of my friends are race car drivers. I didn't know anybody. I grew up in, a neighborhood where stick and ball sports were prominent, and that's what myself and my friends played. But really, when I got my driver's license at 16, that was it. As soon as I could drive, I was racing. I was doing things illegally, and I'm not promoting that, but that's kind of what happened as I experimented with the, upper boundaries of car control and sliding around corners and doing all sorts of crazy things. And somebody told me before I kill myself or somebody else, go out there to a racetrack and see if you have what it takes. And I figured that if I got myself an engineering degree, I could probably get myself an occupation that paid enough to buy a race car. So that's what I did. With my first paycheck, I bought myself a race car, and almost like they say, the rest is history. That first year, I was Northern California Road Racing Champion in Sports Car Club of America. The next year, I was the champion for my class, and I just kept on climbing the ladder.
Lester is currently the only African-American driver racing in any of NASCAR's 3 main divisions. With Sam Balnavis, Jim Graham, and Bill Cosby making pioneering strides for African Americans in NASCAR, a new generation of black ownership has emerged. In 2002, rapper Nelly formed his own Vocal racing team. Former NBA player Brian Stith became co-owner of Score Motorsports. And Sam Balnavis, now an executive for Rouse Racing, formed Balnavis Racing, a team that nurtures up-and-coming minority drivers.
Anytime that you have an opportunity to open doors for other people, who otherwise probably wouldn't get that chance, you've been a pioneer. And, like I said, you want to be able to take advantage of that. You want to be in a position where you can look back in a few years and say, hey, I was a part of something good, something that was very monumental in the sport.
Hi, I'm Bill Lester, driver of the number 22 Waste Management Toyota Tundra in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Tim Shutt, crew chief on the 02 truck.
My name is Darryl Lomick, and I am an inspector/official for NASCAR.
My name is Amar Johnson. I work for Bobby Hamilton Racing. I'm the jack man.
Really what was the catalyst for my becoming the driver that I am today was when my father took me to a race when I was 8 years old. It was at Monterey in Laguna Seca, where I was living in Northern California. And he took me to a Can-Am race. And to be there experiencing these cars going by me at 160 miles an hour, and the sounds and the sights and the smell of the competition of the racing was intoxicating.
I guess I kind of have my father to blame for that. He kind of lived some of his dreams through me. We started racing go-karts when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and that progressed into sprint cars where I grew up at in Pennsylvania. Sprint cars were kind of like stock cars are in North Carolina, so that's kind of really what got me involved in it initially.
It started out, I was like back in high school, had friends that were interested in NASCAR, and kind of hung out with them and got to know more about it. Then from there on, I went to college. I majored in manufacturing systems and minored in motorsports. And I went to a couple of races, down at Lowe's in Charlotte back like 10 years ago. And since then, it was in my blood. I just started liking racing.
At the age of 11, 12, somewhere along in there, my brother, myself, and about 5 or 6 cousins had our own go-karts, and my father was generous enough to make us our own track. And of course, I was track champion. My cousins might argue that, but we had our own go-kart track.
My job is to try to drive that truck, that Craftsman truck, as fast as I can. The way that I do that is by communicating to my team when I'm out there on the track what the truck is doing and what I need it to do to go faster.
As an inspector, I am responsible for aerodynamic shape of the car and the template area. And on Sundays and race days, I am responsible for watching pit stops for an assigned team for that particular race to make sure that no infractions occur during pit stops.
I jack the car up on the right side, pull the rear tire, sit into the front. Once I get 5 on, I let the jack down, run around the car in 2.62 seconds from jack to peg rather. Then I jack the left side up and I control monitor that front left tire, and occasionally I do a windshield tear. If you got like oil, any kind of debris on top of the windshield, that's basically it.
As a crew chief, it's a challenge of building a team, you know, trying to create a winning team, learning how to teach guys to work together, and working with a driver. Each driver has their own personality, their own little quirks, things that make them tick, their own language, and it's a pretty big challenge to try to make all that work.
I always had a curiosity to know how things work. Going to the Coca-Cola 600, my first race at Lowe's, you know, back in like 1989. And when I first saw it, it was like in my blood, you know, I was like, man, that's some pretty neat stuff. And it made me have this desire to want to be a part of that.
I'm a perfectionist by nature, which I get from my father. So I work really hard at making things as close to perfect as I can.
It's the speed and the competition. It's the adrenaline rush. It's driving at 180, 195 miles an hour in a draft. I mean, being inches apart from that guy and beating him, and just the strategy that comes into play as well in terms of how to use the draft, for example, on a super speedway, or how to set up somebody and position them for a pass on a short track.
I think NASCAR is a growing industry, and I'll use the word industry because there are so many avenues within NASCAR that can be accessed, I think. Hopefully this will act as a baseboard or springboard for me to go further within this company.
Before it's all said and done, I want to race competitively in the Nextel Cup Series. I mean, I'm very happy where I am racing in the Craftsman Truck Series, but I want to race on Sundays so that more people can see what it is I'm doing. Currently, I race typically on Fridays and Saturdays, and I race, you know, an audience that's not as vast as Nextel Cup. You know, I want to be on network TV, racing against, you know, the established stars like Dale Jr. and Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart, and I want to be able to do that proficiently.
Because I think I'm a pretty good communicator as far as reaching people, understanding people. I wouldn't mind being somewhere within NASCAR's communications.
I like to grow, I like to work in the shop, like, you know, I really like being engine tuner. Really, I really like the engine. I know they got different parts, the chassis, the body. You know, they got people doing shocks and all this kind of stuff. But, you know, I like to be an engine tuner. I know how to build engines.
I'd like to win some more races, and I'd like to build some more good teams. It's a pretty neat feeling when you do walk away from a team and start a new venture, that you have the guys on your old team saying, man, I really appreciate the work that you did for us. You know, it was really fun working with you. You really had things organized. Things really went smooth. I mean, that's a pretty big charge for me.
Quite frankly, to tell you the truth, it's been all love. I mean, it's like I've been in a sport. I mean, like, everybody showed me, it's been an open arms, a warm welcome. I've had nothing but glory and thanks to give, you know, and good things to say about NASCAR.
Today, it's great to hear such comments from African Americans deeply involved in NASCAR like Amar Johnson. But are the days of exclusion and bigotry gone from the world of NASCAR? Is race still a factor?
It's hard to say because a lot of other people fall on the same grounds as I fall on, you know, as a minority. It's just money. Money's a key issue in racing.
What I've noticed is that the big guys, that the big sponsor teams, the $50 million sponsor teams or more, that may have 5, 10, 15 cars, all the big engines that have spare engines, things of that nature, of course they get the preferential treatment. The smaller, underfunded sponsor teams, minority teams like us as Bear Racing, and other small minority teams, I think they get a sort of bad rap sometimes. They don't get the help they should get. They don't get maybe the support they should get, and some of the breaks they should get. There again, NASCAR is a money sport. It takes money to really be in NASCAR.
You better have really rich parents, really rich friends, or you better be hooked up with somebody that knows, that can market you and get you in the right position to get you the money.
The sport is really a family, all right? And so when you talk about opportunities within the sport, I'm going to go to my uncle, I'm going to go to my cousin, I'm going to go to my daddy, I'm going to go to my sister, my brother, and say, hey, there's an opening over there.
But you have to be willing to go through all the resistance that you encounter to get there. You can't just have it handed to you. You have to be willing to put up with everything along the way, and with dignity.
We have like a couple of problems, like you get in a wreck and the first thing that comes to mind is it's because he's black. But that's just second nature, what comes out of their mouth.
It's very important for people to understand that, you know, this isn't just a walk in the park, you know, that this just happened yesterday. This has been going on for, as we know, for many years.
Daddy's thing when we went to the track, first of all, here's what he convinced our family of. Okay, there are 100,000 people up there, and we the only blacks here, or us and the janitors, and ain't nobody gonna bother y'all. And guess what? We believed it. So I walked around now like, ain't nobody gonna bother me. My daddy said it.
I personally have never felt any negativity because of who I am. I felt some negativity on occasion because of what I do. But that's to be expected, because sometimes I have to be the police or I have to be the bad guy. But even when they're upset with me, I don't think any of it's ever been directed towards me in a negative based on me being African American. It's just, that's my job and that's their job.
There's constant issues, and everybody has them. Sometimes race is part of it. This deal is a performance-driven deal. I don't, you know, in a lot of ways, once you get in a lot of ways, it's a matter of performing or not performing. Yeah, maybe I got overlooked for some jobs or for some positions that maybe if my skin color was different, I wouldn't have gotten overlooked for. But the bottom line is it's a performance-driven deal, and God kind of directs me and puts me where he wants me to be anyway.
Most of the fans, most of the NASCAR fans want diversity, right? And I say that, and you say, how can I say that? Because I talk to a lot of fans, right? And there are a lot of fans that come up to me and thank me for what I'm doing.
I think there is a difference being made, very slow, but there is somewhat of a difference being made. I think NASCAR is being as careful as they can not to, quotation marks, offend those customers that have been loyal to the sport and have built it and brought it to this point.
I think that we have a tremendous opportunity. I think that the sport, NASCAR, has blatantly said that the number one priority from a mission of the sport is to make the sport more diverse.
We, as a community being in blacks, we have just as much right to go out to the track and perform and do what we have to. It's going to take more knocking on the doors, more people who's in the NASCAR field to go out and talk to the people in the community to make them aware there's blacks come along, there's blacks in NASCAR, and what we're trying to do. The diversity program will work if we get people to work together.
In early 2004, NASCAR CEO Brian France announced to the world that diversity would be their #1 priority in the coming year. As NASCAR slowly increased the number of minorities and women in their ranks, they urged their corporate partners to follow suit by supporting diversity initiatives. Among the most prominent of these initiatives is the Drive for Diversity program. Created by Access Marketing with support from NASCAR, the Drive for Diversity program provides opportunities for minorities and women to learn the skills necessary to become future NASCAR drivers and pit crew members.
We need more Bill Lesters, we need more minorities, and not just from the black race, but we need across the board. We need more female drivers, we need Hispanics, we need the RIOs. That's the only way that NASCAR will become diversified.
Through a series of combines that tests the skill levels of each participant, Drive for Diversity strives to provide NASCAR with the best possible candidates to create a more diverse racing circuit.
Give me a deep end on your white flag lap.
It gives drivers who wouldn't have a chance to sit in a first-rate ride a chance to do that, to be seen, a lot of exposure.
Well, it opens up just opportunities. And, everybody always wants an opportunity. And the only way to have an opportunity is, first, there has to be an organization. Well, now there's an opportunity for people to, to showcase their skills.
I don't know if some of these companies that are sponsoring, say one of these drivers that are in the program now went up to the company individually, I don't think they would be able to come up with this sponsorship,
Many of NASCAR's corporate partners have also joined the Diversity Push, funding D4D and other diversity initiatives.
It's a real opportunity for us to demonstrate to the public, to our employees, that we are truly committed to the concept of diversity and inclusion.
In addition to sponsoring NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series driver Bill Lester, the only current African American in NASCAR's top 3 divisions, Waste Management recently made another milestone step by sponsoring Jesus Hernandez, the first Mexican-American driver selected through D4D to race in NASCAR's Dodge Weekly Series.
Awesome.
That felt a lot better.
Yeah, awesome. You were a lot better. 3/10. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Get your breath and go out there and burn up that qualifying lap. Yeah, that was good job.
I think it's a great opportunity. It shouldn't be considered a handout by any means. It's a great opportunity to help those that maybe don't have that network established yet to come in and at least meet the people. That doesn't guarantee you anything. You still have to walk the walk. So if you can turn the clock quick enough, then you should have that opportunity.
I think that Jack Roush, I think that Hendrick, I think that Childress, those teams that are represented here are saying it's now time for us to extend our family. Right? It's now time. So we're going to extend it to Hispanics, we're going to extend it to African Americans, and now is the time. My role within the sport covers many fronts. One, to build awareness that the sport has extended a welcome mat. And they want us to step on it. Step on the welcome mat and let's get involved in the sport. Secondly, educational opportunities within the sport. All right, how we can leverage what we're studying in school, whether it be in trade schools, whether it be in college, how does that translate into the sport? And then more importantly, the economic opportunities that exist in the sport.
Even with the strides being made in NASCAR's diversity, the road to opportunity for minorities and women will require even more support from the corporate community and team owners alike.
We will never be a mainstream sport until there's a feeling and a belief that we're open to all.
So what is the future for minorities and women in auto racing? Will they ever really get the chance to appear in NASCAR's elite Nextel Cup Series?
NASCAR needs to deal with that issue, deal with the team owners in that area to make sure that these guys have true access and be fair in their development.
While NASCAR's true commitment to diversity will be judged most by the presence of an African American in the Nextel Cup Series, the development of minority drivers and crew members continues. On the youth front, the Urban Youth Racing School in Philadelphia offers programs for urban youth ages 8 to 18 to learn about racing and to develop the skills necessary to become future racing stars. Founded in 1998 by Anthony Martin, this unique program has enriched the lives of over 800 inner-city youth and created an exciting new avenue for the development of NASCAR's future drivers and pit crew members. The program is supported not only by NASCAR, but also by some of the circuit's biggest stars, including Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Gordon, and Bill Lester. On the collegiate level, North Carolina A&T University offers one of the most complete motorsports programs for African Americans in the country, providing students with the opportunity to earn a 4-year degree through their School of Technology. The school has produced a number of students now working with NASCAR teams, including Amar Johnson.
We can do the job. Amar Johnson, who is the jack man for Joe Gibbs Racing now, the Busch number 18 car, is doing a superb job there. Not because I say it, but from a performance base.
Dr. Exum supports NASCAR's diversity efforts, but believes that the crop of capable students outweighs the number of opportunities currently being offered by NASCAR racing teams.
It's moving at a much, much faster rate as far as having African Americans involved in motorsports, which is demonstrated by the number of positions which are filled by the African American. But on the other side, when you start looking at a stakeholder or player, which are the teams, they aren't being very aggressive in including African Americans.
As the leaders in the industry, they know that diversity is important to us, and it's going to be good for us, and we're going to get better. We're going to have better people working in the sport, we're going to have better people competing in the sport, and it's going to make us better.
The Drive for Diversity program continues to grow and place a number of drivers into NASCAR's Dodge Weekly Series, including Reggie Primus, Allison Duncan, and Tommy Lane. Other D4D drivers with future NASCAR potential include Latino drivers Mike Gallegos, Jesse Salazar, and Darren Martinez Stahl. Women drivers Breanne Cronrath, Allison Quick, and Sondi Eden, and Native American driver Andy Winstead, who prior to auto racing was the first Native American to fly fighter jets for the U.S. Air Force. Among African American drivers, 15-year-old Chase Austin was signed in late 2004 to race with NASCAR team Rick Hendrick Motorsports. Chris Bristol was the only black driver to win a NASCAR sanctioned event in 2004 when he won a Dodge Weekly Series event at Caraway Speedway in Asheboro, North Carolina. Bristol was 2004 Rookie of the Year at Caraway and won 3 races in late model super trucks in 2003. The most prominent name mentioned for future NASCAR stardom is Joe Henderson III, a 19-year-old racer from Franklin, Tennessee.
Let me get to my pupil, gentlemen.
I'll find if they want to send you out first before her or not, okay?
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good lines. Fast.
Killing it.
Okay, look. Good. That last line was awesome.
When I got the wheels on the engine a little bit more, it turns better when you get that down there. So.
Exactly. Use that for your qualifying.
Okay.
Okay? Knock them dead. Good job.
Henderson posted the fastest times at both D4D combines and finished his first professional season with 9 top 10 finishes and 18 races.
I want to get to the next Cup. I want to win a Daytona 500. I want to win a championship. I just want to go out there and be like everybody else, like Dale Earnhardt Jr., and not think second nature about, oh, he's just black, oh, he's a white guy, oh, he's a Mexican, oh, he's a female. Just go out there and just have fun and just really just earn everybody respect and just, really just be me and just go out there and just have fun and racing.
So the legacy of great black drivers continues.
And no matter what doors be shut in your face, don't take no for an answer, and just be brave and go on out there and do what they got to do. We can. I know we can. I went through the door, and there's no reason they can't go through the door.
NASCAR and motorsports in general face many challenges as we head into the future. Although diversity and creating new opportunities are important, dealing with the racism at racetracks has to be a priority. People of color should know that the majority of race fans are not racist, and that if we condemn auto racing because of the few people who choose to exercise intolerance, we also fail to support the great contributions of African Americans in auto racing today and over the last 80 years. Let us not fail these trailblazers. Let us honor them. As you have just witnessed, the legacy of African American achievement in auto racing has spanned nearly a century. Those who have fought and struggled for recognition in the past have laid a glorious path for those who are now behind the wheel to create an even greater legacy for the future of African American achievement in the field of auto racing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's
It's
right.
gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
Hey, hey, welcome to the show. It is D.L. Hughley, Uncut. You hate it when I try to be cool. It's okay.
No, everybody hates it when
Hey,
you try
hey.
to be.
Not everybody. Listen, let me be great, okay?
Now
Let me
we're
be great.
rerun from That's My Mom. Hey, hey, hey.
Anyway, pandemic's still in full
Sanders.
effect, and so are we. How about that?
I'm glad to be here. I feel blessed a lot because I get to do something I love, and even particularly in these times, you see what's happening. Like I guess L.A. potentially might extend their stay-at-home situation for 3 months, and I think that's basically untenable.
Yeah,
I don't think it's gonna happen.
I think that you can't tell people, like literally, you can't tell people for 1,600 deaths that they're going to have to stay home. And the problem is the people that have to, that are yearning to go to work, where it's a necessity, have to go.
Right. And but not only that, I think it's difficult to tell adults that you have to stay home because how long have we been on quarantine already?
Yeah.
At least 2 months, right?
Yeah.
And now you're asking for 3 additional months?
Right.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
Yesterday I was playing, like LA opened the golf courses later than everybody else, the beaches later than everybody else. It's like you're treating, like I can go 10 miles away from where I live and they're open, but we're not. And I understand that we have to flatten the curve, but the thing that I find repulsive is that you're putting the onus on society instead of doing your job.
Exactly.
What about testing and tracing and doing the things you're supposed to do? If your whole answer can't be just that everybody stays home.
Yeah, you can't just be like, just stay home and wait for
Right.
something to happen. Like,
Well, you can because they are. That's what they're doing
true.
right now. That's exactly
And I like
what they're
Eric
doing.
Garcetti, but I think this is just like, it's just untenable. It's just like, I was playing golf yesterday, and the cat that runs the snack bar basically was saying that he can't make a living because he relied on tips, and now all of a sudden either the golf course is open, the restaurant isn't. So people would play golf and they would tip him and they have a good game, but now he is just at home, and I think you can't have a society. It's unfortunate that our situation is really when you know that this disease hit South Korea and us at the same time, and theirs went down and ours went up.
Yeah.
It clearly says one thing. Something we were doing, now obviously no one is responsible for a pandemic, but something we did or didn't do has everything to do with what's going on now. I don't know why people have a hard time saying that Donald Trump, a game show host,
because that's what he is,
was not ready for this level of the game.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at his behavior during these press conferences, the way he acts towards reporters, and just the thing that he says all the time, you can tell he was not prepared.
Right. He wasn't. And so what do you think would happen? You put a game show host in charge of a pandemic. We know now.
Yeah.
And
Ain't
there's
that the
no
truth?
uniform. We're doing it our way in California. They do it their way in Texas. They do another way in Missouri. And all of a sudden, there's no uniformity. There's always just kind of us doing what we want to do. And it's very frustrating. Like, I'm not a protester. I'm not going to say I want a haircut. But I think that there needs to be at least some light at the end of the tunnel and some congruent message. And we don't have one.
I think that's the main reason everybody's so like discouraged. It's like, stay home. It's like, okay, then what? There's no plan. There's no like anything. Just stay home, wait it out. That's like, come on.
And I haven't been this home this many times in 30 years.
But you know what?
I'm introducing myself to my family. Who are you niggas? What are y'all doing
Any
here?
gone stir crazy yet?
Well, I tell you what, it's very difficult to not go stir crazy when you think about all the other things that are going on in the world.
Yeah, sure.
Like, of course, on everybody's mind right now is this whole thing that's happening with Ahmaud Arbery, right? That situation that happened in Brunswick, Georgia.
Sure.
And now there is a new video that's been released that actually shows a different side. Take a look at this.
I don't.
So what are your thoughts now?
I think that he was a man that was on a jog, saw an empty house, walked around, and then that same video shows he didn't steal anything.
Right.
That same video, like you know this, every week, my wife and daughter and my business partner Sonia, they go looking at vacant houses.
Yeah. Dreaming.
Houses
That's what you
under
do.
Construction.
Of course.
And I thought they were looking for like decorating ideas, but it turns out they were really casing the joint.
That's not true.
Chicks are shady.
That's not true. But there's nothing wrong with that. And even the actual owner of the home said, I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea about this video. I never reported that anything was missing. I never said that he was a burglar. And I don't want anybody using it to kind of portray that about this young man.
If a brother walking around a house under construction is tantamount to being able to get the death penalty, then the property brothers are fucked. Chip and Joanna better go into the witness protection program.
Yeah.
I just think that it is one of those things where America, unfortunately, has never seen a black life being extinguished that they felt in some way they hadn't brought it on themselves. Black people are consistently the #1 suspect in their own demise.
Yeah, this is another example of that.
Yeah, it is.
So also, along those lines, speaking about politics and whatnot, now we have Obamagate from Trump, who basically is saying that is something that needs to be investigated. But he never told us quite what Obamagate was or what it is.
One thing about the Obamagate scandal, the phrase Obamagate, and Ahmaud Arbery, the one thing they tell us is that a black man, that you don't need proof to lynch a black man. That you can just make these spurious claims and people will believe you. You can show a video of a black man walking around in a building, an empty building, like he stole a house and threw it out when it was being chased. Or you could just say Obamagate, and if a white man says it about a black man, they're inclined to believe it.
It's really ridiculous, actually.
Yeah. And even the whole Michael Flynn thing. Now, honestly, here is a guy who said, I'm guilty, I did it. And the charges were dropped anyway. Then a black man who wasn't guilty, and he was killed anyway. So there's this notion, and I don't want to believe that everything is about race, but the more things change, like you have a situation, one president recently was impeached, admitted he did what he was impeached for. There were days and days of witnesses. There was testimony. And at the end, the senator said, we don't believe it.
Right.
The other president, there was a tweet, and they said, we do.
We do. So it's such a contrast,
It's
right?
just amazing.
It's D.L. Hughley Uncut, and I know you've been waiting for this particular segment.
My favorite part of the show.
It's your favorite part of the show. Absolutely.
This nigga here, my favorite thing.
Yes.
I love saying it and watch Charlie squirm when I say it.
He doesn't want to say it, too. Does he?
Oh, he says it in production meetings all the time.
So we've been talking a lot about Ahmaud Arbery and that situation regarding him, the terrible murder of him, basically. But your favorite person, Candace Owens, had a couple of things to say, and let me read you one of her tweets. She said, and this actually surfaced after the video of him in the house. Ahmaud Arbery was caught on camera breaking into an unfinished property that was owned by Larry English. His mother has confirmed it is him in the video. Please stop with the just a jogger bullshit narrative. Avid joggers don't wear khaki shorts and stop to break into homes.
This nigga here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, first off, I don't know how you break into a house that doesn't have doors or
Yeah,
windows
it was
or
open.
locks. He did what a lot of people do, saw a home open, walked in, and looked around. I don't care what kind of side of the political aisle you come down on. The fact that Candace Owens seems to always... Candace Owens is so eager to indict niggas for everything. I guarantee you if she is around when Rosa Parks, she would be like, well, she got arrested because her bus pass expired. I don't listen, and the thing that is unfortunate to me is that even conservatives, there is a Republican senator, state senator right now, that said they need to enact hate crime laws in Georgia right now. Even a Republican, a staunch Republican, a conservative white man went, this spurred him to believe that hate crime legislation is necessary. But this black woman didn't see anything other than, she talked about him walking around in khaki shorts. Like, is there a prerequisite that you have to wear in order to be deemed a jogger?
Exactly.
Well, apparently to her, just being black. I don't even know why she hates blackness so much.
I don't know if she does. I
think she does.
And the thing that's sad to me, she's a beautiful woman. She's a very attractive woman
on the outside.
But every time she speaks, I think I hear sulfur, and I smell sulfur. It's not about, you can't look at that and not be moved. And what you forget is that, what she forgets is that one day maybe she'll have a child.
Oh,
and they won't know she's a conservative commentator, and they don't know her bona fides. They just know that this is a black child who I'm threatened by.
Yeah.
Why is it that you can't just look at a situation, regardless of where you fall down or who you vote for or what you believe, and say this is murder? Why is it that we are always the number one suspect? What's interesting to me is that every single time something like this happens, we know more about the black suspect, the black person, unarmed person who was murdered, than we know about the person who killed him, the person who was charged with murder. And the fact that she would actually tweet that, because that video showed one thing. It showed that he didn't steal anything. And when even her verbiage, he broke into a home. How the fuck do you break into a home when they don't have doors yet? What was he planning to do? I think he secretly stole the house and threw it down when they were chasing him.
Well, I think the sad thing and the most reckless part of this in her mouth is the fact that she gives permission to other people who say we are just, wrongfully crying out racism or adding race into a situation where it doesn't exist. Because she's basically agreeing with them that we always pull the race card. And clearly in this case, as in all of the other cases where there's been a young black man gunned down in the street, it is about race.
You know what? I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. I can't say what was in those men's heads and hearts. Yeah. I can say I saw a murder. I can say that after I saw that murder, that the powers that be conspired to make sure that those men were set free. I don't know what the motivation for that was, but I can't imagine that being a young black, a young white child and them feeling the same way about it. I can't imagine that two different prosecutors, two different district attorneys would decide that there was nothing to see here. Then a third one would decide, well, I better bring in, a grand jury. And then the Georgia Bureau of Investigation walked in and they had a different estimation of it. The only reason we're seeing this case right now is because the lawyers of those two men, McMichaels, decided that he would show the video so that it was show
arrogance, privilege.
Like they'll see this video and then they'll see the truth, and they did.
Yeah, just not the truth you hoped.
Like the only thing, like he was thinking, like, well, if they show the video, he can see that he's black. Look at this dude. Even if you slow it down and show him anything else, he's a black dude. I don't know how.
Well, golly gee willikers, how would I ever have seen that? I can't.
Our next guest is an actor and comedian. He was the second longest running cast member on Mad TV. He was in the film Jerry Maguire and The Pest. It is Ari Spears.
What's up, young man?
What's up, baby?
How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Thank you for having me, brother. Dia, before we get into this, can I say something real quick?
Sure, of course.
Okay. I'm 45 years old, so I'm not up on all the latest lingo.
Right.
Like I never knew until recently what thought meant, bay, no cap, lit. But a lot of people have been hitting me up on Instagram going, hey man, we want to give you your flowers now. And I'm like, damn, am I fitting to die?
Well, this
they just want to celebrate you while you're still here. So DL, I want to give you your flowers.
No, don't put that shit on me, nigga. No, I'm all right.
No.
I'm all right.
I want to say thank you for having me. And as I've always told you, I think you're one of the smartest, most intellectual comics of this generation. Because you and Joe Torre made me tighten up my game. People got to understand there's levels to this comedy shit. And being funny is one thing, but like Jordan, there's levels to your skill. So being able to do crowd work, being able to do blue comedy, clean comedy, impressions, voices, and you and Joe Torre are two of the coldest niggas when it comes to eating hecklers up, chewing them up, and spitting them out. So you made me tighten up my game.
Good, man.
Those are nice flowers.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Better than the woman they sing in the upper room. I bet it's better than that. So you know, I've always had a great amount of respect for you. And recently, I don't, well, people were hitting me because I didn't really take my umbrage to it, but I posted something that Mike Epps sent. Reposted something that Mike Epps sent. And basically you had a bit of a, well, it was a quandary as to why I would post something like that. So basically Mike Epps was talking about a situation where the young man was killed in, I think, in Indianapolis. And he said, you know, we have to stop killing each other. So that basically words to the effect that we were killing each other, so they kill us. And you took, which is a sentiment that I totally disagree with. But you took umbrage to the fact that it was posted on my page, right?
Well, yeah, because I was shocked, and I said to myself, as intelligent as DL is, I know he caught that. So if he caught that, why would he repost that?
Right.
And that was just a head scratcher to me.
Right.
Because I felt it was a very dangerous message to try to put out there. And as I've said adamantly, I agree with Mike. Black people, we need to stop killing each other. We need to do better. But those are two separate conversations.
They definitely
somehow insinuate, and trying to somehow insinuate that cops kill us because they see us kill us is just flat out asinine.
It is.
Because history has shown us that they've been killing us way before black on black crime was ever a thing, a la the movie Rosewood, a la Black Wall Street. Elise Neal, a woman who you've worked with, actually hit me up in confusion like, what's this about? I'm hearing my name.
Right.
So I just let her know, sweetie, I'm not disrespecting you. I just brought up Rosewood as an example because you was in the movie.
Right.
So, you know, back when black people were well-to-do, a tight-knit community, we loved and we respected each other, we would often, you know, be hung in our Sunday's best while we wore our Sunday's best 7 days a week.
Right.
You know, we were thriving. We had our own businesses. You know, there wasn't black on black crime. We were respectful of one another. And they still did what they did.
Right.
So to somehow put that message out there, I just think is a dangerous narrative for white police officers to hide behind their bigotry.
I think that you're absolutely right, and I had that conversation with. Listen to me. I think that is a sentiment that is more dangerous than the phrase "nigger." I think that it is probably if you utter a phrase like that every time something happens, then you are tantamount to at least you might as well sign your name on the death certificate because you have been some ways complicit because that's absolutely what they say. But I want to be clear. I reposted the sentiments of a man that I respect and love.
And I got that.
I'm not like you don't have to. I don't have to be beholden to your perspective. I don't have to agree with your perspective. But you know, it's interesting because I don't want to be that evocative where I only hear what I want and repost the things that I like because some things are about conversation. And you and I've never seen myself as a leader, never portrayed myself as a leader, never acted like one, never asked for the gig. I'm not here to correct speech. I'm here to tell you exactly how I feel about things. I think that to your point, you're absolutely right. I think that phrase, there was a cat named Warren Saunders who wrote a piece in the Chicago Defender in 1970 where he was talking about a young man who was a pimp and who preyed on his people, and he coined the phrase black on black crime. But later on in that same article that people, you know, the phrase they got, but later on in that same article, he alluded to the fact that people alluded to the fact that it was systematic oppression of people who were in a geographic area. So people who had been, I can't recall the phrase exactly, but it talked about how people in a place, because the biggest indicator, the biggest predictor of crime is not race or ethnicity, it's poverty. The fact that so many black people live in impoverished places, I challenge anybody to show me a place that's poor and safe. because that just generally don't go together. But I think you are right in that I think that phrase is very deadly, and I think that you do have a responsibility. But my gig is not to tell people how to think. I
don't think your gig is to tell people how to think. But let me backtrack. When you say you're not a leader, now are we leaders to the extent of a Medgar Evers, a Martin Luther King, or a Malcolm X? Those are the icons of leadership. But like the movie Spider-Man, when Uncle Ben said to Peter Parker, with great power comes great responsibility. Sure. And you have an outlet. You have a platform and a voice that a lot of people don't have.
Sure.
I have that same voice and that same platform, as does Mike. So I think we should, while we're not iconic leaders, I think people listen to you. I think they listen to me, and I think they listen to Mike. And if somehow what we say helps you, influences you, guides you, I think we got to be careful about what we say.
But see, I think that's, for at least to me on the outside looking into this conversation about, what you guys posted. My thing is this, from my perspective, as just the regular person who might go through and see the page, I think it's important that you do have these types of conversations. So if you post something that perhaps you don't necessarily agree with everything, but it is a talking point, I think the problem with us in the past decade or two, actually, maybe more than that, is that we're not talking. And people who do have a major platform, such as yourself, as DL, we need to have these conversations. And we would never know that there is a disagreement and how to harmonize and get on the same page so that we all can collectively come to some agreement.
But it's a misnomer to believe that we have to come to. I'm just going to say that it's a misnomer that we have to come. The greatest thing that ever happened because of dissent. Some of the greatest accomplishments that we ever made, the greatest strides forward, will happen because of dissent. You're right. To your point, I do have a platform. You have a platform. Mike has a platform. My only obligation, in my estimation, is to be as truthful from my perspective as I can be, and to allow someone else to have a perspective that they equally attached to, and that they have a different perspective of, because it is arrogant and foolhardy to believe that I have the answers and that I am right. And to your point, I've never said, the only thing I'm a leader of in my estimation is from my perspective, is what I believe, what I know. The only thing I'm an expert at is my beliefs, and everything else is just a guess. And so you're a cat who I've watched grow, like not just comedically, but as a human being. And I think you've had some ups and downs, and that has only kind of sharpened and honed and shaped your experiences. But and I love the fact that you are now, not even just now, but now you have this idea of the way that things should be and ought be, that isn't happening, and you take umbrage to that. But I don't feel as if I am entitled to tell people how they should think.
Well, again, I'm not trying to tell people how they should think.
Agreed.
But for those that, look, everybody doesn't have leadership skills, and some people need to be led. Right. And again, I'm not being cocky enough to think that I can lead anybody, nor am I trying to. But I think that while we're trying to figure this out, we should be careful about the narratives we put out there.
Agreed.
Now, I'm going to go a little off topic,
Agreed.
but kind of still on topic.
Right.
This is what bothers me when I hear black people publicly shit on Obama. What has he done for us?
Right.
What have they done for us? So let's take Michelle Obama. I had a black girl, I had several black women who would hit me in my DMs and go, so what that she was the first lady? That's symbolism. What did they really do for us? Oh, wait a minute. Once upon a time ago, and even still today, black girls have always, black women in particular, have always been made to feel ugly. Nappy hair, dark skin, big lips, wide noses. So to see that kind of cultural symbolism of a black woman like named Michelle Obama, sophisticated, got her shit together, classy, in that position, if that gives some little black girl somewhere in this country hope and makes her feel better, if she's feeling suicidal because her skin is too dark, her nose is too wide, her lips is too big, her hair is too coarse, and she's being made fun of, if Michelle Obama serves as a beacon of light or hope to uplift that child's spirits, to make her not kill herself, to instill some self-esteem, are we that comfortable as black people that we're going to denounce the importance of that symbolism?
Are
we there?
I could not agree with you more. And I think that when people say dumbass shit like
Yeah.
that, what I'll say to them is the most educated segment of the population in the United States of America is black women.
Black women.
The most entrepreneurial, the most they have the most optimism toward the future, and they have that because they saw something. And I think that when people, it's so selfish, like when I hear people say, what am I going to get if I vote? Or what? Things are more than just about you. Things are past you. Legacies are about what you do, not for you and the now, but for someone else and the later. And I absolutely agree with you. And I think that where I'm not formally educated. I don't, there are a lot of things, machinations I don't understand or go through. I think that it is foolhardy to believe that discourse, that my perspective is the only one that matters and that discourse isn't healthy. I think it is. I think that what you're saying and doing right now is very helpful. And it's decidedly different from who I knew you to be like when we first started out. You're not the same kid you were. So it's hard for me to hear this bullshit from you. But I can tell you this.
Well,
I can tell you this. I can tell Paul Mooney would be proud of you. Like I can tell that Paul Mooney would be proud of you right now.
I'm proud of that nigga. That nigga knows it's freedom time. All of you niggas have been fooled by that goddamn Popeye's chicken sandwich. All of you niggas stand in line for that sandwich. You've lost yourself. You've lost your way. God damn it. These white folks love it when niggas go. They love it. Let me just say, Dia, and let me just say, again, let me go back to the Obama point. Because I've spoken on this passionately, and I've caught a lot of shit.
Right,
from
you
black
have.
folks.
Right.
And I almost wish you would also, and I hope in this opportunity, you say something. Because again, when we publicly shit on Obama,
Absolutely.
for the racist white people that don't like him for the real reason they don't like him, we now give them the opportunity to go,
I think you're absolutely right.
His own people don't like him. So why should I? Knowing that's not the reason you don't like him. So whatever it is, black people, whatever discrepancy we have with what Obama may have done or not done, let's keep what going on in our community, like black on black crime in our locker room.
I think you're absolutely right. Here's where I disagree. I think that the phrase black on black crime is a symbol of self-hatred. I think that is.
I agree too.
It is.
I'm just telling you what to say.
It is believing that we are somehow deviant. Crime is about proximity. People around people kill people around people. In terms of Obama, I don't think we're so fragile. Like, I really believe that America has, this is my personal opinion, America never deserved a man who comported himself as well in that office as he has. You can't think of a modern president in the last 40 years that didn't have some level of scandal. He loved this country and the idea of it, and he was aspirational enough to
and still does.
And so, but where I differ from you is my estimation of him doesn't change based on somebody else's circumstances, and his legacy isn't so fragile that some people not agreeing with it will erode it. He will stand the test of time because he was an exemplary man and did an exemplary thing. There's not one human being that's being objective that can compare his legacy to Donald Trump's legacy and not see a better human being, a better president, and a better American. Right. So but I think that those kinds of arguments fall on their face, and they don't necessarily need me to kind of guide them through it. They don't need me to do it.
Well, let me ask you this, and again, this is where I will disagree with you.
Sure.
We're
having the friendliest disagreement
I was about to say.
They do need you.
A lot of
but let me
bass in
ask
it.
you, do you think when they go, what did Barack do for us? Do you think he did something for us?
I think that he did. I think he did. He passed the most most forward-thinking legislation in modern American history, the Affordable Health Care Act. Not only did he do something for us as black people, he did something for the American public. Like the people right now who are dying right now, who are struggling right now and dealing with the very pandemic he also had the foresight to prepare America for things that weren't even there. So had people followed his example, if Donald Trump weren't trying to destroy everything Obama did and learn from him, because I think that's all of us, we have an obligation to learn from the people who did it before, we wouldn't be in this pandemic right now. Had he not disbanded some of the things that Obama done, had he not been trying to erode his legacy and tried to learn from him. So I think that he loved America so much he thought of it not just in the now, he thought of it in the future. He gave America life insurance.
But you know what? But from the
to
very
black people that are listening, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine.
To the black people that are listening, Obama was the president of the country, not the culture.
Absolutely.
So, this notion that he was supposed to get up there and just serve as black people would have been detrimental to the next black president, because it would have fed white people an excuse to go, you see, just like we thought. He gonna look out for just them.
I don't know.
I think he did a fantastic job.
I think he did a spectacular job. I think he's not without his foibles. I think he did some things I didn't necessarily agree with, but there's no doubt that he comported himself with decency and respect, and he elevated the office of the presidency. But I don't think I'm not one of those cats who watches a black dude do something and owns it. I don't go, look, he's making us all look bad. I think that we're not a monolith. We're not one group of people. How can one man speak for a race that got Lil Boosie and Barack Obama? You know what I'm saying? We can't. So I just think that we are more resilient than and not as fragile where somebody can say a thing about it. If we can survive slavery, if we can survive Jim Crow, if we can survive the passing across the ocean chain together, we can survive people disagreeing and not necessarily understanding our plight. We will still be here anyway. That's just my idea of it. I think that we are much more resilient than people are necessarily ready to accept.
Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. Still hanging out with Aries Spears.
This motherfucker won't leave.
He won't leave.
It's a good thing we ain't on broadcast television. We'd have been. I just got to tell you, I'm very I think we have one, like if we're taking a trip to San Francisco and I want to fly and you want to drive, we all still get there. We just take different routes. I just am very proud of the kind of not only entertainer but human being you evolved to, and I definitely understand and appreciate your passion. So it's not, it's just a question of me having a different kind of outlet, a different kind of line of sight than you do.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I was going to say back earlier when you said to see where I've evolved, what I've evolved into versus where I was when I first started. I remember you and I did a show together. It was actually me, you, and Michael Collier in Detroit. And we were all young.
Yeah.
I don't think really any of us had too much money.
Right.
But you certainly had more than me. I was a teenager.
Right.
And when we landed in Detroit, the first place you wanted to go to was the swap meet and get some rings.
Yeah.
I remember you being there buying gold rings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, this nigga got money. So there we go.
Hey, man, I love you. I'm proud of you. You keep up the fight, man. And you keep making
Thank
people.
you,
You're going back on the road pretty soon, right? You got to get out here and see what's happening, huh? Kick the tires.
I hope so, man.
You will.
I hope so, because this quarantine shit is bananas.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I hope so. And for the record, let me just say, and I've been saying it, to Mike Epps, if he sees this, I got nothing but love and respect for Mike. The last thing I'm trying to do is beef with Mike. And I've always had a very polarizing personality.
No, not you, nigga, not you. No.
Hey, listen, I've been called everything from bitter, angry, to a hater.
That sounds more like Paul Mooney. That sounds more like Paul Mooney.
A bitter, angry nigga than Mike Epps. Niggas angry. I just have passionate opinions about things. And either I say things that most people want to say but are too afraid to say, or just the fact that I have an opinion when I'm just supposed to shut up and tell jokes. Rub people the wrong way.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure it all out.
Not me, man. Let me tell you something. That's my argument. I think people are entitled to their perspectives, and they are entitled to have them without being guided or kind of negated or poo-pooed, or people tell them. I think you're bright. I think you see the world differently than a lot of people, and I think that's why you are who you are. And that's why I'm glad you're around, man. I think I promise you. I think we're a better art form because we have young cats like you. Well, not young. You're not young anymore because you got to get a prostate examination like everybody else. But I'm glad you're still here, man. I love you, man. Thank you for checking in.
I appreciate it. And as always, people, thank you. Check out the Spears and Steinberg podcast. DM me on Instagram, and I'll send you the direct link.
For sure, man. Holla at you later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
You have such a great voice.
Well, thank you very much.
If this would have worked out, you could have done a 900 commercial. That would have been dope. Right?
You know what? I'm going to take that. It's not often you give me a compliment.
What are you wearing? Right. What? I didn't say that.
Your compliments always go left every time.
I'd pay in the dark to hear that.
There is Jeff Brown.
Jeff Brown. We need a whole new name for his shoes, though. Have you seen his shoes?
It's Spat. Show him your shoes.
Show him your shoes.
Yes. Spectators,
yes, indeed.
Look here.
Yes, indeed.
That's grown man.
Wait.
Right there.
Put them down for. Put them down for Shirley Temple comes in here.
Got a pocket full of change and keys.
And the hat on the back of your... You're a whole walking character. It's dope.
After this, he holds out a little cardboard cup so he gets some change.
I like it.
I can hardly believe, like, I guess California is going to start easing restrictions, some restrictions.
Yes, restaurants are going to be very slow, though.
Yeah, it's the first time I ever wished I lived in a state that didn't give a fuck about us.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like Georgia. You saw where that guy is now saying, I maybe made a mistake and
man, they don't give a fuck about
too soon. Florida.
North Dakota.
They don't care.
I know people are dying in a Hormel plant, but Jesus. People need their spam.
I'm not going out till white folks stuff start opening.
Right, that's it.
That's it. When country clubs open, man, I'm go out.
When they open up a church or Latter Day Saints, then I'm getting out.
Yes.
I ain't going out.
Yes.
When I see Mitt Romney do this, I'm going out.
Then you know what I say.
Some of that.
You know it's funny? It's untenable, and I've said this all the time. It's untenable. If our response and our idea is that we're just going to wait it out. Like COVID, like, nigga, I got it all day.
Yeah, but we don't. Not the economy, anyway.
And now there's a COVID outbreak, 19 outbreak in Ralph's and Vons. That's like the Crips and Bloods of grocery stores.
Oh, yeah.
It really
Ralph's
is.
Food.
But that's what's so scary, though, is that if they're making these people work, and we definitely need them, then how do you protect them if you're not giving them PPE, right?
No.
And then you're wondering, okay, well, the workers are here, but some of them are testing positive. Then, of course, and they say that the virus lasts on the surfaces of the things that you purchase. Well, damn.
Well, how come the essential people that we claim are so essential are so replaceable?
Right.
Like, we don't, they're generally not union workers. They're not protected. Like, even if they are, they're not protected. They're not valued. Like, I think that they, the essential people are people that can't work from home. Like, they can't work from home.
Exactly.
They got to go there and stock those shelves and drive and do whatever. But we don't really appreciate them. Like,
you can tell that by what they're doing in Ohio, where they're saying basically they're giving on their website. Nonetheless, there is a spot where you can put in the name of people that you know.
You can snitch.
You can snitch on people who haven't returned to work.
So the government has turned to the overseer. He ain't working, boss.
Right.
Take his unemployment. That's basically what they're doing.
The people that they just tried to kick out of the country, literally. At one minute they were infesting us, and there were caravans of them. Now we can't get enough of them.
That's how we are.
I just think that this disease has exposed who we are. But what I thought was crazy was there was, I guess, right outside of San Diego, California. Everybody has to wear a mask or you can't get in. But who knew it would be this? Let me see the photo of. Let me see.
Now that's a big mask.
That is.
Oh, wow.
He should have went to KKK Mark. He should have been.
Y'all got any more 7-foot lowercase t's?
I know he wasn't at a Ralph's close to Magic Johnson Theater. I know that.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But when I saw his calf muscles, there's something about how a guy looks from the knee down.
Right.
I knew, he's probably, hood appropriate.
Right. I bet
I could tell.
I bet he's a responsible citizen of some type.
Okay.
Like I bet he's like a city councilman or something. You can tell by the
Police
like
chief. He's something.
Yeah, he's something.
He's a decision maker.
Yeah,
he's a decision maker.
He was proud. Did you see him just kind of leaning on his cart like, I'm here in the produce. What's up?
What was he next to? I know not the bananas. He wouldn't have been close to them.
I think he might have been close to the
If we
bananas.
could only pick where he get the shot.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Why don't you go to the 99-cent store
right
off of Prairie and right off of Imperial?
Any 99-cent store standing next to the purple Fabuloso, you'll get your ass.
You'll get everything you need.
You'll get your ass good whip.
You'll
get your ass good whip. Puffy said something. What did Puffy say?
So Puffy basically was doing an interview with Naomi Campbell, and he talked about how, the vote this year, he said, the black vote is not going to be for free. We're going to have to see some promises. What are we getting in return for our vote? Nothing has changed for Black America. In order for us to vote for whoever, we can't be taken for granted like always.
I think the sentiment of that is true, but obviously, what is it you want? It's like when somebody tells you, I want to be happy, but they never tell you the ways that you can make them happy. Like, what is it? Because we always compare our situation to the 60s, but the 60s, they were so much more in tune because they all had the same goal. And now our goals are so fragmented. So what is it you want? Like, what is it? What are the asks that you're going to ask for that would kind of satisfy your desires? Because you got to ask for something.
But at this point, I mean, anyone who is of color in this country should know the big thing that we need to get is for this clown out of office.
Well, yeah,
that's pretty simple.
But that's not for some people. Like, I think that you see right now we're dying disproportionately from COVID, but that is because the system was set up that the least privileged, the most underprivileged of us are dying, and that's not an administrative thing. That's just an American system of basically a caste system. But what is Puffy going to advocate that we should ask for? Like, it can't be just be bringing bad boy. Like, what
right.
Take
that.
What are you gonna do?
I advocate for bright red suits.
We'll answer your question when you stick to one name, you motherfucker. How about that?
There is D.L. Hughley Uncut, and boy, is it getting hot in here.
Yeah, we were talking about Puffy, and when he said we should get something for our vote, which I think that there's nothing wrong with that, but there has to be a level of specificity. Sure. And I think even if we talk about education, even if we talk about health care, even if we talk about the fact that some level of reparations, now you could say we don't all need the same thing. So say you need a business loan, or you need a home loan, or you need education for your children, or I might just take this taxes. There could be a pool of things. I think that one of the things that happens is all those young men and women who have been to jail for marijuana and now it's illegal should reap the profits of people who are now it's legal, and then you have these huge companies that are kind of enriching themselves off of other people's suffering. They should have a part of that.
I agree with that. But I think that's why it's too dangerous to have one person trying to speak for all black people about their needs and their wants.
Let me tell you
it's
something.
impossible.
It's 40 million people. Not one person can approximate a population that got Puffy and Ben Carson.
Right.
Take that.
I just don't think it's prudent. I don't think it's fair to approach it and go, because one person can't speak for us all, that nobody should say anything.
That's right.
That's my issue. There are things that need to be said.
Right, and I think that there are things that we should, like it's not 100% of one thing, it's 1% of 100 things.
Yes.
But I think that ultimately the sentiment is that we shouldn't be taken for granted is absolutely true.
That is true.
But you can't just say, like when a woman says, make me happy, and I go, how?
You
know me well enough, you should do it. Right, like,
now, what's wrong with that?
Exactly.
Figure it out.
You ever ask a woman where to eat?
Right, right. That's what's wrong with it.
You got to ask the right woman where to eat.
All right. So we don't have a doctor, but it doesn't matter because then we can be part of the Corona Task Force. We don't have a doctor at all.
Yeah. And none of them are doctors either.
We can suggest taking bleach. We can do that.
Right,
we wouldn't.
We can go one of our doctors. Dre, Seuss.
Right. So Pepper. Right. So we couldn't find a doctor, so we got a motherfucker who looked like one.
And boy, does he look like
And it's time for You Look Like a Doctor.
You look like
I don't know why you look like a doctor, but I know
But
that
he does.
Yeah.
If I saw him in the grocery store, I'd swear he was a doctor.
Yeah.
And I'd say, what's this
or
rash?
cab
Tell you
driver.
what, if
one
my
of 'em.
appendix was about to bust and I had
He'd
to
be
pick
the one
it,
you
so
talk to.
I'd point at him. Here, you
Yeah,
do it.
me too.
The sad thing about it is his mother is so sad. Like, he should have been a doctor, but he's hanging out with us.
I left my house this morning with the surgical mask, and she was so disappointed. She was like,
Just another
You know
reminder.
late, Jay.
Right? It couldn't really happen.
It's too late.
So we don't have a real doctor. So you're our staff, like our resident doctor.
Our resident doctor.
And I have some
Pseudo-doctor.
questions for doctors.
I'm your not Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
There you go. Damn near not Sanjay Gupta. Should we, if you were a real doctor, should we ingest Lysol?
Hang on, let me check.
No.
He's got the Lysol can.
Okay.
All right, it says it's good for removing HIV and hepatitis B from surfaces, but not in the bloodstream. So,
Well,
I don't think it can cure the.
No. Okay.
Well, wait a second. What about alcohol? Can we drink alcohol to get rid of COVID-19?
Alcohol. If you have COVID-19, alcohol is the best thing for you because if you get enough of that in your system, 19. And if you get pulled over, for having too much alcohol in your system, you get to be like, hey, doc, or hey, officer, it's a respiratory illness. Are you sure?
And this
Blow
is my
into that thing?
prescription.
Just trying to take
I
care
don't
of
have
yourself.
corona, but I do have a DUI. That's not it.
That's
Just because everybody's telling us the protocols. Does wearing a mask help? Because generally for black people, wearing a bandana over your face is frowned upon. But does wearing a mask help?
For UDL, not at all, because you pulling it down to be like, I'm not going to rob you.
I'm not going to rob you. It's so stupid. So here's something that's been debated. Now, was the virus actually grown in a petri dish to kind of hurt Americans, to kind of get at us? Is that what happened? I mean, you would know, right?
No, you're thinking of blue cheese.
Thank you. I'll remember that the next time on my salad.
So you didn't go to medical school, but you could have been a doctor.
No, I couldn't have been a doctor because I hate science so much that I became a Republican.
Well, if you didn't go to medical school and you hated science, you could have been just well, you could have worked at Kaiser. It'd have been the same thing.
It'd have been the same thing.
Where would you have gone to
Yeah,
medical?
but you look like a doctor, not but you look like a terrorist.
Wow. Terrorist doctor.
Oh, wait.
Which,
you definitely sound like a Republican.
I Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. And our guest today is an actor known for movies including Juwanna Mann, Black Dynamite, but most importantly, he played DL's brother on the Hughleys. Please welcome to the show, Miguel A. Nunez Jr.
What's going on, y'all?
Hey, Skinny, what's happening, man?
You called him Skinny.
What's up, man? I love you, brother. You know you are my favorite person on this planet.
Thank you,
and
man.
Most recently known for raps.
Oh, wow.
What are those pictures behind you, man? What are those pictures behind you? What are those pictures behind you?
That's I don't know if I can bring it over because I don't want to move my position.
Right.
Just some pictures of what's his name?
Kanye West.
Kanye West. Yeah. You better ask that nigga's name.
Terrence Howard. There you go.
Yeah,
leave that right there. Leave it right there.
Thank you.
Right.
It's Terrence Howard.
Did you paint those?
Yeah, well, you know, when you're home, you got to do something.
Well, look how he's holding the picture. Now, you can leave that one back there. You don't have to bring it out.
What is the scar on the face right there?
My girlfriend slashed it because she got mad.
What does the back look like?
She got mad and slashed all of them. She slashed all of my photos.
I so want to know what you did to make that happen, but I want to ask you.
Yeah. So you know this is a pandemic, right? And so
absolutely.
What's interesting is the last time, like we've gotten a chance to talk a number of times, I think America's having a hard time adjusting to not being able to do what it wants when it wants, to not having what it once had. Like, I think it's affected us a lot of ways, particularly our psyche, like who we've seen ourselves as. You've made a lot of adjustments. Like, I remember the stuff you've been through. You'd be the perfect person to tell America how to get through this thing, man. The perfect one to say.
Man, listen to me. I've been homeless. You know me. I've been homeless. I've been with and I've been without. And 90% of the time, I stay home all the time. Most of the times, anyway. Most of the time. Trying to get most of the times, anyway. And listen to me. Pretty much, I think this is a godsend for us.
Why?
It's a reset.
Yes.
It's a reset. If I look at the videos online and I see these certain celebrities and they'll be outside with their kids and they'll have a little tent in the backyard or a tent in the living room. And those little kids probably been dying to spend that time with their parents.
Right.
Wasn't for the coronavirus, the parents would have been at work, the kids would have been out. It's been a reset. It's taken away. I mean, all the things we cherish so much, it's been shown that it don't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean anything. The most important thing that matters is closeness to family and the people that loved you. And it took a virus for us to kind of get that.
Right.
But whatever it takes, and whatever it takes.
Don't you think that if we were able to be close, because now part of the protocol is that you can't be in proximity to people like that. So even you could be in somebody's
Social
space,
distancing, yeah.
but even the way we have to do this TV show right now, no one can be close to each other. So the
6
very
feet.
thing that the very thing that you say that you need, which is to be close to people, now you can't really have. You can't really be close to them.
No. Yes, but the thing about it is we've always been getting close to the wrong people. But what this has forced us to do is get closer to family. Families are pretty much together. It's just all those other extra people that you used to hang out with, or you won't be able to do that. But the people that are closest to you, your family, my daughter's in the other room, the closest people to you, you've been able to get closer to those people.
Yeah,
You've
but
been
after like
separated
6 or 7 weeks, now you're like sick of it. So
Let's
some,
kill
for
them.
some people,
We got to
it's
murder
like,
them.
you know,
now the murder rate's
combustible.
going up.
Yeah, right. It's funny because my daughter said something to me today. She said, I'm not going out. There's a casting director wanted her to come in for something. She said, oh, I'm not going out to dinner. I said, listen, this is going to be around with us for a long time. And you got to think about it. We're going to have to learn how to deal with this once we are open back up. Like you said, Dale, this social distancing, that stuff is going to be a part of our life. So we're going to have to get out there anyway. I think it's way too soon. I think it's too, and them dumb niggas in the left, sorry, them dumb brothers.
You call that?
Yeah,
You can say, yeah, we're all right.
It's
You
uncut, so you
yeah.
Dumb niggas in the left, spending that, wasting their money in a damn Nike line, in a long Nike line. Their stimulus money on Nike kicks. We are so backwards. It blows my mind. We should not be running out there when we are the ones dying the most.
What did you think? Because I wanted to call you immediately after I heard this happen, because it's a word I used to hear all the time, and I never really associated with anybody, but it is one I associate with you. Nonplus, like you just like whatever, and I think that's more difficult for a lot of people. Has it been the way that you live, your experiences that made you this way? Do you think it was always inherent? You think that it's just something you came by innately? What do you think?
I think it's exactly the way, it's the way I was raised. You got to remember, I was raised in a Christian home on a little farm in North Carolina, way deep in the country. I had to go to church every Sunday. I couldn't curse, drink, smoke. I had to be in the house at 11 o'clock, even after I graduated from high school. It's like the Bible says, once it's in you, it stays in you. Everybody says to me, why are you so accessible? The one thing this Ralph situation taught me 2 lessons. And that's one is I can't just do what the hell I want.
No.
I used to think, man, I would do stuff. I would take weed and oil pins to states that didn't have it, where it's a felony. And I'm like, I ain't worried about that. I'm Miguel Nunez. Yeah. Ain't not gonna happen. And the second thing I learned, I'm famous. Real.
Well, yeah, that's a nice lesson to learn.
Let me tell you something.
That's a
He
lesson.
alluded to the Ralph's thing, right? Like arrested for shoplifting.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
She called me, and I was
did.
running, and what'd you say?
As soon as I saw the story break, I called him. I said, hey, is he okay? What happened?
And I was like, what are you talking about?
I had no idea what was going on. I was like, you should probably get into the news.
You hit me up on Instagram, which I saw much later.
I said, because he was arrested for shoplifting. And I thought, oh my God, I gotta reach out to my brother. Like I did. And
that was the headline.
That nigga was like, I had the money, I just didn't want to wait in line.
Yeah. But they're gonna run with the headline, and that was that Miguel Nunez arrested for shoplifting.
I called the police. They did. I called the police because I said, I want you to go back. It's called a civil standby. and I got to be honest, because I told them, I said, I need to go back and pay for something to it. They said, okay, we'll go meet you there. And then the cop came back and said, well, she's not taking your money. No. But here's what I didn't tell you. Every day I went there, I had a problem with her. She would have us standing in this long line, and there'd be 40 people outside and 10 in the store. I'm like, what are you doing? There's only 10 people in. Well, we got to practice social distance. But 40 outside, when you're the dumbest manager, we've had problems.
Right.
She wasn't wrong. You can't leave and decide when you want to come back. But I learned two things. I did not know, and I swear to you, that I was that famous. I didn't know I would make
Well, you know it now.
I know it now.
It was headline news.
I gotta get this nigga GoFundMe.
And I remember Dio couldn't believe it. He was like, "Are you sure?"
Yeah,
I was like, "I'm telling you, I've checked 4 sites. It's there."
Yeah, man. And then I called you. You didn't call me back.
I was on everything. I was excited for a minute.
How did it end up working out? What happened?
Oh no, well, it was dismissed because they said on TMZ, he didn't go to jail because coronavirus. It wasn't that. It was that I never had a record, never been in trouble, and they weren't locking anybody. I didn't even get locked up. I just took me to the station, signed something, and left. Charges were dropped because because I did a civil standby, I went back to pay. If you steal, you have to have an intent to deprive.
Right.
Once I went back, that takes away the intent to deprive.
What did you have?
What were you getting?
What did you get?
What were you getting?
A whole lot of shit.
I thought maybe one thing, but if you were walking out with bags, that's a lot.
No, I had a whole cart. I just put the cart out to my car. They were all.
I can't do that. I literally thought it was one thing. I didn't know it was a cart.
Oh, no, it was a whole lot of shit. I learned a valuable lesson. It was a valuable lesson. No matter what happens to you in life, good or bad, there's lessons that come up. And I learned a lesson. I can't do anything I want. And before that, I literally thought
Yeah.
And I was doing shit that would have made this would have been like this and shit.
Oh no, we have some of them on the phone now. They want to talk to you too. So
and I'm good friends with all the cops. They just came over here because my company makes this. Hold on.
Oh, wait a second. Only he could do this.
It's Miguel.
Only he could do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he says
now
he
I gotta
doesn't
see
know
Kanye look like LeBron James in the back.
Look like they ain't talking to each other.
Okay, we make these.
Louis Vuitton. Okay.
But this is the one I'm doing for them. So I got 4 officers coming over here today.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't need that.
I ain't wearing that one.
No.
Yeah, I probably
don't wear
And
that.
what you don't want to do is go back to that same store with one of those on.
What's the other couple options? What other options?
Huh?
What other options do you have? You have Louis Vuitton, you got LAPD.
I got Louis, Gucci, Supreme, everything.
So only you could find a way to make money off an international pandemic.
But all money goes to charity.
Oh,
okay, that's nice.
What's the name of the charity?
Shit, I gotta go get it over there. You know Leah Thompson?
I love this guy.
You know Leah Thompson?
Of course.
Yeah.
Casting director Leah Thompson. She called me right after the Ralph thing. We got together with Ralph's. We started this organization, and we raised all of these funds. We're going to take those funds and we're going to give them to the actors that are in the homes who can't afford to get out and who can't afford. We got Ralph gift cards, thousands of dollars, and we're going to give them out to those guys.
Why don't you just teach them how to rip?
Helping Hand Foundation.
Or you could teach them how to rip off a whole shopping basket full of shit and not go to jail. You can teach them that too.
And then turn it around and turn it into a charitable event. Only he could do this.
Do you think, what do you think will be the outcome of this whole thing? What do you think it'll look like?
I think it's going to be a better America. I do. I think because people have been locked up so much, and now because before this, we thought we were invincible. We can do anything and do anything we wanted. I think this has kind of brought everybody back down to a little reality. Now, I think once we go back out, we can't look at the world the same way. I think once we go out, it's going to be more, you're going to start getting closer to the people that truly mean something to you because you don't know. And because the virus is out there, you don't know who might be close to you that might not be around a year from now. So I think once we come out of this, our entire lives are going to change. The way we operate, I don't know about movie theaters. What do you think about that, DL? We won't be able to go to that.
Yeah,
no more.
yeah. I don't know.
But do you think, to DL's point, that in terms of in a world that was already socially distant anyway, and now having these mandates in place to also now be socially distant, that it's really going to bring us back together?
Well, you know what? It could make us worse.
You know,
because you know something that's weird? Every time, and this bothers me, every time I'm out, and it's only happened with old white women, you'll be standing in the Starbucks or wherever you are, and they'll be like this. I'll be right here, and they'll be like, and I'm like, what is wrong with you, lady? I got on a fucking mask and you got on a fucking mask. Why are you running around like that?
Like my purse don't have a mask. My purse don't have a mask.
Yeah.
You left a small town in North Carolina precisely because you wanted something more and you didn't like being told what to do. You wanted to do your own thing. You didn't, and now you're saying that people kind of telling us what to do and limiting our freedom is going to make us better. I don't understand that.
Okay, well, me, I look at it like this. I don't listen to the government. I read everything I can from every single person who's saying something about it. The professionals, definitely a lot dumbass Donald Trump, dumbass Mike Pence, and his dumbass ignorant pasty-faced son. Don't listen to them. Anybody who listens and believes anything Donald Trump says, I personally hope you catch corona and die.
Wow.
not both.
You better turn that Kanye picture around. You better turn that Kanye picture around.
I'm not taking it back. I said it, I meant it, and I'm here to represent it. I don't give a damn. The lionest, dumbest man in the history, and he's getting people killed. Period.
We know how he feels.
I am going to go on and live my life. Like I was telling my daughter, if somebody offers me a job right now in anywhere but New York, I'm going to go. I'm going to get on a plane. I don't give up no more. The virus is going to be there. I'm just going to have to learn to live and deal and work around it. I will wash my hands. I will wear my gloves. I will wear my mask. I don't care how long it takes, but I'm not going to stay in the house forever.
Right.
Period. And when I get out, I'm going to still be the same way. I don't care if people like this. You want to hug me? I'm going to hug you. You want to do this? I got on my mask. I still do the same shit. They be like, dude, you just hugged him. Hey, fuck man. I sure did hug him. Can my cousin say hi?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, DL, what the hell on, man? Man, I can't believe they real DL. Man, leave him alone. He gotta go.
Hey, Miguel, I love you, man.
Thanks, Miguel.
Thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it. God bless you, too. Thank you, man. Take care. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
Welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Little situation that we got going on right here.
Bit of it.
No, I don't. Don't say that. My computer could really be jacked up.
Yeah, all right. That's what you get.
I was shaking my glass because it was empty,
Well,
but there was a little swallow in here that I missed.
Yeah, all shaking glasses and swallows is just.
You know what? Don't be disrespectful. Welcome to the show.
I'm glad. I'm sorry that you.
I can tell. How sorry are you?
You know
my
what I've
computer's
never
jacked up?
done? I've never spilled any alcohol on my computer ever.
But have you ever spilled it on someone else?
No.
Never?
Well,
I don't know.
I just got back in the house. Let's not bring up abortion. Let's not. Why are we? What is wrong with you?
It is the moment of truth.
What is wrong with you?
Well, I tell you what, though, now that we're talking, I want to talk a little bit about this $3 trillion aid package that the Democrats are trying to push.
That ain't going to happen.
You don't think so?
No, I think that the Senate is controlled by Republicans, and I think that there are enough Republicans. Listen, it's clear that you can bail out airlines and big businesses, but don't have the temerity to want to help people who are impacted. Don't do that.
Well, Mitch McConnell's already said it ain't going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know what's...
Not
Mitch
gonna
McConnell,
work.
I don't know what's thinner, his legislative accomplishments or his lips.
I'm going to go with his lips.
Yeah, that dude, his lips look like light switches. I have no...
But it's sad people need this money.
They do. Okay, you
They
can't
need
tell
this
people to
money.
come on. You can't tell people they can't go to work. They have to shelter in place, obviously, which was because the government had failed in being prepared for this level of pandemic.
Right.
Look, and I'm not going to... There's no way that we could have stopped this from coming to our country, but I find it particularly telling that it landed here in South Korea at the same time, and they did things we didn't. Like they were prepared for it. They tested, and they did tracing, and they did things that mitigated the effect of the pandemic. And they have a little over 400 deaths, and we have before this show is over, we'll have 90,000.
We will. And of course, Trump keeps bragging on how we've got the best testing in the whole world, and we've handled it better than anybody else.
I think that's really an attack on our idea, but we're really just a rich third world country. More people are dead in this country than if you take all the other countries combined. More people have been exposed, have this disease, and more people are dead from it than the next 6 or 7 countries combined.
Yeah.
And I think it says, would we be ashamed of that? Like we're number one is good for the Olympics or like for manufacturers. It's not good for dying. It's not that.
Well, I mean, it's about to get worse. You do know that because a lot of people who aren't able to go back to work now don't qualify for health insurance.
Well, and not only that, now the Trump administration is trying to force people to go back to work. When you got to force somebody to go back to work, they don't got a career, they got a job.
Absolutely.
Like nobody has to be forced to go back to their career. I want to go back to what I was doing before. But when you got to do a job, when you got to do something and they force you to go, you don't want to do it. And so I think it says a lot about a people who right now, like we've heard the lieutenant governor of Texas and several other Republicans that people should be willing to risk their lives for their country. And I think that's ridiculous for black people because our ancestors already did that. Like,
yeah,
like Kunta did this, so I ain't got to. I'm not feeling ready. But I think that when people have to be made to go back to work or lose their benefits, we're trying to force, and it's really not about whether America's ready or safe. It's about improving his re-election prospect.
Well, you saw where Jared Kushner is suggesting that possibly we move the election date. How about that?
How can your son-in-law decide? I don't trust Jared, Trump's son-in-law, or the dude from Subway.
Neither one.
Well, he's got a lot to say for the little bit of power that he has, and the fact that he has absolutely no experience. Why is he even talking about the election?
He wants to delay the election, which is constitutionally impossible, A. And if Trump is doing that well, why would he want to delay his inevitable win? It is because he knows how bad this is. And what he wants to do is to get a delay in hopes that the economy will get better or good enough for him to have a chance at winning. But no one, we're talking about depression level unemployment.
Oh, for sure.
That can't be on your bumper sticker.
Yeah, the economy is not going to get better, not anytime soon.
And
it's just not.
They think the longer, like it reminded me of that old Chris Rock drum, grand open, grand closing.
Just like that.
Like I had the best economy in the world. Well, you don't now.
Nope.
Right. Well, congratulations to him because you know what? He set out to undo everything Obama did.
Yeah, right.
I don't think he meant this part, but you did that
That black
too.
dude made the country run smoothly. What did you see what I do?
It makes no sense.
It's really it says a lot. And now you have people that are trying to take. It's interesting that America. There are more people in America who will be angry at a man who tried to make sure that they could go to the doctor, give them affordable health care, than they are the dude who tried to tell them to take disinfectant.
And some of them listen. We don't want to forget that.
Right. Like they're more mad at a black dude for trying to give them health care than a white dude who tried to give them bleach.
One of those don't work as well.
No.
Of course you take bleach.
Well, it is someone's
Why you always
favorite
laughing
time
when
of the
we
show because
going?
I giggle. It's okay. It's my
People
inside
think
voice. I
something's
hear it.
going
You
on that
don't.
we ain't doing before you get
Why
back.
are you so nervous about it?
Spilling drinks on computers.
Now, I didn't mean to do that. Normally, I never spill a drink. Anyway, it's time for your favorite part of the show.
Yeah.
You know what this is.
You know what it's time for.
You know it's time for.
This nigga
yes,
here.
It is. So people are wondering, in case you don't know, who actually leaked the video of the shooting, the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. Well, it actually was friend and attorney to the McMichaels, Alan Tucker. And take a look at this video here, thanks to Inside Edition.
Leaked by attorney Alan Tucker, a friend of the McMichaels.
You really thought releasing this video was going to help?
I really thought that releasing the video would put the truth out to the public. I was trying to stop a riot.
The McMichaels claim Arbery was a burglary suspect and they were trying to make a citizen's arrest and acting in self-defense.
The video speaks for itself. What happened. I don't have an excuse for it. I can't explain it. Other than, we always say, well, if he'd just frozen and hadn't done anything, he wouldn't have got shot.
Well, there you have it.
This nigga here.
With a capital N.
Listen, a few words of advice. If your lawyer got a mullet, your ass going to jail.
Right to jail.
Yeah, you might want to write that tip down.
This looked like the country version of My Cousin Vinny. Don't it just?
He said the two Utes. You saw the Utes.
Right.
Yeah. He's actually an attorney. You get that, right?
Yeah, right.
He's an attorney.
Yeah, right,
he
right.
showed this video, and he really believed it would exonerate his clients. But listen to this. He said, basically, when he was trying to explain more about it, he said, well, when you saw what happened in Baltimore, you've seen what happened in Charleston, and you saw what happened in Ferguson. I was trying to stop a riot.
No. What you thought
That's what he
was
said.
that, listen, I don't know if he's a lawyer or he slept at a Holiday Inn Express last night. I can't tell you. But I'll say this. It says a lot that you saw a video of a dude getting murdered, and your conclusion was that this was going to help us.
That's going to help, yeah.
Like, the only conclusion I can reach from that is that he saw a black dude get murdered and went, oh, ain't nobody going to think we just killed a black dude.
And also, he thought whoever he showed it to would
Right.
agree with him
Right.
That's exactly.
and be of the same kind of way of thinking.
Well, you can't, first off, you have to run your your defense past your clients.
They got to think that's okay.
They gotta say, yeah.
Run on down there and show them that video.
Just show them.
That's exactly what they said.
His lawyer's looking around like, what kind of white people don't see this video?
right.
Don't you? Come on, white people, y'all see this?
And then there are other defense, but we're going to show a picture of the black dude walking around in an empty house.
He ain't going to take nothing, but he's clearly black.
Right. In every angle.
Yep, he's still
I'm
black.
sure he said, run it again. Maybe you didn't see it.
Listen, I was talking to that negress, Candace Owens. She agreed.
She got it.
She saw the same thing we saw.
So many things wrong with the situation.
Primarily, it's really just America. Like, it's really just you. America really pretty much believes everything you say about black people. Like, all you got to do is say Obamagate. You ain't got to have no proof. Just say
Doesn't matter.
That's it.
Yeah. And even in this situation, they still tried to blame him. They said if he just froze,
Right.
he wouldn't have got shot.
Right. Yeah, because I don't know about you. Like, I don't know, but two white dudes in a pickup truck chasing me and jumping out with shotguns.
Yeah.
Instills a great sense of confidence in me.
Yeah,
I think I'll
yelling.
stop.
Yeah.
There
he is.
I think these rednecks just want to talk.
Hey, guys.
Fellas. Do I hear a banjo? The idea that you actually believe that it's reasonable to believe that two men that jump out of one with a shotgun and the other with a gun in the back, they just want to. In my experience, like I'm never been a lawyer, I can't say that, but generally when two motherfuckers pull up with guns, they don't want to talk.
They do not.
Talking's done.
Yeah, they have their minds up, and he went out fighting, and he was fighting for his life, which is everybody's prerogative. That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it says a lot that that lawyer believe if I just show this video to the peoples, they'll understand what we're talking about.
Maybe not the first time, but at least the second or third. They will get it. I'm
Look,
certain
if you
of it.
rewind the tape, he's still a nigga. Look at this.
Yeah. Perhaps you didn't see him.
That was his ace in the hole, though. He said, just wait, I got
it's
something
Spade
for
in the
it.
hole.
Dark.
I don't.
Right.
And everything they do keeps making it worse. Like the fact that he said, well, you know, they're making a citizen's arrest. You know, Greg McMichaels was an investigator for the district attorney, and he didn't even have the power to arrest then. Like he couldn't even. He had more powers to arrest as a citizen of Georgia than he did as an investigator. They didn't let this dude carry a gun, and all of a sudden, this is your defense.
To make a citizen's arrest. Perhaps that's why he was making the citizen's arrest, because he finally got to carry a gun and chase somebody down and shoot them.
And to pretend like he didn't
what he
know
wanted to do.
Ahmaud Arbery, like his office had prosecuted him for having a gun when he was 19 years old. So that black dude, he knew who he was.
Exactly who it was, yeah.
He knew who he was. And then I just can't. What we need is more lawyers like that. More lawyers
like Alan Tucker.
Yes.
More lawyers. Yes. You can't handle the truth.
I got represented by a guy like him one time when I had a traffic ticket.
And what happened?
I went to jail.
Yeah. All right, our guest today is the president of Black Hollywood.
Yeah, man.
Yes, he's a comedian, actor, writer, director, and producer. He's the creator of Real Husbands
Yeah,
of
man.
Hollywood, and you can currently see his date night with his beautiful wife on Instagram. It is Chris Spencer.
What's up, Chris?
I love that date night, by the way. It's super dope.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We having fun.
You know what's funny? Some people, only you and probably me would find a way to work during the pandemic. Like that's like you like
right.
Where somebody see only destruction and despair, you see
a way out of nowhere.
You see a show. That's
It's so funny. Everybody's complaining about not working. I'm like, oh, what's that like?
Yeah. I want to hear you, but I'm late. For
it is unfamiliar.
Yeah. Should have got off the road earlier and came to this writer's room I told you about in '87.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. What is it about you? Like, cause that date night is very big. You and I were involved in the Seek comedy platform. You're finding a way to work when there's like nothing there to do, like no, everybody's sheltering. Well, that's West Indians, right? They're
gonna find something
shelter
to
in
do.
place. No, we'll find something. We'll find something to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, man.
So what did you think? So now you have now date night. That's you and Vanessa.
Yeah, my wife. We decided, we used to always, not always, according to her.
Right.
We would go on dates.
She's probably right.
Like, yeah, we never go out. I'm like, we're out now. As you're telling me, we ain't.
We're virtually out.
Yeah. So we would go on dates with other couples, and we would put our phones in the middle and say, let's not answer the phone. If
Right.
kids are on fire, we ain't
Right.
answering. And let's just talk about everything that we need to talk about these 2 or 3 hours. So we sold the show to Sirius XM and Laugh Out Loud Network.
Right.
And pandemic happened.
Right.
So we were sitting around and we're like, wait a minute, look at D Nice and look at all these other people creating work out of being home. So you know what? This will be junior college for us before we go to university. We can practice getting good.
Right.
And let's see if we still like each other after these few weeks doing this show together.
I think a lot of people are doing
Yeah.
that. If they still like each other.
Let me tell you something. The one thing about being with each other all the time is you understand. Like I think we're distracted by work and by having to go places. Like everybody, you would hear everybody, I just wish I had more time with my family. And now you're like, fuck that, I gotta go. Fuck them people.
Here's what's funny. So when I was moving and shaking, it was always me asking, yo, when we gonna do it? What's up?
Right.
Now she's like, hey. I'm like, ugh.
Jesus Christ.
I don't want to do it no more.
It's tough, though. It's tough to even get up and find a reason to get dressed. It's tough to get up to figure out, okay, we'll go from one room to another. Like, what are we doing?
Baby, you trained my body to have sex once every 2 or 3 months.
Right,
How am I gonna do it?
right. I'm a sexual camel is what I am.
I don't even know what. Okay.
Do you like? But there is a specific mindset. Like I remember once I was talking to Eddie Griffin. He used to do this joke. He said in order for Alexander Graham Bell to invent the telephone, he had to want to talk to motherfuckers that weren't even there. And I think it's the same thing. Like to me, I've known you for a very long time, and it's interesting to watch how you're a good stand-up, but a great creator. Like a great
I always think that's a diss when you tell me that.
No, it's not. It's not at all. Because
but your writing is fantastic.
Right, nigga. You can't over for me, but you can write what I say.
Yeah.
No,
you know him well. You know him well.
No, I'm saying like the things you've been able to do.
Yeah, I mean, we find our niche in this thing called Hollywood. You know, Steve Harvey thought he was going to be a movie star, and then boom, talk show stuff started to happen. You know what I mean? So find our ways. Larry David had to make a left turn, become a showrunner, and then came back to become a
You're
star.
more like to me. I actually call you that, the Black Larry David minus all the money and a black wife.
I have this.
if he had married somebody, if he married a black woman.
Yes, I literally created that script about my life, making the change back to being in front of the camera and doing that kind of stuff, and my wife hating it because she loves how comfortable we are. I'm not on the road, and you know I can get fat and start smoking cigarettes, and ain't nobody going to fuck me. So,
I never thought of it that way.
Yeah. Don't let LaDonna see this. We don't need that. Do you miss the performance? Because for me, I love all the other things I'm doing, but I fucking miss being in front of an audience. Like more, not as like I'm not as suicidal as I thought I would be, but I'm very, I miss it a lot. Do you miss doing stand up?
Well, see, I never was the road warrior like you guys. You know what I mean? So I miss my little 20 minutes in town, or you know, the 3 or 4 dates I do every 2 months. You know what I mean? But I was never night in, night out, stand up, suitcase, home, you know what I mean? So, but I do miss an audience. You know what I mean? I was ready to do a special, so I was hitting the road more than normal. And, you know, this happened, and it said what you said. Chris, you're a better writer than
Do you?
Well, you know what? You weren't. You said you weren't really a road warrior the way that they were, right? So
don't say were.
Well,
like we are.
Okay,
we're just waiting to happen.
Well, at the moment. But is there anything that you've learned about yourself having to be home now that just about everything here in LA anyway is closed? What have you learned the most about yourself or about your relationship with your wife?
I've learned if you eat chocolate every day, you could become allergic to chocolate. This was so funny. Everybody was complaining about their wives and their relationships, and we're around each other, and there's fights, and you're hearing about divorces. The percentage of divorce has gone up. And the day I said, me and her ain't having no problems, we had the biggest fight ever.
Right.
Matter of fact, this back house right now is my room.
No, this is what you could get in a settlement. I think what I think about, like I remember, and this is my most vivid, like I remember, and it's what I'll take away from this whole experience. I remember when the Surgeon General got on TV and he was talking about how you can't do drugs and alcohol and you can't smoke, and I'm like, and still be home with my family, like because if I got to be home with my family, either I'm gonna be a murderer or alcoholic, and like you would rather have me go to a 12-step program than a mortuary. Like I just
don't be silly.
But I think that I've learned a lot about myself just having to be like I don't know what a weekend is like at home. Like I'm like, what do you motherfuckers do?
Yeah. It's never what you think it is. That's for sure. You learn
what do you
that
do
fast.
when I'm not around? Like,
and which kid are you again?
Right. Right, but there's something to be able to find a creative through line that is very specific to somebody like the Keenan Wayans of the world, the Larry Davids of the world, the Hughes of the world, the Neil Brennans, the cats that kind of can just have a different perspective no matter what's going on around them. And I think that it is a skill set that is particularly valuable in times like this.
Yeah, and it's actually great for me. Like those 8 weeks we couldn't play golf, I wrote 2 scripts.
Right.
So I actually, luckily for me, like I was saying, you know, I don't know what it's like to not work because I sold a movie, 2 movies and a TV show right before all this happened. So all of that made me have to sit my ass down and finish.
So we know you learned a lot about you. What did you learn about your family? Because I know learning, I've learned, you know, because they're strangers to me pretty much. It's nice to get to know them in this little, last time I saw you were a kid. But what have you learned about your family that's so much different than it was?
I was always home-ish, so they've learned to do things while they've been here. They learned how to, you know, since there's no cleaning lady.
Right. Cleaning lady. She got demoted. Look, I can't afford a nanny. I can afford a cleaning lady.
You're a cleaning lady now.
So yeah, they learned how to fucking clean. You know what I mean? Like they never cleaned a toilet before. They never cleaned a bathroom.
What kind of West Indies are these? This is bullshit.
Yes. Yeah. So watching them have to do the stuff that I used to have to do like it was a given is great. As a matter of fact, I don't think we ever hire in the nanny or the cleaner lady.
Right. Why would I do that? Why would I do that when I have these
yes,
subjects?
I have Cinderella and her brother.
So you're writing a stand-up. You're doing a Netflix special or a comedy special?
Yeah, I actually, it's so funny. For years, I had people throwing me money to shoot my special. Right. And I was like, not yet. Okay. And then now I was like, what am I waiting for?
Right.
It was so funny, like, I love writing. I like writing a lot.
Right.
But what you do is what I feel like. My tombstone can't read, you know, him and James Hanna was the greatest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I have to be known as a stand-up comedian before I die. It can't be writer/comedian. It's got to be comedian/writer.
Right. You know, we have a thread. It's me and you and Don Cheadle and Anthony Anderson and George Lopez and Ced the Entertainer. And we call it the thread. And I often, like, you hear about how people's accounts get hacked and people can see all their messages. The minute that happens to us, none of y'all niggas is working. And like, I won't even say it. They'll say some shit. I'll be like, you won't get me, motherfucker.
What's funny is he won't say it on the phone, but he says the shit on air.
Right. I won't. I'll be like,
He says that. That's
all I do is LOL. That's hilarious.
That was so funny. The best thing that's ever happened to the thread for us is that we get to see DL and he responds.
And that's it.
We played golf with him and we looked at the nigga like he was Jimmy Hoffa. We were like, hey, that's him.
Chris took my picture and some DNA. Let's see. We don't know who this nigga is. We don't know.
Funny. I looked at the picture again and you was gone like the dude in Back to the Future.
Hello, I'm Tim Reed. For many years, it's been my pleasure to produce a number of documentaries discovering fascinating and provocative tales, the accomplishments, tragedies, and the greatness behind some of the most unique people of color that have ever walked through life. From my archives, here is one such story. He was called the eighth wonder of the world, a musical prodigy, a genius, often compared to the likes of Mozart. Born blind and into slavery, his life was filled with controversy and exploitation. Thomas Wiggins Bethune, known simply as Blind Tom, also happened to be the last legal slave in America. I'm Tim Reed, and this is Legacy of a People. Blind Tom was born in 1849 in Columbus, Georgia. Thomas Green Bethune was the son of field slaves, but over the course of a half-century, his dazzling skills at the piano enthralled audiences worldwide. This forgotten prodigy was often called the Black Mozart.
When I go down to Columbus and I talk to the people down there, and they don't even know who grew up in their town. They have no idea. Exploitation right now for Blind Tom would be a gift because no one knows about him.
I think the reason he's compared to Mozart is because, like Mozart, he too was a prodigy and playing piano and outrageous compositions coming from him at such a young age.
They both had abilities, best abilities that history lets us know. There's always somebody better, but there's only so many people that history will support. And we don't write the history.
Our performers, our musicologists have little interest in promoting the music of a late 19th century Black American performer. That interest is not there, partly because it's one of a racial discrimination. It's also a chronological discrimination. It's the past. It's not significant. Well, they make those decisions also, but not without even knowing whether there is significance in Blind Tom's music.
Blind Tom is one of a number of significant 19th century musical figures about whom we know comparatively little.
Blind Tom, the eighth wonder of the world, able to leap buildings in a single bound, almost like the Superman theory. Only thing is, it's a black person. That was what made it so weird. This is a black person doing this. This black person is blind and can play Chopin, Beethoven, Mozart. He composes music, and he can play back any piece of music that he hears. So I guess it led people to wonder, oh, well, this is just unsightly. No black person is intelligent enough to do this.
It's an embarrassment to the South. What they did to this man is truly an embarrassment. When you have the greatest artist in the world is saying he should be mentioned with Mozart, Beethoven, Chopin, the greatest composers in the world, and his name is not even there. Well, there as much attention that he can get at this particular time, over 100 years later, I welcome it. I welcome it.
This is Scott Elton in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I'm speaking with University of Minnesota Afro-American Studies professor Geneva Southall about the life and music of 19th century American composer and musician Thomas Wiggins, who was and is commonly known as Blind Tom.
I heard about Blind Tom, or read about him for the first time when I was completing my Ph.D. at the University of Iowa in a piano literature class. And as we were looking at a book by Harold Schoenberg, the only black he had in that book was Blind Tom, and he was being promoted, as the common legend had him, as a freak, as an idiot, never been taught, but could do all these parrot type of repeat things. And so I really was not interested in someone like that. But what caught my eye as a pianist, I said, wait a minute, no idiot could have written this. I looked at the pedaling, I looked at the piece, and I said, there's something wrong here. And that is when I began to set out to do what I didn't realize would be 15 years. But I set out to do the research because I realized there was a missing link in 19th century keyboard music. And that's how it got started.
Tom's early life started no differently than any child in 1849, except that he was born blind, possibly with a rare case of autism, and above all else, a slave. Having been born in Georgia during mid-19th century America meant that most of the events surrounding Tom's childhood were inevitably shaped by the pre-Civil War crisis.
Basically grew up initially on something called the Wiley Jones Plantation, just outside of Columbus, Georgia. But when he was still an infant, that plantation was foreclosed, and a man named General James Neal Bethune bought his family. But Tom was sort of thrown as sort of chattel in the deal, you know, because he was blind and thought to be maybe mentally impaired. Basically, I think he was thought to be ultimately useless as a worker on the estate.
Oftentimes, it was a lot of horse trading done with slaves that were, quote, defective, unquote. One slave master would try to sell the slave that he thought was useless or crippled or ill or something not quite right, unteachable, to another slave owner.
Bethune was not a farmer or a plantation grower. He was actually a newspaper publisher and lawyer, and so he didn't have a need for a really large workforce.
Bethune fancied himself an expert on slaves. I think he even published pamphlets on the management, the proper handling and management of slaves. It wasn't profitable to feed one that wasn't going to bring you a return. And looking at Tom at 2 or 3 years old, there's very few people who would have predicted he was going to be able to bring him very much of a return.
Tom's training on the piano goes back to when he was 4 years old. It was in the evening time, and the family was upstairs, and they heard music coming from the parlor, and they came from downstairs, and they found Tom playing the piano. But Tom was playing a song that one of the Bethune daughters had been playing earlier in the day. Once they found Tom playing the piano, General Bethune ordered that Tom be given access to the piano, and one of General Bethune's daughters started teaching Tom on the piano.
And from that point on, they began to bring in piano teachers to teach Tom.
He learned how to outplay his daughters. He learned how to play when his daughters were getting trained, and then he learned he could play circles around all of them, is what he said.
Tom's first composition was The Rainstorm, and it was written when Tom was 5 years old. The Bethune family home had a detached kitchen from it, and the kitchen was attached to the house by a tin-covered walkway or breezeway. And when a storm would approach, Tom would run out to the breezeway, and he'd listen to the sound of the approaching storm, and he would listen to the sound of rain hitting on the roof and dropping from the gutters, and he composed The Rainstorm based upon that series of episodes.
As far as I know, his first compositions were based, well, first of all, they were styled like the contemporary music in the South, meaning that local music teachers and local piano players, pianists for churches and places like that, Tom had access to some of them, or he heard some of them, and so that was the style he played in. And a lot of those people were trained in, quote, European classical music.
I believe Blind Tom took ideas that were current in his time and utilized those, put them into a new form, but not a new expression. It didn't advance into a new musical ideas. It refashioned the same musical ideas and did it in a very exciting way.
Charity, the mother, tells the story that Tom really liked sound, any kind of sound, and would try to repeat any sound that he heard. In fact, he was so intrigued by sound that he almost drowned once in a puddle of water because he was so close to listening to the sound of dropping water that before she knew it, he was about to fall in listening to it.
A contemporary of his, but of an earlier generation, was a guy named Louis Moreau Gottschalk, who was the first famous American pianist, and the first person ever to write music influenced by African American culture, and by all accounts an absolutely amazing pianist and a very cultured person.
He was from New Orleans, and he would hear many slaves perform at Congo Square.
A foremost person in American music history because he not only was extremely well skilled as a pianist and as a composer, but used American thematic ideas. He took popular American music and put it into his compositions.
And the music was different because his music was composed based on the music of slaves and their performances at Congo Square in New Orleans.
Gottschalk even wrote about Blind Tom briefly in a pretty disparaging way, but more as a way to criticize those who had written about Blind Tom as not really knowing enough about music to really accurately assess Tom's pianistic capabilities.
He was the Gottschalk of the second half of the 19th century in that he had very special talents in performing, very clever ideas.
That Tom's music was very much similar to Gottschalk's because they're coming from the same source material, American slaves. Although, let's get beyond that for Tom. Tom wasn't really permitted after a while to even connect with slaves or connect with any people of color. In fact, he was taken from his parents, so that's what's really cruel when you think about how different the world of Gottschalk, how different the world of Mozart, and they're comparing Tom. I mean, I think Tom is uniquely even more a genius than either of them because of the obstacles that he had to get through in order to do what he had to do.
He made his first public appearance in his hometown right here in Columbus, Georgia, at a place called Temperance Opera Hall. He went on to perform throughout the South and became a musical sensation. And then in 1871, he came back home to Columbus to perform right here at the newly opened Springer Opera House.
My name is Clayson Kyle. I'm chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Springer Opera House, built in 1871 and still continuing to this day. It is the most distinguished stage in America, that more famous people have trod our stages than any other theater existing in America. We at the Springer are exceedingly privileged and proud of the fact that we had Blind Tom perform here. It just more enhances the great variety that the people of Columbus were able to experience. His appearance at that time would have been there would have been a white audience on the ground floor, and the balcony would have been reserved for African Americans or a black population at that time. This is from the Columbus Inquirer. It says that Blind Tom appears on the night of February the 10th. The New York Herald and other leading newspapers speak highly of him. The ad says, the musical phenomenon of the age, renowned throughout the world as the greatest natural pianist living.
He had a repertoire purported of 7,000 established works by Bach, Beethoven, Mendelssohn, Chopin, Liszt, and Gottschalk. He probably exhibited very few of his entire repertoire before the public. And then apparently he also had 100 pieces or so that he composed himself. Only about 30 or so were ever published.
It was written of Blind Tom. He is unquestionably and conspicuously the most wonderful musician the world has ever known. No one has ever equaled him in quickness and depth of musical insight and feeling. Blind Tom was admired by both presidents and celebrities of his time. Mark Twain wrote, "Tom swept his audience like a storm." Twain never missed an opportunity to hear Tom play.
Probably at the encouragement of his handlers, he engaged in all kinds of extra musical stunts in addition to playing some serious piano and some serious piano pieces.
Tom had the ability to play one song in one hand, one song in another hand, two different songs being played, and singing a third song. I don't think people can do that very easily. That's your brain is having to work on three levels at the same time. And that's not easy for any normal person to do. So obviously, he had exceptional abilities.
He had a physical facility at playing the piano that allowed him to manipulate his hands on the piano to play things that are not typical of standard pianists.
He could play one song facing the piano, and then he would turn around with his back to the piano, and he would play the same song again, but this time the right hand would play what the left had played, and the left hand would play what the right had played.
The audience volunteer would come and also play, several notes at the same time like that, and Tom would have to pick, and he could also pick all those out, which is quite impressive, I'll say that.
And normal people cannot do that. That was a feat that impressed everyone.
It would be vain to call such performances as these mere tricks. They are far, far more, since they show a musical intuition and an orderly disposition and marshaling of the stores of the mind quite beyond the powers of the performer of mere musical tricks. He remembers and plays a full 7,000 pieces. In short, he plays every piece that he's ever heard. How almost godlike. It cannot be brought to human comparison is this retentive, this perfect memory as related to all that is musical or even unmusical in sound.
One of the challenges that he was known for in the years of his concert career was they would have, as one would say, an open mic forum where the audience was invited to come up and play any piece, whether known or unknown, and they would challenge Tom to play that piece.
I am sure that this was done to him. I mean, this is part of the unfortunate nature that he was black, that he was blind, that he had certain personal characteristics which people did not understand. Perhaps a funny way of holding his head. Perhaps he walked strangely. Probably in the disbelief that this was at all, that's treating him like a carnival person. And there's something inhumane about this matter of, challenging, oh, well, that's not good enough. Well, let's see if you can do this. There's no end to the testing that people did and their disbelief that this was a real person.
They tried to find scientific explanations for Tom's talent. They'd have phrenologists measure Tom's head, trying to figure out if there was something about the shape of his head that could cause him to do incredible things with the music and things. And they tried to look for scientific explanations and have Tom examined by other individuals. They would have musicians who were famous to come hear Tom play, and they would ask him, well, what do you think about his playing? How can he do this? Does it measure up to other people?
Blind Tom was greeted with a packed house last night. The gallery was crowded, while there were many in the parquet who were forced to stand. The performance was very good. Some musical journal has said of Tom that he is a black phonograph. While playing several pieces, an invitation was extended to any one of the audience to come forward and play an air on the piano with the assertion that Tom would repeat it. Professor Chase, on being called for, played a composition of his own, which Tom initiated perfectly shortly after. Tom could not possibly have heard it before, as it had never been published. His imitations of the guitar, banjo, etc. were admirable. Another evidence of this strange being's wonderful musical gift is this. A number of persons in the audience held up articles, and a gentleman would touch the keys, and Tom, with his back to the audience, would spell it out. Again, various parties would give him words to spell, and he would spell them phonetically. The entertainment concluded with a rendition of the Battle of Manassas, his own composition, which was very good. He gives an entertainment in Opelika tonight. Blind Tom's mother lives near Columbus.
While Tom's talents flourished, the nation was in the midst of a bloody battle that would determine the destiny of millions of free and enslaved Americans.
They say that prior to the Civil War, Tom was probably making close to $100,000 a year. Now, that's in the 1850s. So that's a lot of money. A lot of money.
Of course, in the United States, during the Civil War, he could not be taken out of the South until the war ended.
During the Civil War, Tom performed for Bethune benefits for the Confederate widows. Tom does a speech on stage, and he says, "Tonight I'm going to perform for you an original composition. It's called The Battle of Manassas." Tom wants you to know that he's the property of a Confederate patriot. And that he's not a Yankee lover.
They had Tom tap dancing and things on behalf of the damn Confederacy, on behalf of the institution that was trying to keep him enslaved.
They sold the sheet music to his compositions and made money off of it. Now, how much of that money Bethune shared with the Confederacy, in actuality, hard to say.
Tom, during the Civil War, did give benefit concerts for the relief of the Confederate soldiers. I don't know that any money raised by Tom went to actually equipping armed soldiers, but it did go for probably medical supplies and food for the wounded soldiers, and maybe even for their widows. And in just about every city that Tom performed in the South, probably some of the money went to for the relief of the Confederate soldiers and families. Some obviously went to the Bethune family that was managing Tom.
His most famous piece is the Battle of Manassas, which I would venture to say is one of the great battle pieces of all time, a genre that was very popular even from the time of Beethoven, who wrote a battle piece called Wellington's March, and this was his version of a Civil War battle, namely the first Battle of Bull Run, or the Battle of Manassas, which was the first significant Confederate victory in the Civil War.
The Battle of Manassas was one of the major battles of the Civil War. I believe it was a Confederate victory. This is the piece where there's the thunder of cannon and much noise, and then musically it works in both Dixie and the Battle Hymn of the Republic. He was able to do this simultaneously, amazingly enough.
Tom's most famous composition was the Battle of Manassas, which was written when Tom was 12 years old. Tom's manager at the time had injured his leg and was having to remain in his hotel room for a few days, and while he was recuperating, eyewitnesses who were present at the first Battle of Manassas came to visit Tom's manager, and there they discussed the battle and what had happened. Tom heard those accounts and made his composition of the Battle of Manassas based upon those accounts that he heard there in his manager's room.
It was always a crowd pleaser, this piece. Obviously, in the South, it was a source of great pride that they had won this battle during and even after the war. Even to this day, it has a lingering place in Confederate history, because it was after this victory that all this optimism surfaced as far as what was the outcome of the war was going to be.
Battle of Manassas is Tom's adaptation, generally, of songs that were already in existence that he used to represent various scenes of the battle. The Marseillaise and Dixie were used to represent The Southern action in the battle, Yankee Doodle Dandy, and the national anthem were used to represent the Northern Army. It would only be speculation, but I think you could probably have a fairly rational guess as to how much money Tom raised and that the Bethune family kept most of. If you had a concert hall with 500 people maybe, you'd be looking at $250 a performance, and Tom might have performed as much as 8 performances a week.
Throughout his career, there was never a published accounting of the amount of money made by the Bethune family based on their legal rights to Tom's guardianship. In 1863, President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that all persons held as slaves within the rebellious states are and henceforth shall be free. Somehow these legal rights eluded Blind Tom.
General Bethune induced Mingo and Charity, Tom's parents, into signing an indenture contract, allowing him to control of Tom's career and life for the next 5 years. And this was really an answer to the Emancipation Proclamation that Lincoln had made the year before. So this is a way kind of around that, where he could still have control over Tom without Tom officially being a slave anymore.
Legally, of course, everyone was freed in there, but because of Tom's limitation and probably because of Tom's value as a performer and the income he was reached, Tom was legally free, but technically Tom could not manage on his own. He had to have someone to manage his affairs and to look after him. I think the Bethune family probably generated the legal fiction that Tom was free.
He had no idea he was a 3 or 4-year-old child in his mind, except for this ability. And he was used. Everyone else knew it but him. He didn't care. He didn't even know he was a slave. He one day went and got his shoes shined, and this has probably come from listening to his master. They had his shoes shined, you know, and listening to the man talk, he refused to have his shoes shined. And they said, Tom, why won't you have your shoes shined? He said, I'm not going to let no nigger shine my shoes. For all practical purposes, Tom didn't even know he was a slave, didn't even know he was black.
The Bethunes benefited from keeping Tom away from his own people and other black people in the community by keeping him unaware of the knowledge of what really was happening to black people in this country. Not to even sympathize with black people in this country. To not even think of himself any way different than way they wanted him to think about himself. And I believe that Bethunes, as high-powered as they were lawyers, they were great Confederate soldiers, they were musicians, very smart people. And they saw themselves a way to make a living in spite of the Civil War and in spite of the South collapsing, and it was through Tom.
Tabbs Gross was a black entrepreneur who tried to buy Blind Tom from General James Bethune during the Civil War. He made a down payment on Blind Tom but never paid the full amount. And after the close of the Civil War, Tabbs Gross filed suit in Indiana first, but the Bethunes left Indiana before they could be served with a process for the lawsuit. But they were served in Cincinnati, Ohio, and a trial was held in Cincinnati, Ohio, in which Tabbs Gross claimed ownership of Tom or the right to manage him, and the Cincinnati court ruled in General Bethune's favor and left Tom in General Bethune's custody.
Tom provided a legacy that his family didn't inherit or enjoy. Now, again, those court cases, it probably would go right back to those court cases again, meaning the Bethunes had legal guardianship. Now, whether you could go back that far and prove that that guardianship was undeserved, unwarranted, gained under coercion or any of that. I was telling someone when I was writing this play, an attorney, what the play was about, and he said, "Oh, of course, I know that story because I was taught that when I was learning guardianship law." The Blind Tom case is a classic guardianship law case. That fight between the Bethunes and Tabbs Gross and Charity in Mingo.
The legal fight for control of Blind Tom was fought in several states. Ultimately, Bethune moved to Virginia and arranged for the more sympathetic Virginia courts to give guardianship of Tom to Bethune's son. When the son lost control, it was awarded to his wife, assuring that Tom would remain a ward of someone else.
Well, the accounts were pretty specific that Tom had some sort of seizure or stroke. It affected his arm where he could no longer play the piano. And even when he became disabled, Tom would try to play the piano and he couldn't do it.
His only peace, his only life, his only marriage, his only love, his only intercourse was making that music with the piano.
One day he went to the piano and tried to play and he couldn't do it. And he said Tom can play no more, and he had a stroke and died.
What stopped him was his physical inability to express through his music what he wanted to do. And he probably literally was worked to death. When he could no longer express himself through the music, the strongest will we have, that is to live, went away from him. It's a tragedy. The whole thing is just a long tragedy, you know. I don't think Hollywood could have made a tragedy that would have jerked more tears if you had seen that whole progression of learning at the height of his powers and then to have something like that to happen, you know. And there are other analogies that don't have to do with music, especially that deal with black people.
Everybody thought Tom was startling, and the rubes out and throughout the South and throughout the country was willing to pay their nickel or whatever it was to go see Tom, as long as he was advertised as this blind seventh wonder of the world and all of this stuff. As long as he was promoted that way, he could get over here.
I think the reason they found Tom to be so unique, let's think in terms of American blacks, what people of that period had witnessed. They witnessed blacks as slaves. They witnessed the portrayal, particularly if they're Northerners, of blacks in minstrel shows. To them, to many a white Northerner, if they saw anyone perform that was of color, it was either a white person in blackface doing a very stereotypical portrayal, or a black person having to do a stereotypical portrayal based on a white person's stereotypical portrayal. That to them became then what the American black community must be like. So Tom, even within that realm, was uniquely different than what they had seen.
Again, the best indication of him as an artist and as a person ultimately is through his music.
Part of the issue is that we don't have enough of his music at hand to examine and to analyze by comparison with other composers of the second half of the 19th century.
I think in all his music, I do sense behind this innocence that most of these pieces have, being what they call parlor pieces, that there's a kind of a darkness to them underneath it all. How much of that is my own response to them I'm bringing to it, or something that's actually there, I can't really tell you what it is, but I definitely have a feeling that there is a darkness that hovers over all his pieces, no matter how seemingly innocent and naive they are.
Tom died of a stroke in Hoboken, New Jersey in 1908, 2 weeks before his 59th birthday. Having no real family, very few attended his burial. Like Chopin, Tom composed the funeral march for himself, which was said to be a beautiful, haunting piece. Unfortunately, the most publicized American instrumentalist, vocalist, orator of the 19th century went to his grave to someone else's music.
They literally raped this man's life, and he knew nothing about it. And his people were without power to do anything about it, but to watch. Like as we did it, what it brings to light is this: how many great musicians were lost to the slave field? How many great doctors? How many great lawyers? How many brilliant actors? How many brilliant politicians, because they displayed some sort of intellectual ability, were killed or stripped or put out into slavery? How many? This is one man that slipped through the crack. How many thousands did we lose?
Despite his tragic circumstances, the pervasive racism of his time, and his physical disability, Thomas Wiggins Bethune had a musical career that spanned more than 40 years. Much beloved by audiences the world over, his compositions and legacy remain an important part of American music and history. I hope you enjoyed this brief journey as we glimpse the provocative tales, incredible accomplishments, and the undeniable fortitude of a people as they traveled from slave ships to spaceships. On behalf of New Millennium Studios and me, your host, Tim Reed, thanks for watching, and we hope you'll tune in for the next installment of Legacy of a People. History will never be the same.
سلومي يوندوش ملكم هذا
You know, there comes a time when a woman's just gotta let it go. I got the devil in me, and I feel like doing something wrong. I got the devil in me. So long. There's something inside me stirring my heat and bringing me to a boil. I'm trying to keep it together, baby, but it comes a time when wow, must fall. I got the devil inside me. Oh, you need to brace yourself, 'cause I'm a woman who's longing for some wrong. I got the devil in me, and if you ain't got the power, you better heed the warning in my song. Have mercy, Lord, 'cause I got the any man who tries to break my fall. I need somebody strong and willing to try and answer this 911 call.
Laura!
Yeah, come in.
A couple of big money types in the audience want you to join them for a drink. The big guy, he says his boss, he's a big-time businessman with connections to Atlantic City, huh? They caught your act. It was... If this guy is who he says he is, it means main room. Atlantic City. He's a big tipper.
So what do you think? Is this the main room or his bedroom?
What do you have to drink, lovely lady?
The house red will do.
Red wine it is. Mind if I smoke?
Yeah, harms the voice.
The lady will have a glass of your best red wine. And tell the gentleman in the back to put that cigarette out. It's harming the lady's voice.
Yes, sir, Mr. Sims.
So what's a lovely girl like you doing wasting her considerable talents in a place like this?
Well, let's just say I'm gaining experience, Mr. Sims. It's not much of a place, but it does give me a chance to build a name for myself. And you never know, I might be seen by someone important.
Well, I guess that could happen just about any old night.
They say all things are possible.
I like your voice, Miss Mendez.
Laura.
Laura. Laura, you remind me of Carmen McRae. Of course, you're probably too young to remember her.
I'm a singer, Mr. Sims. Of course I know of Carmen McRae. She was heard frequently in my house.
Call me Gordon. To all things possible. Laura, I'm a man of measurable influence. One of my investments is a hotel casino in Atlantic City. Kind of place that matches your considerable talents and class. I'd like to call my associate and get you an appointment to showcase your talent.
Well, that would be wonderful, Gordon. But why? Surely a busy man like you has better things to do than interest himself in a mediocre club singer.
I don't downplay your talent, Laura. It's rare these days to find an artist who puts real passion in a performance. People with passion should be encouraged, don't you think?
Most people shy away from passion.
Most people are fools, Laura. Well, we got someplace quiet. We can talk more about this. So much racket in here, I can't hear myself think.
There aren't many quiet places open this late.
Well, I know of a place. Marvelous view of the city. Music if you want it. Great wine. And should you have an appetite, there's plenty of food in the fridge. How's it sound?
It sounds inviting, Gordon. Providing you're serious about Atlantic City.
Certainly I'm serious, Laura. I'm a man of my word. My friends and my enemies will attest to that.
Okay. I'll be ready in a minute or two.
Good. We have lots to talk about.
Jerome, what is wrong with you? You'll mess up my hair. And you smeared my lipstick. What's the matter with you?
Should be asking you that. Who's that old goat you was sitting with? What's he want with you?
He happens to be a businessman with connections in Atlantic City. Says he can get me a booking at one of the hotels.
Right. You too smart for that shit. Or are you?
He is one of the owners of the hotel, Jerome. He can do it if he wants to. I just have to make him want to.
How do you plan on making him want to?
I'm going back to his place for a drink.
You ain't going no place. Mr. Money got one thing on his mind. The only place you end up singing is in his bedroom.
Well, I'll take that chance. It's the first real chance I've had in a while.
So you just gonna screw your way to the top, huh?
Well, I've been screwing you here at the bottom.
One day that smart mouth of yours gonna get you into something that fine ass can't get you out of.
You know what, Jerome? Get out of my face, because I ain't one of your silly bitches.
That's gratitude for you. I got you this job here, didn't I? Pictures out front, star billing, $700 a week. I bought you clothes, that purse, that damn perfume you put on, and what? For him?
You just don't understand, do you, Jerome? The only thing that matters to me in this world is to be a successful singer, to make it to that next level. Now, can you do that for me, Jerome? I didn't think so. So what, you expect me to just ignore somebody who could do that for me? Is that reasonable?
So you just gonna sleep with that old bastard? That's your plan? How fucking original.
Well, that's what he's planning. But if I'm not mistaken, that's precisely the same plan you had when you stepped in to help my career.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm gonna help it now, because you ain't going nowhere. I handle you in your career. To hell with Mr. Atlantic City. He can stay in his own yard. What? You think he gonna fall for you just like that? You're tripping, girl.
Well, so are you, if you think you can stop me.
Miss Mendez, you ready? Mr. Sims is waiting outside in the limo. He don't like the way.
Miss Mendez has changed her mind, so you can just take off.
Is that right, Miss Mendez? You changed your mind?
No, I'm ready to leave.
This fellow related to you in any way?
None. He's just Jerome.
In that case, just Jerome, I suggest you step aside, or there will be trouble.
Well, in that case...
What an asshole. You go ahead and leave. Let the boss know I had a little trouble. I'll check in with him later. I don't think he's gonna need me for a while anyway.
Well, if you'd like to freshen up, there's a wash bowl and clean towels there. Help yourself.
You know, there comes a time when a woman's just gotta let it go.
I got the devil in me, and I feel like doing something wrong. I got the devil in me. Can't hide this feeling for so long. There's something inside me stirring my heat and bringing me to a boy. I'm trying to keep it together, baby, but it comes a time when the wall must fall. I got the devil inside me. Oh, you need to brace yourself, 'cause I'm a woman who's longing for some wrong. I got the devil in me, and if you ain't got the power, you better heed the warning in my song. Have mercy, Lord, 'cause I got the urge to meet pleasure's call. Have mercy, Lord. Have mercy, Lord. Mercy on any man who tries to break my fall. I need somebody strong and willing to try and answer this 911 call.
Have a seat. Relax. I'll get us a couple of drinks. Still wine?
No. I'll have whatever you're having.
How do you like yours? Strong? Medium? Mild?
Mild. Girl's gotta keep her wits about her.
Not to worry. I'm quite the gentleman.
I didn't say it was you I was worried about.
Oh, I'm gonna like you. So tell me, Laura. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from?
I was born in Boston, but my family is from Cape Verde, Africa. A place known for its musical people. Been singing since I was a little girl. My mother wanted me to be an opera singer. Another Jessie Norman. I felt more Billie Holiday.
So how long in the city?
Not long. But I don't get over to this side of town very often. I could get used to it.
Well. So here we are, getting to know each other.
This is a beautiful apartment. You really have wonderful taste. Why don't you put on some music and show me the view?
Of course. Let's take your coat. It's a bit nippy outside.
Thank you.
Nothing like the view of the city lights at night to relax you.
Good view, good music, nice company. I'm moving up in the world.
You're a most attractive woman, Laura.
It's the moonlight, hides the flaws.
Perhaps we should settle down somewhere more comfortable, warmer.
Why, Mr. Sims, we've hardly finished our drink.
We aren't going to be formal with each other, are we? It's just luck I happened in that club tonight. Got bored in a social meeting and decided to check out the goings-on down in the district. I've been down there in years.
Well, I'm awfully glad you did. This could be an important break for me, meeting an important man such as yourself. So, you really think you can persuade your associate to give me a showcase in Atlantic City? You think I'm ready?
You're a natural. Just leave everything to me.
I don't suppose he'd be home now, up this late? Why leave it for tomorrow? I'm so excited about the potential.
Still not a believer. I don't mind that. I'm a bit of a skeptic myself. I'm sure Marty's reachable. I'll make that call right now. Is Marty there? 20 minutes. All right, we'll have him call me. Good. Good night.
It's not that I don't trust you, Gordon. It's just that I need things to take a turn for the better. I need to move my career forward and stop singing in these low-level dives. And I'm so tired of wannabe promoters with their shallow promises, one-track minds with big promises.
I have no doubt you will get everything you want. You're a very desirable woman with an incredible talent. It'd be my pleasure to open a door to your dreams.
I'd like that. But what's a girl gotta do to get a drink around here?
I'll leave that to your imagination.
I think I need to use the powder room.
Right this way. powder room straight ahead. And if you'd like to slip into something a bit more relaxing, you may find something here. My sister stays here once in a while. I'm going to refresh our drinks. Not so mild this time.
You really think your partner will call? Must be a busy night for him.
He wouldn't be my partner for long if he didn't return my calls now, would he?
Helen, what are you doing here? Helen, don't jump to conclusions, all right? This is this young lady's Miss Mendez. She's just having a drink and we're talking. She's a singer, just a singer.
She's not a corporate client. You said that's what this lace is used for.
Take it easy, all right, honey? Just take it easy. We can explain this and we don't have to jump to any conclusions. Helen, give me the gun. If you think clearly about this, give me the gun. Give me the gun.
Come here. Come here, you little whore, you cheap little tramp. It's women like you that gets our men so screwed up. Running after them, playing up, sleeping with them, spoiling it for decent women. You deserve to die, too.
I only met him tonight. I didn't know anything about you or him. I'm just a singer. He saw me perform and promised to get me a job in Atlantic City. And we were just sitting here waiting for one of his partners to call and...
So I suppose singing in your bathrobe is part of the act.
He lied to both of us. He never said he was married.
Would it have mattered?
It's not happening.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's right.
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
Hey there, welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley Uncut. Don't adjust your dial. That was so 1970.
Dial, right.
That was so perfect, right?
So like, Ernestine, get the rabbit ears.
Get the pliers so we can turn the channel.
Get on top of the roof and fix the antenna.
I wish it was just that simple.
Well, you know, we might as well go back there.
Might as well.
Because
it feels like it.
I think the language that, like, if you look up when Trump said when they start looting, we start shooting, it was taken, I think, from the 1960s, the Miami chief of police. And I think that really is the crux of what we have going on here. We have a society, Trump and his ilk, who are in power and in charge, have a certain mindset of the way things that should be handled. And that very mindset is why we're here right now. And I say this all the time, America is the Flintstones and the Jetsons, and the Flintstones are in charge. And that mentality, that idea, like a lot of the things he says is from a time earlier this week when he threatened to basically...
Oh, the vicious dogs, remember? That's straight 60s.
And to call, well, Herbert Hoover did that. We called the army on his people. So I just think that mentality, that Rolodex, that idea, that point of reference is at odds with who we are and who we're trying to be. And those people are in charge. They're making the decisions. If something is wrong, when a president uses violence and tear gas and concussion bombs to make people leave and have helicopters flying around and threaten people just for a photo op, and no one says anything about it, is that there is no moral balance anymore.
Oh, absolutely not. But I think he's proved that time and time again. The one thing that I will say that I keep finding interesting, but I do at least find a glimmer of hope when I watch these protests. I see a lot of young white people, a lot more than I thought I would. And I'm not talking about just in Minnesota. I mean,
all over the world,
all over the country and the world. And at least that gives me hope, and it does remind me, I don't know if it was Oprah that said it, and we're talking about the only way racism would die, it would have to die with old white people. And I looked at the contrast of the people who were protesting and their ages, and I thought, wow, you know, a lot of young people do get it.
And look at the remedies. One, people think one man's protest is another man's insurrection. And ultimately, we have to decide. And I remember when you were growing up, and your bones used to hurt, and your mother, they used to call it growing pains. Remember that you would literally be in pain.
Right.
And you would go to the doctor, and you didn't know what it was, and it was growing pains. And that's really, because in the grand scheme of things, we're an extremely young nation. We're like a young, strong nation, but still very young. With all this strength and all this naive, we're very naive and very certain. But we still are having growing pains. But when you look at what happens here, we make the same mistakes over and over and over again. And then history judges us so harshly. And there are people who are determined to hold on to the idea of who we were instead of what we are.
And you could see it especially in the GOP. I don't know if you saw this, but, you know, after that scene in D.C. where the medic copter came down and they used the horses, the next day, a lot of reporters were asking GOP as they were going into meetings, hey, what did you think about that? And not one of them said anything. They were like, oh, well, I didn't see it, or I haven't really heard about that. And I'm thinking, you are flat out lying.
Yeah. And I don't even know why Mitch McConnell wear masks. I can't let him get through them lips. You know how skinny Corona would have to be to get through those lips? I think that even when you look at our reactions, and I think it's not 100% of one thing, it's 1% of a myriad of things. But one of the silliest things I saw for myself, my own perspective, was that whole blackout.
where black people thought, you know what we gonna do? We gonna not do nothing.
That. I did, and I do believe that the two execs, it was two female record execs who decided
nobody
that
makes records anymore.
Well, there's still record companies, make no mistake about that. But there was a hashtag, Blackout Tuesday, and they said the purpose of it was to be able to redirect the focus not on yourself but on the issues at hand. What happened to George Floyd? Obviously criminal justice reform, but Black Lives Matter was like, listen, get our hashtag off of that because you're taking us off point.
Okay, and it also happened on a Tuesday
Election
when there were
day.
elections all over the country, and while you were fucking blacking your screen out.
Yeah, and also the anniversary of Black Wall Street. Not a time to be quiet.
I just don't understand how the answer to anything is nothing.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna do shit.
And I posted on mine, and I'm posting information about voting in my hometown of Maryland and Washington D.C. I'm posting on that stuff, and I'm catching hell in my comment section talking about welcome to your unfollows. Well, if me giving information about voting and making this problem any better, you ain't with me anyway. So go on.
I can understand people who don't like their choices. I can understand people who lament the two-party system. I can understand people who have a problem, because to me, I do not understand people whose idea is to do nothing. I can't like Martin Luther King went all the way to the top just to go, all right, I ain't gonna do shit.
Well, the other thing is it is in complete contrast with what we saw with George Floyd, right? With the officer who murdered him. He basically sat on his neck and said nothing.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, the officers who were with him said nothing. So if nothing else, you should not be quiet on behalf of George Floyd for those officers who were quiet. You should be screaming. You couldn't scream then because maybe you weren't there. Now is the time to scream for him.
Yeah, it was people doing nothing when George was dying.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about bystanders too.
Yeah, I know.
So, Charlie, can we roll that back? Because I want to have said what Jasmine said. It was so good. I think I should have said it
that way. Charlie, don't do it. He could never enunciate that way. Don't do it.
I think if you want your jobs, we will have.
He could do it.
If you want your free jobs.
Don't do it. But the point is, I think they probably had good intentions. I just think it was ill-timed. I think also they didn't explain it well. So you had all these people posting blackouts. They didn't really know what they were doing. It was just too convoluted.
Intentions are informed. I don't think they had good intentions. I think they wanted to say something and pretend like they were doing something. Those are different than good intentions. Intentions have ideas behind them. They have a point of reference behind them. They have integrity behind them. Just doing shit that they thought would sound cool is different than being well-intended.
Yeah, I don't know if they did it for that.
No.
I think it was not well thought out, but I think possibly they had the best of intentions, and it backfired.
Who always think
they didn't research it properly.
That's the point. Then you don't have.
But you could have good intentions and not research it properly.
Then you're. I disagree. I think that anybody who makes a decision where they're going to ask the collective to do a thing, to show something, has to at least, it's like when Kanye West tells me he don't read. I'm like, what the fuck am I listening to you for? What? All this information is available, and you take the public microphone and aren't even don't have the intentions of being informed. You didn't inform yourself that, you know what, they're having elections in a lot of states in this country, and that's one of the reasons that this could happen. That's not well intended.
No, I get that, but I do believe that you can make mistakes. I think people do it all the time. You speak up on behalf of people that you have not properly researched to understand.
Maybe
I shouldn't co-sign on this person because they were wrong.
For a record company. They don't even have records anymore. Yes.
You know what? I can't have a conversation with you. That's why you can't say what I said.
I can't. I really.
That's why you can't do it.
I will be helpful.
Just saying.
My intentions are good.
You need to do better research. Then you will know. You can't say what I said.
And I did. I have a great editor. Hey.
And fabulous fashion.
Yeah, I do.
Your
I'm
editor
dope.
gonna make me say it.
I didn't say you weren't dope.
I'm dope. I don't care what you say. Move this microphone. Let somebody see what I got working.
Oh my God. It's just too much.
No,
ain't nobody talking about your fashion.
And I didn't even loot or nothing. I just got this regular.
FYI, thinking about the looting, and I'm not saying that I am condoning it at all, so I don't want anybody to say that. However, shout out to fathers. You guys might get better gifts this year.
Yeah, finally.
Might get a better gift.
Wow, this sweater
Louis
is awful
Vuitton.
smoky.
Yeah,
They got Chanel, Louis Vuitton. They hit them all. Alexander McQueen.
Like, thanks for this double extra large, baby. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it.
You better wear it in green.
Why is the price tag singed?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I just gotta take this back to
It's
get
that
this sensor
flat.
off of it. No.
I gotta say, man, and there are people like there were all these police men and police chiefs and high officials, and they started kneeling, and people were like, "Oh, it's too
And
late."
marching
It ain't
with
too
them.
late.
No, it ain't.
It's never too late.
We need it.
For somebody who if it's too late, then we might as well erase erasers. We might as well, omit the opportunity to change your mind. The fact that people like that who traditionally had a different view now are seeing things differently is the recognition that your message is getting through.
Yeah,
Right.
I do agree. I watched Kiki Palmer try to convince some, I guess, the people who were policing a particular area. She was like, walk with us, understand. And I thought she had convinced the officer, and the officer was like, listen, I can't leave my post. Now I'll take a knee.
Yeah.
She's like, that ain't good enough for me. That is not good enough for me. You got to march with me. He was like, I can't
He
do
said,
that.
"I'll watch Aquila and the Bee before I do this shit. I won't do this."
That was a good movie. That was a cute movie.
You want to make me watch Aquila and the Bee before I walk with you niggas down that street? You must be out your mind.
You watched the cute movie.
I
It
did.
was a cute movie.
I did.
He was like, I'm not going to leave my post, but I'll take a knee.
Right. Look.
She's like, that's not good enough.
Right, let me see. Aquila and the Bee or walking with you niggas. Oh.
But they all did kneel. So
Who
it
was in
nice.
it? Who was in it?
You know what?
I really think this can't be about vengeance. It's got to be about moving forward. It really can't be about, you can't be mad at people because they had a different opinion and they've been illuminated in some way.
Yeah.
You have to take your, like in that Houston's police chief gave one of the most impassioned speeches that I've ever seen anybody who was elected or appointed to a position take. Now, I ain't talking about the Supreme Court justice where it's in lifetime and perpetuity.
Right.
We talking about the dude that eventually has to defend his position.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And he said some things that matter. So however you come to me, whatever it is, whatever timing you come to me, you doing something late is better than doing nothing at all. These dizzy ass record people. Let's not do
Leave
nothing.
him alone.
I can't stand.
And welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. Our guest today hosts a weekly YouTube series called Truth Serum Weekly Wrap Up. She was part of Tiffany Haddish's They Ready series and killed it, by the way. And it's currently streaming on Netflix, and she can frequently be seen on the political network The Young Turks. It's Ida Rodriguez. Hey, girl.
Beautiful.
What's up?
What's
Hey,
happening?
what's up?
Now it look like you landing a plane. What are you doing?
This way.
You asked me something off air, and it really, it stunned me. And you asked me, well, tell everybody.
I asked
what
you how many death threats do you get a day now?
You know, it's funny. I can always tell when I got a lot of threats because two things happen. Sonia will say, "You should bring a gun," and "You should have somebody with a gun." And Derek will always, "I'm gonna go to work with you today." So I never look. But the fact that you would ask me that because you actually count, you count yours.
Well, no, you know, it's funny. Somebody said on YouTube that the only place people should see me is hanging from a noose. And so I was like, see, black people? That's how they see us, too. So,
Only you guys would have helped manufacture the rope. It would have been great. So
That is a scary thing, though. I do worry because I read the comments. He doesn't read them, but that's what I'm for because I read them. I'm saying, did you see what they said? Let me tell you what they said. He's like, don't tell me. But I can't even imagine, what it must feel like to go through the day knowing that there are people who are really wishing you harm.
yeah, they for me as a woman, they like to come for me as a woman. So it'll be, you should be raped by 10 black men since you love black people so much.
Was that Mel
And I'm
Gibson? Was that him? That Mel Gibson said?
And I'm like, wait a minute, I am the black people.
Right? That's what I was thinking. I was like, what?
Why are they okay? Here's what I don't get, and it's something that has percolated for a long time. The black community and the Latin community, which I think have so much in common. oftentimes seem to be at odds when our goals and our objectives are really the same. And so you're taking heat because you're defending a human position.
All day, every day. And like I hate that talking point that I'm the mother of 2 Black children, because I feel like it sounds like white people who say they have Black friends. Because I shouldn't have to have Black children for Black people's lives to matter to me. African American Black people's lives, because there are Black people all over the world, and we act like it's an exclusive thing. It's the colonial thinking. The colonization was the greatest mindfuck of all time, right? You have self-hating Black people within every group, including Black people in America. That is something a gift that they gave us to keep us divided. But the reality of it is that it's divide and conquer. And, when people start talking about immigrants, because that's what this whole thing has been spewing, all the hateful stuff. When they talk about immigrants, they're talking about Haitian people, or they're talking about African people. They don't realize it, because everybody who migrates here is not from Mexico or Central America.
Right.
But when they talk about Black people, they're not just talking about Black people in America. They're talking about Jamaicans. They're talking about, like I see a lot of the people who lead the groups were telling Ruben Paul, who's Haitian, like, you're not really Black.
Right.
And I was like, Black people should say you're welcome to Haitian people. They kicked the door down in that revolution. Of course they're Black.
Right.
You know what I mean?
They're
And
so Black that they hate them so much they'll always be an impoverished nation because they had the temerity to win.
Mm-hmm. But Francis had their foot on their necks, the proverbial foot. But the thing is if we're going to start dividing ourselves like that, we're not going to get anywhere, because then you can't have Malcolm X, you can't have Louis Farrakhan, you can't have Marcus Garvey, and you can't have Toussaint Louverture, because they're Caribbean people.
Right.
So do we really want to do this?
No, we don't.
No.
But the other thing is, a lot of us need a history lesson. That's the big thing, because this whole division, because maybe you speak Spanish and I hear you, or maybe you got curly hair, or you're light skinned, all of a sudden I think you think you're better than me and you're not Black. We're all Black. What are you talking about? Like, study your history. Know that. Me and my assistant have that conversation all the time. She's Dominican. She gets into fights all the time on social media about people who try to tell her she's not Black.
Well, the thing is that was the greatest lie ever told, is you're better than somebody because you're lighter than them. That's how you keep everybody poor.
Yeah.
That's it.
So when you sit down, have this conversation, and for me, when it comes to, I'm not here to deny that there's not anti-Blackness within the Latino arm of the world. Anti-Blackness exists everywhere, because melanin is divine. So of course they're going to tell everybody there's something wrong with it. That's why they keep trying to exterminate it.
Right. If only it were bulletproof. But even at that, I shortly after we met on the previous show, I worked with you. And I had never got a chance to work. I mean, like, I'm talking about when we were getting paid. We worked. And when we got paid later, but that's not the point. That's the point.
Well, you make sure I got paid.
Oh, you got that right. But what you do is what I've always respected comedically. And not that I don't respect other art forms or other vantage points, but you take the unfiltered truth, sometimes to a female prism, sometimes through a prism of a mother, or the prism of a Latino, but you do it all in a way that really is so. It's what comedy is all about: taking your experiences through your filter and laying them out from everybody. And that's why I think you're probably as good a young comedian as we have in the country right now, because you just don't tell jokes. You weave this tapestry that is just so hard to do. It's so hard to. The reason that you get death threats is because I'm tired of you being funny, and I'm going to stop writing you that way. I am. It's wrong for me to. I'll never threaten you like that again. No, but you get threats and laughs, and that has to say something about your approach.
Well, like somebody like yourself, there are comedians, like, we need the spectrum, right? There are some people who are going to dance. There are some people who are going to talk about plain food. Some people who want to be silly, and that's fine. We need the spectrum. But for me, I don't want it if I can't talk about what's uncomfortable because I really want to use comedy to change culture. So for me, it's all about how to make this world better for us, because straight white men have had a voice for so long, and it infiltrates every aspect of our lives. So if I could just do it in comedy, whatever angle I can get in, that my objective is to change the world better to make it better for us. As kumbaya as that may sound, that's what moves me every day.
What have you seen? This is to say 2020 is the most fucked up year I think
it
a lot
is.
of us
I wish we could give it back. Just over it.
Wait, because 2021 going wait, niggas, wait. So let's not.
Wait a second.
Remember when the worst thing happened to us was Prince dying? Remember that? That was it.
Oh God.
I'd kill Prince 1,000 times if this would stop right now. I swear to God, I would.
Oh my God. That's so funny.
But what are you seeing these days? What do you see? What does it look like to you? Lay it out. What do you see?
Oh man, what I see now is the work of white supremacy bearing all of its fruit, and the chickens coming home to roost all at the same time. And now it's the strong of the will. Like, this year when Kobe passed away, that was it for me. I was like, this year is a wash.
It's over.
And then coronavirus said, hold my beer.
Yeah.
And then here we are. But what I see is revolution. And something my grandmother used to tell me, my grandmother came here from Puerto Rico. She was hosed in the civil rights movement. She didn't speak English. She was a Black lady. And she said, one thing about us, they know we're not violent they know we're not evil because they give us their children to raise, right? So we're never going to be, that's not in our blood.
That's one of the dopest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, she said they know.
Or they hate their kids. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that too.
But when you
would always say,
when you look at what's going on, like, first off, no one's been on the stage in 3 months because you can't, no one. But when you look at what's happening, it seems so clear to me comedically. It seems like clear to me. I get it. But I can't pretend like this is not something we have. I don't know that I've ever seen this convergence of all of this at one time. Like you can, and so now there is a place where I think we matter more than ever. I'm talking about comedically. We matter more than ever.
I got my hour special this year, right, for HBO Max. I just closed my deal during coronavirus. And I was thinking to myself, like, because, my grandmother used to always tell me to lean into the conflict. Don't she was like, we don't raise any cowards here. And so I started thinking about it, and I was like, because I kept saying, what am I going to write about now? What am I going to write about now? And then all of this stuff happened, and I was like, oh, I gotta lean into it. And as uncomfortable as it may be, the jokes gotta come.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you funny things that have happened. I spoke about the Asian police officer that stood over and watched the lynching of George Floyd. And I made a mistake and called him Filipino. And them Asians came for me because he is song American and not, and I was like, you know what? The reality is that you're more upset about my mess up than you are about him witnessing a murder. When y'all was screaming at us when a Black dude sprayed an Asian man with Febreze on the train, y'all was like, hey, our lives matter too, right? And I was like, well,
right.
It's amazing to me how everybody steps away from Black people, but everybody got on just the clothes that's been validated by Black people, listening to Black music, emulating Black people, doing dances on TikTok, trying to get likes and pats on the head. So this is going to be, my special is going to be called Call to Action. And I'm going to talk about all the stuff that, and my goal is to get canceled. I'm leaning into that.
That is a hard lean.
I love it. Oh, it won't be that hard. Matter of fact, I'm going to deny I know you by the end of the show. It's going to be great.
You get canceled all the time.
All the time.
Ain't that the truth?
You know what I see? I'm not like an overly optimistic person, but I see for the first time, you can see in a lot of, not most, but a larger segment than I'm perhaps as you, they're going, oh, wait a minute, it is fucked up the way people are. You can see Ben and Jerry's made a statement. Ben and Jerry's like. And they made Chucky Monkey, which used to make me mad. If it wasn't so delicious, I would have thought they were raisins. But now I just think they know how to put ingredients together. But even corporations now, who traditionally just try to straddle the line, are saying what we all said all the time. So does any of that give you any inkling of hope?
You know what gave me an inkling of hope? When the first white woman got busted upside the head by a cop, I was like, it's happening. It's happening.
It took all for Karen to get hit in the face. Right? And you know what?
She had blood on her
But
face.
you know, it does.
Yeah,
I saw that. But it does look really different now. When, you talked about Ben and Jerry's, you look at Nordstrom's has released a statement, which, they never get involved in anything. And then I don't know if you saw, but Bank of America pledged $1 billion to the African American and minority community.
But they said, not in home loans, nigga. You won't get no home loans.
No, you won't get no loans.
So
And
it's interesting.
I want to see people donating money to police action, actual police action, right? Because they keep donating money to these big organizations that already have money and are just capitalizing off of this because activism is mainstream now. So we can't rely on some of these organizations who've been around for a long time and still haven't gotten anything done. But I want to see people funding medical care for the people who got their asses beat by the cops who don't have medical
or bail money.
Or bail money.
Yeah.
And bail money, So, yeah, I am optimistic, but I am not going to lie to you. Until I saw white people getting their asses beat by the cops, because then they were like, oh, shit, they
These niggas are out of control. You know what I really knew? It wasn't Ben and Jerry's. It wasn't Nordstrom's. It wasn't, I think that the fact that you're writing a special right now, you're absolutely perfect to do it. But when I knew stuff was getting different was when Michael Jordan said shit is fucked up. Hey, I love you, baby. Thank you for coming to see us. We appreciate it.
I love y'all.
Good luck to you, baby. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
right. It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. I figured I'd open the show drinking since you did it on Chris Cuomo.
First off, that's a little insulting.
That's not insulting. That's called true.
No, but it's not inaccurate.
It's not.
You
Here's
were
the thing.
drinking it up.
I want to explain something, and you all are so disrespectful that, first off, Chris Cuomo was a friend of mine. I was doing CNN,
Yes.
and I didn't know that people could see me drinking.
Really? You did.
It was Friday night at 7 o'clock. What the hell I'm supposed to be doing?
Would you like me to get you
I'm
a bigger
just
shovel
saying.
for that hole you keep digging yourself?
No,
I'm just saying you didn't know that you were on TV with Chris Cuomo.
I didn't know. First off, I did know, but I didn't know he could see me at the time I was drinking.
I got you.
That makes
And
it
the
so
other
much
thing
better.
is, fuck you guys, I drink. That's what well, really? Oh, okay. Charlie, Big Honey, who was shocked that D.L. Hughley drinks?
Nobody that I know. And when I got the word up that we may be talking about it, I was like, why is this surprising?
Right, what the fuck?
Like, that's what I expect.
All I know is you called me and you said, I didn't know they were going to see
I
me.
didn't know.
I was drinking.
I didn't know.
And I'm like, but you drink all the time.
Right,
What are you talking about?
Right. First off, I'm appalled at you guys' reaction, not mine. I'm doing what the fuck I'm supposed to do.
At least he's consistent.
Right. You know me, son. How much
Yeah.
liquor have you ever bought me in your life?
There are not enough hours in the day.
Exactly.
Well,
I'm not ashamed of myself. That's the problem. This is the problem
I
with
get it.
America. Y'all live
Oh,
dual lives. I live mine out loud.
no, I get it.
Right.
There are a lot more things that people should be ashamed of.
Right.
I
I
will tell
agree,
you that. Like the
100%.
guy in New Jersey who was mocking George Floyd's death. You saw that?
I did.
When he put his
I think that the one who there was one who was a New Jersey
corrections officer, and the other worked for FedEx.
FedEx.
He no longer works there.
No. But there are people right now who are more angry at George Floyd for dying than angry at the policeman who murdered him.
Correct.
Yeah.
How dare he disrupt what we have going by dying because somebody placed their knee on his neck for 9 minutes.
Right. And think about all the people who've said stupid things like, well, if he could say something, then he could breathe.
Right.
Right.
There are people in America, and I hate to be this truthful, who don't believe that even a mayor in Temecula, California, basically doesn't believe that black people who have been killed by the police, that there's not one who didn't deserve it. There's not one. America, we're here where we are right now because America saw what it had seen for centuries and was repulsed by it. America watching black men and black women splayed and murdered in public square and public view is as much a part of Americana as baseball. It's older than baseball. And all of a sudden, America recoiled from it.
Yeah. Well, it's not all, because, there are still some, like that bar, who says, listen, what are you talking about? Racism in police departments? I don't know what you're talking about. I
Right.
don't think we have an issue with that. Is
You
what he
mean
said.
the attorney general that looks like the husband on Roseanne?
Yeah, that one. That very one.
But there are people who are not going to see it. But what I'm more heartened by, and I hate to really be like this. I'm not a hopeful dude. I'm a cynical dude who drinks on CNN.
Yeah, with Chris Cuomo. Hey, Chris.
What I'm heartened by is the fact that so many people from around the globe and so many people from across, orientations and demographics and genders and ages see what we've seen and are acting on it.
Yeah, they're not having it now.
I gotta. It really brings. I was getting a haircut a couple days ago. This guy Twain, he has a mobile barbershop. He comes, he's from
I know
Nashville.
Twain.
He's cutting my hair. Me and my dog Charlie, who's laying down here right now. We're in there. All of a sudden, these two older white people come up, and Charlie's going crazy. And I calm him down, and they say, "I'm sorry." And I said, "What?" They said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all that's going on. I'm sorry I never spoke out before, and I'm glad that we're starting to do the right thing. And I am, if this guy's in office brought us to this, then I'm grateful for it. And I just wanted to let you know I'm sorry."
Wow.
If it comes to that, then I have no choice but to be hopeful. And I have no choice but to be grateful. And the first thing I thought about is I wish my father were alive to have seen that. And the first thing he'd have thought is, wow, I never saw that happen. And this nigga's getting his hair cut in the driveway?
Welcome back. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut. So Cops is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gone with the wind.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't want to see
All the
that
stuff
anymore.
we used to be proud of.
Yeah, gone. Although
Why?
I do think
Why do you
about,
think that is?
Well, I think that people are finally opening up their mind to the fact that, some of the stereotypes and the way that they portrayed us in these movies or glorified that is wrong. And we don't want to see it. Although Hattie McDaniel did win an Oscar, right?
Yeah,
she was the
Hattie
first black-
McDaniel won an Oscar because that was the only way they saw us.
Yeah.
Yeah. First black actor or actress to ever do it, if my memory is correct.
Yeah. Do you think, I'm really weirdly optimistic?
But you can't help to be optimistic because when you look out onto the sea of protesters all across this country, all across the world, actually, a lot of them are white.
Yeah.
Like they pulled the statue down of Christopher Columbus.
Yeah.
Decapitated one, and they put one in the river.
Yeah, but I hope that doesn't mean that people that work on Columbus, they can't get time and a half.
Oh, no, you lost that.
That'd be horrible.
That's no longer a holiday. What you going to do now?
They can cut off his head, but not their paychecks.
Do you think that's gonna do more harm than good? That cops is off the air. Do you think that's actually gonna do anything?
I just think. Listen, I can't prove a negative. I couldn't know what it's gonna be, but I'm very heartened that people are open to a different interpretation of a conversation that we've already had.
Fair enough.
I literally think, like, I don't want a world with no police. I just don't want a world that is populated with so many of these type of policemen.
Yeah.
I don't want a world where 4 policemen who are complicit in murder sit around and expect that they enjoy the same privileges of people who are doing the right thing. And I don't want a world where people tell me about all the good cops who are never where I need them to be when bad cops are acting out. That's my thing. All I want is what you make me be, accountable.
Yeah.
All I want, and I understand it's a tough job, and I get that people are, in challenging positions, but you have to understand, if you are holding people to a standard, you have an obligation to at least meet that standard, not be above it. That's unfair.
Yeah.
But to meet it. If I can't if you said and acted the way policemen generally act in a time when they get mad, if you talk to somebody at a retail outlet the way they talk to people that they work for, you wouldn't have that job.
Yeah.
If you were in Afghanistan and you acted that way, you would be brought up on war crimes. You shouldn't be able to act in America the way you can't act in Afghanistan.
But I think we're taking a step at least in the right direction when you look at some of the statements that a lot of the companies that normally would be silent during these times have released very passionate statements about what they believe is right or wrong. When you think about the people who have now spoken up, we joked about this, the fact that Michael Jordan actually spoke up and now donated millions of dollars.
When now he has the Air Justice coming out.
I think that's very important. I think, again, it is a reason for optimism. There is a reason to be at least hopeful.
But some people, like Bank of America, I appreciate the $1 billion you're going to donate to stop discrimination. How about approving loans for black people?
How about a credit card?
Literally, how about denying them credit based on the race? It's really simple. Do the fucking right thing.
Yeah.
Pay attention to what's on the brochure of America. When you look at the brochure of America, it's dope.
Yeah, it is.
You go, wow. But it's like, you ever booked a room on Priceline and the brochure looks so dope?
Yes.
And you get there and you're like, I didn't know y'all had a dead body in here.
And roaches. I've done that.
Still got the outline and everything.
That's all we're asking for, to do what you say you did.
Yeah. Well, not only that, don't just do the right thing because you think people are watching, but do the right thing when no one is watching.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, don't do it just because it's popular. Don't do it because, it'll get you likes or whatever. Just do it because it's the base, it's right.
Do it because it's what you said you would. Literally right now, people are employing Donald Trump to give a speech to quell the nation's fears, to talk about what's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump is in no position to do it. Donald Trump giving a speech on racial harmony is like R. Kelly being the spokesperson for Girl Scouts.
Oh.
And we're out. Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a stand-up comedian and a former Last Comic Standing champion. Welcome, Alonzo Bowden.
Here he is. There he is.
Hello. How you guys doing?
Excellent. It's got to be rough for you because you're a road warrior like I am. So this got to be the first time in a very long time because of COVID you haven't been gigging like you used to.
It has been 20 years since I've gone this long without going to an airport. I even I drove by LAX just to practice.
To prepare.
This used to be my office.
Why do everybody we interview have books that they never read behind it? He just set up a goddamn display.
I'm telling you, I have read these, and I you know how I'll prove to you I read these?
Okay.
Because this whole shelf, as you can see, I'm gonna pull it out right now. Tell me I ain't reading.
Has it been? Because I know that I'm going on the road for the first time now, and I'm going back, and it wasn't because I was necessarily afraid. I mean, I understand I need to be cautious. I get that, but I didn't go because the joints were closed down. Because if they were, I would have still went. You know what I mean? I would have still gone. How has your approach changed? Because comedically, I'm sure you're gonna go back out performing. Your outlook, it's got to be a little kind of impacted by what we're kind of going through right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was supposed to be leaving tomorrow for Atlanta to go back to the Punchline, and they pushed it back a month because of the curfews. So yeah, I was ready to go back to work, but now I'm doing everything, and I don't know how much well, obviously you're doing your show this way, we're doing it through Skype. But everything I'm doing has been through Zoom,
right,
and live stream, and it's learning to do stand up without an audience.
Right.
That's what it's been. It's been
right.
Where it's normally
like radio, like radio.
Yeah, it's one-way conversation.
Right.
It's not the difference with radio though. Even you're there with Jasmine, and
right.
you got the crew and stuff. Like you still have others. There are times with some of these Zoom shows where I'm like, okay, I hope someone's laughing. It's just one way, right? You just put it out there, and it's like, that was it.
Why do you think that it has, this COVID-19 has impacted the people, like it's older people, it's blacks, it's Latins? Why has it impacted those particular demographics? Why do you think it's been so destructive and dangerous to those demographics?
Well, the older people is, they're older and weaker, right? Their immune systems are probably not as strong. But the big impact in the Black and Latino communities has been, once again, we don't have the medical facilities, public transportation. People are jammed together through no fault of their own. So I think that was the difference. Even living conditions, living in apartments, and especially like back east in New York, stacked on top of each other.
Right. Proximity.
Yeah. Even here, like in LA, we're normally socially isolated, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's actually true.
And for the first month, it rained in April, so we wasn't going out anyway.
Right.
I ain't going outside.
Right.
So we had that natural buffer, I guess. But yeah, I think it's economic and social conditions for the Black and Latino community, and physical conditions for the seniors.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about all of the conspiracy theories that are floating around? Some people say it's all blamed on 5G. Some people say, it's Bill Gates and the whole vaccine thing. And there are some people who are saying even when the vaccine is created, they're just not going to take it because there's a chip inside.
Well, first of all, I know it's not 5G because I have T-Mobile. I just say T-Mobile, you can't get a 2G signal outside of a T-Mobile store. They're hilarious, right? So you brought up Bill Gates, which is one of my favorite ones. Bill Gates wants to put a chip in you.
Yes.
Why?
Right.
Like that, nobody said why. Why
Right.
does Bill want to chip us? They can already watch us. They
Right.
have our phones,
Right.
everyone's phone. They know where you are at
Right.
all times. I think Bill Gates got other things to do. Matter of fact, Bill, if you want to know where I am, give me a call. You're a billionaire. And if a billionaire has any interest in me, if a man with $80, $90 billion has any interest in my personal life,
Correct.
I'm good. I'm good.
I made it. This motherfucker. Why do you think we have something like literally? It is something that no one I know has ever seen anything like this. I think that it was like all of a sudden everything was running along, and then the whole world, like the world was closed down. Literally, you couldn't go anywhere or do anything. What do you attribute that to? I mean, it can't. I mean, I don't think it was man-made, but it was certainly. I think that we created conditions that were ripe for a body like this, a virus like this, to take hold. I think that some of the things you alluded to earlier, and just not being careful as a country, not having good stewardship of our medical apparatus, exposes us to something like this.
Well, I think the first pandemic, right, is stupidity. Because you look at how this happened, right? Now, the fear, obviously, this is a new disease, a new virus. Nobody knows what it is, but people are dying. So that's scary right away.
Right.
But the reaction to it, the first government reaction is like, well, we'll just ignore it and it'll go away.
Right, right.
And then the next reaction is, oh, it's the Democrats. Like the Democrats can't even pick a candidate. They find a secret virus and spread it worldwide. You know what I mean? So the scientists, right, the Dr. Fauci and all the other, the scientists were up against stupidity. Stupidity's a tough one, man. Stupidity don't get tired. Stupidity is working 24/7, like what Jasmine was talking about. I got some of those texts. Don't take the vaccine because they want to inject you with the disease and kill you. They don't have to. I could just breathe and get the disease. They don't have to give it to me personally. So I think the fear of this, we all shut it down because the fear, this is a new thing and people are dying.
Right.
So immediately it's scary. And then and when I say we, I mean the United States government and our country, the worst possible reaction on every level. That's what was amazing.
Yes.
We would double down, like it's just going to go away.
Right.
It's fake. It's like every step of the way, scientists and doctors, people who've gone to college and studied these things were like, stay apart from each other. Don't breathe on each other. Clean this, do that. We're not sure what's happening, so we're going to overprotect. And people are like, well, my freedom as an American. And it's like, I have a friend who I grew up with, a lifelong buddy. He lives in China. He moved to China about 4 years ago. He's a university professor, blah, blah, blah. He said when this thing first hit, because China had been through SARS, when the government said put your mask on, everyone put their mask on and stayed inside.
Right.
They didn't look at it as a government conspiracy. They were like, uh-oh, here we go again.
Right.
And now he sends videos periodically, and he sent a video. They're walking the streets. They're not wearing their masks.
Right.
I wouldn't say they beat it, but they have it under control because in the initial social distance, they stopped it from spreading so that they get a handle on it.
But I think there was so much misinformation, though. You saw them talking about, during this press conferences, social distancing, but yet they were standing side by side. They said wear a mask. Everywhere Trump went, including the manufacturer of the mask, didn't even wear one. So I think there was so much misinformation. And then as you talked about, these people were like, we're not going to stay inside. The guy walked into a sandwich shop with a rocket launcher, like saying, these are my rights. I should be able to go wherever I want to. So I think we kind of not us, a lot of people go.
No.
He was like,
well, black people thought you couldn't get it before.
Well, yeah, we did kind of start that initially.
Well, that's true. And the other problem we have, and I have a friend who's a doctor who deals with this all the time. People don't listen to experts.
No.
People would rather listen
Google
to
and Facebook.
It's a long time ago. I'm going to listen to a scientist over a politician
Right.
every day.
Right.
I'm going to listen to a scientist because it's in his name, scientist.
Right.
People chose to listen to politicians, and then that cult of Trump. These are people who actively reject intelligence.
You're absolutely right. But we regardless of what, we have killed truth and intellect. Like, you don't trust anything. You don't trust the government. You don't trust the press. You don't trust bureaucracies. You don't trust doctors. Like, we've killed truth. And at a certain point, as long as truth had viability, as long as there were certain things you could believe, now we get to make our own truth up. And like right now, like when the president of the United States, which was probably the smartest thing he said, was you could ingest disinfectants, which is great for Trump supporters because it's exactly what they are. Like, bleach is great for them because it works great on great for whites, but it's hell on colors. So it's easy. But the idea that something can say something as silly and destructive as that and not be drummed out by people speaking truth. There were people who would rather just say nothing and go, oh, well, he misspoke, and to make excuses for stuff like that than to just assail it as a lie and dangerous.
Well, see, when the thing came out to drink bleach, I encouraged it. I said, if you believe in drinking bleach, please, like, let's thin the herd. So let's get them out.
Let them go
You want
first.
to drink bleach? Don't let me stop you. You know, you're right. Intellectual has become an insult. In the past 10 years in the United States, the word intellectual has become an insult.
Right.
And this is one more time, and we all know this, right? They deny it, but everyone's seen the speech. How many years ago did Barack Obama say, hey, listen, this could happen. We need to
Right.
Like, he's so smart, it's frightening. It's frightening because he talked about this years before it
And
happened.
prepared
Put
for
a
it.
panel together
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah, prepare for it.
And he also said the world needs to work together. See, that's the other thing we've lost, right? There was a time when the United States would be in the lead on something like this.
Right, right.
Our scientists would be working with, you know, scientists from around the world, our labs and our facilities. We have geniuses here, there's
Right.
no doubt. And this time, the rest of the world is like, well, I don't know what's wrong with America, but we're gonna...
But I remember the insult, to your point, they used to call Obama professorial. They used to go, he's so professorial. He's so, like, it's like he's giving a lecture. Like, they hated his intelligence, and it was almost like an affront. It was like insulting to them, like that he was bright, and that he was urbane, he was sophisticated, and he was thoughtful. And they took it as an affront to America.
Well, to your point, he was giving a lecture because he was standing there thinking, I'm talking to millions of stupid people.
Yeah.
I give a lecture. That's what you do. You've done it. You've been in a situation where you're educating a group of people. It's like, yeah, I'm giving a lecture. In his case, it was like, man, one more time, I got to give a lecture to all of them.
Yeah, pretty much. And you're right. The funny thing is when he would speak, you know, they would be angry and everything that he would say would make perfect sense. Even some of the policies regarding, you know, our economy and regarding, you know, the climate change situation, all of that, the stuff that he did, and everyone was in an uproar. Trump, who can barely spell or speak, they sit quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody says anything.
But they know he's dumb. Here's the thing. They know he's dumb. It's not that dumb is, and you joke about this all the time. Dumb is okay if contained, like if it's contained, but it gets dangerous when it spreads. And right now, like everybody lauds Dr. Fauci. I thought he was intellectual, but I thought he was a coward. I think that at a certain points, you should just say, hey man, if you listen to this dude, it's gonna be 100,000 people dead. Which is exactly what happened. But his trying to accommodate stupidity is really why, like, they went from, you don't need to wear a mask, you do need to wear a mask.
Right.
So they're saying that just acting earlier could have saved half of the people we lost. But that accommodation of stupidity is as lethal as actually being stupid.
Right. And, you know, Jasmine, to your point of them being angry when Barack Obama spoke, do you know how angry you'd be if while someone was speaking, you had a dictionary and had to look up every word? What that mean? What that mean? What that mean? Okay. You know, DL, like the masks, and I get it, right? Because this is a science thing. So initially they said we don't need masks. Then they did some study and they said, oh, wait, you do need to wear a mask. Well, that's you've gained information and you've changed your opinion. That's called learning. Like, and that's what happened in that case. Now, it's, you know, it would have been better. I was one in the beginning when they said, don't wear a mask. I got it. Then they said, wear a mask. It's not going to protect you. It's going to protect others like you from breathing on other people, right? And they're like, what about my rights as an American? And I'm like, how about if we just take it as being courteous?
Right.
How about we not make it this big thing and your rights as an American and, you know, you're fighting to go to the beach and this and that. How about if it's just courteous? I do it, man. I pull into the parking lot, right? I put my mask on. I go into the store. I buy whatever I got to buy. I come out of the store. I take my mask off. So I had the mask on for 15 minutes and I'm still an American. You know, it's very simple to do this. And it's funny because, you know, I talked about this. the same people, like when they were protesting at the beach about having to wear a mask, they were all wearing sunscreen. They were all wearing sunscreen. I don't have to wear protective equipment, but I'm gonna need some of this SPF 50.
There he is, Alonzo Bolt, man. Thank you very much, man. Thank you, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut. All right, we are, I think, back.
Yeah, you can say that. I think that's official.
When last we met,
things were mighty different.
They were mighty different. A lot of things are different. Like where we go on, like where we air. That's different. I am D.L. Hughley. Welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Not the. I don't want people to think I'm not circumcised. I am.
I'm sure nobody's thinking that.
Oh my God.
Nobody's thinking that.
There, of course, is Jasmine Sanders. There is DJ Lucci. So. The thing that comes to mind right away, it took a pandemic to get us back on TV.
Yeah. A force of nature. Right. That's what we needed.
Hey, the world is ending. Let's bring them niggas back.
It's literally an act of God.
It really is.
I'm sure that's what they said as they sat around the table, too.
Yeah, some people part the Red Sea, other people bring us back. That's what they do.
Well, the point is we're back.
Right.
That's what matters most.
But things are so much different than they were. We are in the grip of a
global
pandemic.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's not just us that shut down. It's shut down. It's the world.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because now there's so many things that are different. Like we have to be, even to do this, we have to be socially distant. Right? We have to be 6 feet apart.
Yeah.
Which is weird because I'm pretty sure the dude that set this up wasn't good at math.
Oh, I'm certain we're not 6 feet.
I know I am.
I'm certain.
Yeah.
Well, from him, but probably not from me.
Well, one thing about DJ Lucci, she did, kind of the edicts that have been put down by the powers that be to keep people safer. Like rather than be prepared for, we just shut everything down. But one of the people who really adhere, because millennials get a bad rap because you see them partying at school, partying on beaches, and they go to spring break. Look at all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like this is not social distancing.
No.
This is not. But I can tell you one person that is that little fucker right there.
Listen, LaDonna Hughley prepared all of her children for this from day one. I don't know how she did it, but she literally prepared us for this. This is literally our MO.
The first time I've hugged my daughter in, I guess,
a month.
A little over a month.
Yeah.
Was last Friday for her birthday.
Aw.
But had I known it was going to... My girlfriend surprised me, but had I known my parents were coming, I'd have been like, no.
Right.
It's not happening.
Because she doesn't,
not even on your birthday?
No.
Because she don't want to get us sick. And then she don't want to get her girlfriend sick. And then, my wife's father lives with us. We got to keep that nigga alive.
Facts. Even though he tried to kill you guys.
Even though he tried to burn my house down. That's a whole, we got a lot of shows to talk about that. But I just think that this is now where we are, and the idea of what is going to be normal for all of us, like no one will know what the new norm is like.
Right.
Well, I think people are still trying to figure it out because you also have people who really don't believe in social distancing, unlike DJ Lucci. People are partying. They are tight. They have quarantine fatigue is what they're calling it.
Right.
And they're ready to get out to the beaches and the parks and everywhere else. They want to get out.
But the thing that's interesting is that we've been shut down, like depending on where you are in the country, there's no uniform way. Some people are, but the states that are opening up, like Georgia's opening up. And Georgia, everybody was talking about it's a balance between the economy and keeping the people safe. But Georgia, they decided to open up massage parlors, and they decided to open up barbershops and beauty shops and bowling alleys and nail salons, and that's where poor people go.
Right. Yeah.
And so really this is went from, a nation trying to come out of a pandemic to the purge.
No, it's literally like the part of a movie we don't get to see, like The Walking Dead or something like that. Like we're in the mix where you don't see
Right.
it, and then when you click on the movie, it's when the
Right.
zombies
Yeah,
come.
but here's the thing, though. I'm a firm believer in you are responsible for your own actions.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
just because they open these places up doesn't mean you all of a sudden decide
No.
you're going to get a tattoo
No, but
or
I
you're going
think
to get your nails done.
I think
Stay the hell home.
But they've done a very poor job. Like depending on where you live. This is the first time I ever wished because we've been live in California. We've been under quarantine for almost 6 weeks.
Yeah,
Right, almost 6
We've
weeks.
been in quarantine for a month.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the first time I ever wished I lived in a state where they didn't give a fuck about their people.
Like Florida.
like Florida. Like everywhere they had
Florida
slaves, they
doesn't
don't
care.
care.
facts.
Why would
Everywhere they used to have slaves, we can open it up.
Yeah.
These niggas can take it.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah. and like protesters were walking around. Why is it that when white people want to protest anything, they walk around with assault rifles? Like you can't shoot the virus. You can't. And then they compared it to slavery, which was so dumb. Like America had slavery for 400 years, and you can't take being under quarantine for 2 months.
Facts.
Yeah.
Like-
They're not used to that, though.
No.
They're not used to being told where they can't go.
That-
like
that-
we are used to it. We
Slaves
know.
had to pick cotton, and you mad because you gotta pick up your dinner at curbside.
Right. And
Like-
half of them haven't even been in quarantine that long.
Not at all. Slaves didn't have Postmates.
Yeah. No. Curbside pickup.
True.
Hey, Frederick Douglass, my wings ready. I gotta get back.
But they're the main one who are ignoring the quarantine as
They
well.
are.
So they don't. We as a slave, you didn't have a choice.
No,
you were told what to do.
And I think that it's for your own good. Like I remember some idiot compared, the quarantine and stay at home to Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks had to sit on the back of the bus because America didn't care about her life. You are being asked to stay home because they do.
Yeah.
They do. And how bad is it for white people that you can compare to a black woman in the 50s? That's when you know you fell off.
And what about those who are saying it's like Pharaoh? Even
Yeah.
Pharaoh let his people go. What?
Yeah, Pharaoh let his people go after it was so much disease.
And pestilence. Locusts.
He let them go because he said, this going to keep happening to you. Let the niggas go.
Kill the firstborn. It's a lot different. It's a lot different.
So I just think, and the thing that's interesting to me particularly is that literally white people have no equivalent. They don't have anybody to point to because there was never a time when they were denied rights as a people. So they got to co-opt ours.
Right.
They got to. So we're just like Harriet Tubman. We're just like, and the worst thing is that you can't be like us, and you have nobody to compare this to. But the one thing I will say is when they said, like I guess the Surgeon General, who you don't see anymore because I guess he fucked up.
They sat him down quick.
But when he said you can't drink or you can't stop drinking and smoking and doing drugs, you can't tell me to not drink and do drugs and not smoke and be home.
Right. How do you think I'm going to survive?
Like,
Not going to happen.
Either you're going to have a murderer or alcoholic.
Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut, and don't adjust your whatever listening device or
Right.
watching device.
Right.
It's us. We have different mic flags, though.
I don't
which is
think they're
super dope.
different.
You don't think so?
It seems like we've been here before.
I think they're different.
I don't know what it is.
Less disappointment.
We have Charlie, Big Charlie in the back.
Yeah, it's
there
Big
he
Honey
is.
still.
Big
Yeah,
Honey still
Big
right
Honey.
there.
Yeah, Big Honey.
You can't say he's literally a white shadow.
Yeah, he is.
We couldn't afford lighting for him.
The ward.
Because we couldn't afford lighting, so he actually is a white shadow.
And a big one, but we love him.
I think that we are permeated. Like everybody has an idea of what works. There's just so much fear and so much misinformation, and everybody. I heard from somebody that said this, and so you can't really tell what is real or not. But one thing that's constant. I don't care what situation we find ourselves in here, in as a country and as a nation, there will always be somebody that acts as zip damn fool.
All the time.
Yeah.
And we have a segment called This Nigga Here. It's somebody that does something every day. Because we do that all the time. You ever watch somebody go, this nigga here?
Every damn day.
What is he thinking about?
Yes.
So I want you to take a look at this clip. Jeff, you got the clip for me?
Senator Dale Zorn from Ida, he says the whole thing was a mistake and a misunderstanding. but he says he still feels that time period should be taught in schools.
I think even if it was a Confederate flag, we should be talking about teaching our national history in schools. And that's part of our national history. And it's something we can't just throw away.
So Dale Zorn, who was a senator from Michigan, decided after, all these things that are going on, because the main thing about America, no matter what's going on, the pandemic, drought, flood, fire, it's always time for racism. So this nigga here decided to wear a Confederate flag mask.
Mm-hmm. Well, he said his wife made it for him.
Yeah,
of
course.
Well, first of all, let's be very clear. He denied it.
Yeah.
Then he said, no, my wife made it for me, so I wanted to wear it.
Right.
Then he came out with a statement of, it's part of history.
Yeah.
It should be taught in school.
When have racists ever liked history? Like everything they don't is uncomfortable for them, they deny.
Yeah.
Like everything, like racists will never, they're responsible for everything good. Mm-hmm. Like everything, modern civilization, America, they created or responsible for everything except the word nigga. They weren't responsible for that. That was hip hop did that.
But the other thing is, look at the way that they frame history. Remember the article that we talked about that was in, I think, the New York Times, and it talked about Thomas Jefferson?
Right.
And
right.
the little
Sally
romantic
right.
apartment that he had for the love of his life,
Right.
Sally. And we know that was not true, but that's the way they remember it, and that's the way they tell it, and the way they teach it.
But history is amazing because they don't generally want to talk about it. If they wanted to talk about history, it wouldn't be out of so many of the nation's textbooks.
Right.
Like so if you're in Texas or Louisiana, it's not called slavery.
No.
It's called the people want to work.
Yes. Look at their nice uniforms.
But the Confederate flag, if we're going to be realistic about history, was a symbol of treason, tyranny. You took up arms against the United States of America, and there are men who talk about we want freedom, but they wanted the freedom to deny other people freedom.
Right.
And most of the symbols of the Confederacy actually came about after the Civil War. Mm-hmm. After the Civil War, like the Union Jack and the statues came about not as symbols of what was going on in the war, but to terrorize people.
Yeah.
And in Michigan, you could tell. Here's how I know the state capital of Michigan ain't Detroit, because he wouldn't have got away with that shit.
Well, first of all, he was on the floor of the Michigan Senate.
Right.
Of all places.
Of course.
You wasn't at Nana's and Papa's.
Right.
You were on the Senate floor.
Right. Yeah, it's only two white people in Michigan: Kid Rock and Eminem.
You know what it reminds me of? When he said, Jazz said his wife made it, that scene from Django, when they cut the holes and don't ask me or mine for nothing. When his wife made it for him, man, don't wear it.
Yeah.
But no matter what is going on in America, there is always time. I don't care what you say. There's always time for racism. Like even the race car driver, was it Dale Larson?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
who got caught? He was on a video game and he said nigga, and then he pretended like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, and I wasn't raised that way.
Not who I am.
Here's what I would like to say: if you get caught being racist or saying the N-word, stop telling people that you weren't raised that way. You were.
Right.
If you follow somebody who said the word nigga home, it's somebody answered the door who taught them.
That's true.
It is something, and there always is time for racism, because no matter what, people don't seem to understand that we are firmly entrenched. It doesn't matter what aspect we're talking about. We're talking about people dying. We're talking about the economy upended. We're talking about things never being back to normal. Mm-hmm. But the thing that satiates the American psyche more than anything else, the thing that we're most comfortable with, is the fact that we're very familiar with racism in every form. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what's going on.
Yeah.
There's always time for niggas.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. It's like a Sunday dinner. You know what to expect.
Right.
And you're waiting for it. Mac and cheese,
right.
Sweet potatoes. You know what it's going to be.
And
racism.
If his wife was going to make him a mask, why did she make him one with enough room for that extra chin?
Bruh, that gobble right there.
That's called a waddle. The waddle.
He has more chins than a Chinese phone book. I don't understand.
Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. And of course, I have been excited about talking to this young woman.
I wonder why.
You know why, because she's a lovely lady of Delta Sigma Theta sorority.
Oh,
of course,
yeah.
my sorority. And I had to get that in there first before I let you know. Of course, everyone knows she's a former White House correspondent. And she's basically, well, she's still a correspondent, but she's,
right.
I'm sorry, she's actually practicing self-quarantine.
Right. Yes.
Right?
Right.
Because being careful and safe, loving her family and loving herself. We get it. But also, I think she's best known as always keeping Trump on his toes.
Yeah.
Please welcome to the show, April
Ryan. How are you, Miss Lady?
Hello, DL. Hello,
this quarantine got you looking. You got your hair done somewhere.
That's how Deltas roll. Don't worry about that right there.
It's a hot comb in your quarantine. I know that.
Let me tell you something. I've learned how to use a curling iron. Yeah.
Now, it's amazing that you've kind of morphed into your own thing. Like you're doing kind of what you've always, maybe it's what you've always known. But I think a lot of the country, we always knew you, but a lot of country got to know you for your run-ins with the Trump administration. And you were, for decades, a White House correspondent, right?
23 years, DL. 23 years.
And you survived almost everything, wars and floods and earthquake and fires, but you could not survive the Trump administration, which is, you're like the post office.
No. I'm still here.
That's right. Still battling.
Let's clear. Let's be clear. I have run from death threats, and I have not gotten caught, and I am running from Rona, and I'm not getting caught. I will not go back to the White House until the all clear is there. I'm still working. I'm working from home.
Right.
I talked to Congressman Don Byers. I talk to everyone still.
Right.
But it's just not safe. Even the White House Correspondents Association said, if you don't have to come, don't.
But even at that, you were always the epitome of professionalism. But that became increasingly more difficult. It seemed to us, now I can't tell you how you felt, but as an observer, we often talked about it. It seemed difficult to act professionally with people who were determined not to be. Like there's a certain amount of decorum, regardless of what political stripe you adhere to, that there seemed to be a certain respect for the office of the presidency and the media. And that seems to not be the case anymore.
It's not the case. This president has a true disdain for the media, particularly there's even a difference in how he goes after those who are mainstream reporters who happen to be white versus the black female reporters.
Right.
If you notice when some of the reporters chat, just keep going, he has a different demeanor, even in his terseness.
Right.
It's us.
But he's dismissive. I don't want to use fair and Trump in the same sense, but he's dismissive to everybody. But there's a special.
Yes, there is some extra sauce or something on it that he puts on it. I'm thinking about Yamiche early on.
Yeah, I'll say Yamiche Alcindor. Yes.
Yamiche Alcindor, who works for PBS, a dear friend of mine. And I was watching. I think it was a Sunday. And it was a Sunday. I was watching, and I saw her get up and ask a question. And she.
You remember what the question was?
I forgot. This feels like a year now.
Right.
I forgot what the question was, but it was a Sunday. She asked a question. She kept asking. It was a pertinent question, a real question. He did not want to answer, and she kept going. And I said, uh-oh. And I texted her. I said, Yamiche, be careful. And as soon as I said that, I texted her real time. He said, oh, well, yes, and you work for this, and you used to work for the New York Times. I said, Yamiche, he's giving you a warning. He's letting you know he knows who you are, and he's checking into you. And I said that because I had to deal with that. I was alone for a long time, being chastised by the president. He called me a loser, but who's the loser telling people to disinfect with Lysol, Clorox?
Right.
Like I said,
it makes sense it actually makes sense for Donald Trump to tell his followers to use Clorox, because it's just like him. Clorox works on white people, but it's hell on colors. So I just I tell you.
But you know what, though, for me, that brings me to this point. I think the thing that's so difficult to understand as a citizen watching a journalist do her job, you and Yamiche, same thing, asking pertinent questions that we want to know the answer to, and to know that he can threaten you in a subtle way, or even you know, having the threats that you've had and all of that, you flat out ask him very plainly, are you a racist? And I watched what happened after that, the death threats and needing, you know, bodyguards and things of that nature. What have we come to that we can't even ask necessary questions, especially in your job, to the president?
Something that, as you said before, in a prior segment, one of the people were saying, you know, we need to learn our history. That's the problem. People don't understand civics. They don't understand U.S. government. They don't understand the Constitution. And they don't understand that reporters are part of the First Amendment, freedom of the press.
They're a tentpole of a democracy. They are. You're supposed to be like the referees.
When checks and balances fail, our founding fathers, who did not look like us and didn't expect me to be there, said the press has the right to ask questions, to be independent for the sake of accountability. And now what's happened? And I think about John McCain, the late John McCain. You know, we talk about how we love our soldiers and we support our soldiers because they give us our freedom. But even this president went in on him, a man who was broken and bled for our freedom. And John McCain said something so important. He said, once you start suppressing the press, you begin this thing called dictatorship. And I'm going to tell you something. No truer words have been spoken. And
do you think that what we are in now has any semblance to our aspirational goals as a country? Do you think that we are evolving and elevating, or do you think that we are sliding back?
We have devolved, DL.
Why do you think? Why do you think that is?
Because we are now looking like Russia and China. These are things that happen to the press, or what happens in Russia and China. We are now chastised, mocked publicly, called the enemy of the people. I have to have bodyguards? What is that?
Well, I think that I'll say this. I think he has a particular disdain for women, but I think women of color he has a disdain for, because he honestly doesn't feel like they should even be in a position to have these conversations with him. You can see the way he looks at them. Like like every time
he'd be in the room and he wants to automatically to diminish you, like, oh, okay, like whatever. But when we ask a question that gets under his skin, you know it. And he can't tolerate it. And the crazy thing about it is, like Harriet Tubman did, black women lead the way. We were the ones showing the others in the room that you do not let him knock you down, because this is your job. It's not about you. It's about the American public. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm still standing, and he will not make me leave. Right now, Rona's got me here at home.
But I love it, and I think he hates
all it
how
took to
cool
make
he
April
can
stay
be.
home was a virus.
But I love how he really believes he can get under your skin, and he can't. And you can see it in his face when you would ask him a question. Certainly when Yamiche asks a question, you can see her standing there very poised, and he hates it. And I think that's why he reverts to name calling and trying to be dismissive of you and your abilities to check him when he needs to be checked.
Well, Sora, as you know, we stand on the shoulders of greatness. We are the dreams and the hopes of slaves and all those who press for freedom. And I'll be damned if I let this president or anyone else, from this president to Sean Spicer to Sarah Huckabee and Omarosa, make me leave. Hell to the God.
I'm going to say something, and I believe that we're in a situation where it should be a shame. It should be a national disgrace that this country leads the world in citizens that have contracted this virus and that have died from this virus. It should say something about where we are. More Americans are dead right now in this man's presidency than died in the years of the Vietnam War. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, whether you like this or not, this man is incompetent.
Oh, yes.
And I think that to lead people, you have to love them, or at the very least like them. And I think he does not have a true respect for leadership. Means that I'm going to do what's best for somebody else. I'm going to do what's best for the people who elected me. His service is just to him. And I think it's disingenuous to compare him. There are a lot of people I disagree with politically, but from a human standpoint, I can't recall anybody in recent governance history that has had such a patent disregard for humanity. You know what I've never heard this president say during the entire time of this pandemic, which has been, I am sorry. We feel, I feel horrible for these people. My heart goes out to them. Never a tear, never a moment of pure humanity. And I think what he saw, what you saw is that you can't, I know you can't say this, but I think you saw an absence of that from the very beginning.
Well, let me say this. I can say it, and I'm going to say it now because I believe that I'm doing a disservice to the American people by not speaking the truth. And when I say the truth, but speaking without filters. I have covered 4 United States presidents who've called me by name. Well, let's say 3 who have called me by name. This one calls me a whole bunch of names. But I've been there for 23 years under 4 presidents. The last 3, I have seen various situations where there were national emergencies and crises. We had H1N1, we had Ebola, we've had Katrina. I've been there for all of that. And now I'm here for coronavirus. And I'm going to go back to something you said. You talked about leadership. I'm going to say power. Power means service. Power means service. And when he took that oath of office on that January 20th day, he took the oath to protect and serve. And that's not happening. Okay? I have graded presidents in 2 books. And I'm going to give this president, just on Rona alone, I call it Rona, Corona, COVID-19, an F.
Well, no, why, okay. An F, not a D, not a C minus.
An F.
Okay. I'm familiar with Fs, April. I got a lot of them. And I got an F because you know why I got Fs? Because I didn't show the fuck up. I didn't even go to class. I wasn't interested. I did not attend. I didn't even have the basic modicum of motivation to show up. So that's why I got it.
Smart as hell, and I love talking to you. It's like being at Thanksgiving with family when you got the Republican over here, the Democrat over here, and this one over there just have their opinion and their drinky drink, and y'all just going at it.
Oh, no, they drinking for sure.
But no, I gave him an F, and the reason why, number 1, for the failing grade, people are dead. And 1 dying is an F. But if these people didn't have to die, his handling of this, he got in on this late. There are documents that Benny Thompson, Congressman Benny Thompson of Mississippi, who is the head of the Homeland Security Committee in the House, that date back to December 2019 from World Organization saying, watch out, dated to the White House, dated and sent to the White House. Not only that, Susan Rice in the transition years ago was talking to Michael Flynn about the possibilities, the timeliness of a pandemic coming. They didn't know what, but they knew something was going to happen. They dismissed it. January and February, the president was talking about this is a Democratic hoax.
But he says he didn't say it.
Okay, let's roll the tape. Anyway, we got tape.
Hey, listen, I've been around long enough that when a black woman say roll the tape, you don't want that.
Trouble.
You know?
And you don't say it unless it's not true. I'm not that girl. If there are no receipts, I'm not gonna say it. And
I'll
tell you,
the enablers around him, the people who are not stepping forward, who know these things are true and are not calling it what it is.
And that's the problem, the enablers. And the question is, after this is all said and done, it's unfortunate, once this is all said and done, that's when the investigations are going to happen.
But you, April, I agree with everything you said, but here's the thing. It says more about the American citizenry. It says more about us as a population than it does about his presidency. Because the fact that we would allow this, if you just change the names on this particular dilemma, if you change this disaster, if you change it from Barack Obama from Donald Trump to Barack Obama, the nation
Absolutely.
would not act as passively
Obama
as it has.
would have been gone the first day. We know
Exactly. So we can say that it is not the administration alone that gets an F. It is the American population that gets an F too, because they accepted it.
enablers. I still believe there are still so many people who want to do right and who are trying to fight. And so many people have been bullied into submission. They fight those people of goodwill. So that's the problem. A lot of people are scared to be tweeted about the president. What's a tweet going to do? Come on.
But they took oaths too, like this Dr. Fauci and the other chick. They sat
Dr.
by.
Fauci sidelined Dr. Fauci and poor Jerome, as you call him, DL, Secretary General.
April.
I'll say this. I agree. But we come from people who risk a lot more than a bad tweet. We come from people who risk life and limb to better their families and to protect their communities. So when somebody tells me I'm afraid of this man because he may say something bad about me, it is hollow to me. Yeah. I think the American people, I'll tell you what, this is a true testament of where we are right now. It isn't that people are dying that the American people are responding to. It is that the economy is in the tanker. Because if you had the same number of people dying right now, but the Dow was up and people were still, and unemployment was low, this country would shrug it off. And that is an indictment on us. We can't say that there are good people when so much malfeasance and evil is allowed to be done.
I'm going to say there are good people who are trying, but their voices, I don't know why, are not loud enough. But that's when I have to listen and I have to say, and I'm going to tell you the last thing. I told you his mishandling and the deaths first and then the mishandling, but also DL, the messaging. A president and his staff or those who are in this emergent situation should be in lockstep. There should be no air between them. They should all be on the same talking points, the same page. You cannot trust this president. He tells you about medicines, malaria medicines that are more deadly than anything right now. People are dying, taking it and dying. And then he goes out there from the podium and lies, saying he was being sarcastic, talking about, oh, maybe we'll stick a light in someone, or maybe we can use, if we do a disinfectant on our hands, maybe we can do a disinfectant in the body. When you are a child, your mama and your daddy tell you don't go under the sink because it's poison. What's under the sink? Lysol.
Lysol, yeah. Mm-hmm. But you know what? It really is this. At a certain point, you stop being a good person. At a certain point, you could have had the most stellar reputation. You could have had the most earnest of intentions. You could be the most empathetic human being. But when you allow all that to be corrupted, you have ceased to become a part of that administration, and you become an accomplice. They are accomplices. And so there is... Ultimately is this: when the light is shining like this, there ain't nowhere to hide, and history will be a horrible, horrible estimation of where we are. I got to tell you this. I tell you this every time I see you. One thing I know about you, we haven't always agreed on everything. I think that I've said some things you didn't like.
A few, I'm sure.
But I respect you.
But I respect you, and I respect you are only want for this country what you have exhibited. Empathy, humanity, professionalism, and love. And if they are not, and sometimes they're not worthy of it, and we'll see how this thing works out, but I think we're better for having you around. We are.
I appreciate you, Dia, and I love you, but I want to tell you this before I go, and I don't want to sound doom and gloomish, but there are several things I want everyone to watch out for. This is going to be an ebb and flow for 2 years until there is a vaccine, a mass-produced vaccine, and a global immunization. That's going to be at least 2 years. So we've got to be careful until then. And also remember that this administration is taxed. Everything is taxed, meaning we are in hurricane season, and FEMA is already out there.
Fire season's coming up in the West.
It's praying time, y'all. That's all I got to say.
Well, this sounds more like Revelations to me. April Ryan, thank you, baby girl. You be careful.
Love you, girl.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Jasmine.
All right. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut.
and we'll rise up. I like the waves, we'll rise up. In spite of the ache, we'll rise up. And we'll do it 1,000 times again. Are we coming or going? Is it on? Is it off? You're in the wind just like a palm tree in a star. But I'll be the only one to break and fall when you call. Oh, give me your love, give me fire, love me your love, let me fly. See how cold, no just right, but give me your love, give me fire, 'cause you ain't no good when you're just no one. And I'm closing this heart. So make your last call. We can have everything or nothing at all. Give me honest, give me fire, give me honest, give me fire, give me your love, give me fire, give me your love, give me fire, love me your love, let me fly. See how cold, not just right, but give me your love, give me fire, 'cause you ain't no good, no, you ain't no good, oh, no. So give me your love, give me fire. You just ain't good enough. You're just low.
All right, couple technical difficulties we're working through. Bear with us. We still got a good show planned for y'all, okay? Hey, yeah, that's better. Thank you. I love you too, all of you. How y'all feeling? Good? Well, tonight's a conversation. I know there's a lot of craziness going on right now. We're going to talk about it tonight, okay? We don't do this up here alone. All right, we need y'all to make this work. So this is a joint effort. Let's get into it. So I learned a lot of times in the past. Yeah, but like there's different types of love that I should know. Wow. And so my question is, what kind of love is it that can leave me all alone like somebody with just a 6-point sweetly laughing at my foolish heart? Only love can break your heart like poison in dark. How you apart. And if it's all the same to you, this kind of love, yeah. It taught me nothing true. I was guilty of for now. And so my question still remains, what kind of love again can leave him all alone in his car with just the radio blasting, singing to his foolish song? Honey, don't take your heart. Oh, you are. Oh, yeah. Only love can break your heart like poison, poisonous dark. Come on, your heart. Yeah. Only love can break your All right, let's keep going. I just have to tell you guys that story real quick. Let's get into it. So this is a love story, a love song that I wrote. I wrote this love song to God, but it could be for any of your loved ones. So hold your loved one right now, okay? Here we go. My heart has been a chess ball, making moves and losing out. But there's so many times before, oh, when there ain't nothing to brag about. But this might be number. When you call, I'm singing your mood. You turn me all the way around. Oh, when I'm tired of the fine line, see, I just want you to be forever mine. Oh, you got to be forever mine. Oh, and there's nothing I can see now that ain't been sung before. Oh, but your love is a standout. So come ahead to take the road. I got to know, sometimes I don't always sing, you know what I mean? Sometimes I just want to get down, you know what I mean? Oh, somebody's in the mood. Hey, hey. The way that you will never seen it before. Looking for my head, you know. You rest in my heart and I get the reward. Winning the fight like a Trojan. I come back, back, back every time. You got me shit like the mouth when they come out and I wake up blessing my life. I just want you to be forever. The way that you will never seen it before. Looking for my head, can't find it no more. You rest in my heart and I get the reward. Winning the crown like a Trojan. Looking for how I can win it no more. You get to my heart and you get the reward. Feeling me pound like a Trojan. Come back, every time. You got me shit like a mouth when they run. Come out and know it, no rest of my life. I just want you to be forever mine. The way that you never seen it before. Hey. You rest in my heart and I get the reward. Feeling me pound like a Trojan. Come back, every time. You got me shit like a mouth when they run. Come out and know it, no rest of my life. Thank you so much, champ. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for turning up with me. So one of the things, like we said, this is a conversation, we're talking, and one of the things we like to do is pay tribute to the greats who came before us, who paved the way and allowed us to do what we do. So we are at a jazz festival. Are there any Nina Simone fans in the audience? So, in 1963, in a Baptist church on 16th Street in Birmingham, Alabama, a woman is sobbing, and this woman is holding a shoe. And this tiny little white shoe she's holding has blood all over it. And she's sobbing because this bloody white shoe belongs to her now dead daughter, who was in a church earlier that day that was bombed because of hate. God damn. Now surely justice can deal with injustice like that, right? Well, wait a minute. A man peacefully pulling his wallet out of his pocket was shot 4 times dead in the arm. Surely justice can deal with injustice like that, right? Well, now our pants stay sat a little low, we stand a little taller, and we talk about injustice like this.
Man, oh man, oh man. Sometimes we get pissed off. We can't stay that way though. You know what I'm saying? We gotta get progressive. We'll talk about that. So we're still talking. I'm gonna tell you guys a story about my life. Don't judge me, okay?
You don't know I call him the teacher. He had hard lessons for the kids. Now I get out, but you truly put me under that same spell. He loved me, stressed me out. You love me like a precious gift, and he loved me like a sloppy kiss. And you would tell me nowadays, not understand the pain. Oh, what did I let you drown? Baby, would you believe that I've been broken? You saved me for me. Say again and again, I see the real life scream to me. I give up good for grain of sand, slipping through my hair, slipping through my hair. Now you have no problem with commitment. Like a king is loyal to what's his, and you look for a ring to fit while I played wifey with the king of the Baby, would you believe that I've been broken? You saved me for me. Say again and again, I see the real life, real to me. I give up good for grain of sand, slipping through my hair, slipping through my hair, slipping through my slipping through my Baby, would you believe that I've been broken? You saved me for years. Play again and again. I see the real. Now it's real to me. I gave up gold for grain of sand. Let it through my head, slipping through my head, slipping through my hair, slipping through my Thank you, thank you. Okay, so I have to tell you, we all have that person or that thing in our lives that we gotta say, let go of my hand, okay? We have that person in our text message history right now, okay? Okay, let's get funky for a minute. Let's talk about it. Just me, I and my time. A wisdom gem, yeah. trying your best to excite me. 'Cause you know you must leave me. I'm more than one or two. Oh, fiery night. We broke out. So many times I end up on the ground. But now I'm crying out. I love y'all. Thank you so much. So, like I said, we're still talking, and we like to pay tribute to the greats who came before us, but we also like to honor those artists nowadays that are conscious and that are making amazing music. And I'm a big hip-hop fan. Are there any hip-hop fans in there? And I don't know about y'all, but it excites me how hip-hop always has embraced jazz music, yes? So I always say that jazz inherently evolves and transforms. And so I'm a big Kendrick Lamar fan. Are there any Kendrick fans in the audience? Okay. Oh, that's good. So one of his songs off of his early album, I love so much, and it's a song called No Makeup, because I think at a point in my life, you know, I enjoy makeup, I have fun with it, but it used to own me. It used to define how valuable I was, and the more I took those things off, the more the people in my life who were there for the wrong reasons were moved out of it. So I just want to pay tribute real quick, and I want to do this song, No Makeup, for you guys, because I love it, and I love you guys, so we'll make it work. I love the way you put it on your hands. The colors on your face light up the sky. Those lips are colorful. I love that time. Girl, that's fine, but do you mind? No makeup. I know she about to ask me how she look. I tell her beautiful and how long it took for you to put it on. It was early in the fall. She resembled the models out of the neighborhood, concentrating on the way the eyeliner thickens. You staring at her, you trying to figure her vision. The wittiness, the prettiness, the colors on her skin tone, her complexion and the direction of her grown. Damn girl, I so mad. You about to blow your cover when you cover up. Don't you know your imperfections is a wonderful blessing from heaven? It's where you got it from. I love your smile. You can do it without style. From your lips all the way to your eyebrows. It's the beauty in her, but when the makeup occur, I don't see it. All I see is I love the way you put it on your eyes. The colors on your face light up the sky. Those lips are colorful all of the time. Oh, girl, that's fine, but do you mind? No makeup. I know she about to ask me how she look. I tell her beautiful and how long it took for you to put it down. It was early in the fall. She resembled the models out of the Maywood, concentrating on the way that I line and thickness. You staring at me and trying to figure my vision. The wittiness, the prettiness, the colors on my skin My complexion and the direction needs alcohol. I feel like it's not enough. I can never put on too much makeup. Again, I know my imperfections. I be constantly stressing from him. Is what I get it from. And tell me I need to smile at least once in a while. I hate my lips, my nose, my eyebrows. It's the beauty in me, but what you don't see is that I had a black ID. Okay, so we're gonna move things along and take it way back for a minute, right? Okay. Are there any Lil' Kim fans? Hey, here we go. What your girlfriend said. John, I know you tell me on the radio. True, I know you tell me on the radio. True, true. Listen, like Kendrick said, see, you ain't gotta get drunk to have fun. You ain't gotta get drunk to have fun. Gotta get drunk to have fun. You ain't gotta get drunk to have fun. Oh, oh, 'cause you. Okay, so we're gonna keep it rocking. Yes. So while we're talking, this is still a conversation, right? So I want to talk about family because that's a big thing for me. All of these men and women up here and behind this stage are family, and all of you out there are my family as well. And this doesn't work, you know, without every family member pitching in. Y'all gotta listen real good. We gotta play real good. You know what I'm saying? So I want to take a second though to highlight this man in particular. Yeah. So they're all amazing and gifted, and he over here is extraordinarily gifted. He is one of the best keyboardists, but also probably the best vocalist I've ever heard in my life. I had to do it. And I always say, when I first heard Charles sing, he made me want to be a better singer, a better artist. He's helped to grow me as an artist. And so I just think it would be a real tragedy if we left this place without him blessing y'all with a song. Because he's also a gifted songwriter. So, Charles, I will step to the side. I'm going to step over here with the backgrounds. And ladies and gentlemen, I give you Sir Charles Jones.
Yo. Give it up for Andra. Like, she's a rare human being to let somebody do that. Okay. It's such an honor to sing for you, Cape Town. If you feel good, clap your hands along to the song. are the one that brings the sunshine in. On my bad days, when my sky's gray, just one smile makes my whole world brand new. You are the one. Every minute I choose, with your family, you're there for me. And I'm so grateful to know someone just like, where would I be without you? Hey, I don't know where I would be. Where would I be without you? Oh, and I never, never want to find out. Where would I be without you? Oh, I don't know where I would be. Where would I be without you? You are the one. Every minute I choose, you're for me, you're for me, and I don't know what I would do. I'll never forget all that you've done for me. When I needed, and I'm so grateful to know someone just like. I don't know where I would be, and I never, never want to find out where would I be without you. Hey, I don't know where I would be. I hope I'm even half the friend that you've been. Oh, 'cause my life is twice as rich with you in it. Where would I be without you? Oh, I don't know where I would be. Without you. And I never, never want to find out. I don't know where I would be. I'm so grateful for you, my brother. I'm so grateful for you, my sister. I'm so grateful for you, my mother. I'm so grateful for you, my father. I don't know where I would.
If I didn't have these big old boots on, I would take them off and throw them at him, okay? So this is what we get to experience every day with this man. Thank you so much, Charles, for that. So we're still talking, and I want to have a serious conversation really quick. I want to switch gears to a song that's very special to my heart. And my prayer with this song is always that it infects people and affects people. I always pray, let it be something that's healing. Let it be something that's encouraging, that's inspirational. And I know in the last couple of days, South Africa, you guys got some interesting news that has been weighing heavy on your hearts. And so, obviously we're dealing with some stuff in the U.S. as well, too. And I just wanted to come here today. I'm going to be polite about it right now. But anyway, so what I want to say is really, I would like to make this, instead of something about anger, although being fired up and, being progressively angry, wanting to do something, understanding that we can't just sit and watch the scene pass or just expect it to pass. We have to stand up and we have to do something. We have to say something. We have to all come together as South Africans. We have to all come together as Americans and say we won't stand for this anymore. We're better than this. We deserve more than this. And so I want to speak to all of you guys who are tired, all of you guys who aren't sure about the future, who don't know what's around the corner, and I want to just instill a sense of hope in you, because the only person that we really serve, that I know I really serve, is upstairs, is way, way, way upstairs. And that's who really controls our fate. But we still have to act, and we still have to do something. So I want to encourage all of you guys and encourage us on this stage and backstage tonight. This song is called Rise Up. I hope you enjoy it. You're broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in, so we're gonna walk it out. Move mountains, we gon' walk it out. Mountain, and I rise like the day. I rise unafraid. I rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. For you. Silence is quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. Oh, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, yes we can. Move. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. For you. you so much, family. Thank you. Thank you so much for having us, fam. Before we finish here, we love you so much. You guys have been so amazing. And I really hope that we all leave here encouraged and uplifted. But before we finish, I just want to shout out my amazing band. This is Dave Wood. I call him Master Shredder on guitar here. We have the beautiful ladies, Crystal Starr and Kira DaCosta on backgrounds, and basically just on flavor, you know what I mean? We have my man, Shay Godwin, who I call Dr. Octopus, on the drums. We got my boy, Nando Rayo, Pico de Gallo, the funk man himself, on bass. And you all know, good and well, Sir Charles Jones. So, before we finish, I know this is a jazz festival, but we lost a legend recently, Chuck Berry, the father of rock and roll, as we all know. And he inspired so many bands. He inspired us, and he inspired a band that we love, Queen, this song that we do all the time. So in honor of Chuck Berry tonight, we're gonna rock. We're gonna end this by rocking.
Just in the alley creeper, night on the green, young fighter screaming, no time for doubt, with the pain and anger, can't see a way out. It ain't much I'm asking for. I heard her say, got to find me a future. Move on my way. I want it all. I want it all. Give me a game plan. Gotta shake you to the ground. Just give me what I know is mine. People, do you hear me? And just give me the sign. No, it ain't much I'm asking for. it all.
I want 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 it now.
I want it. Yeah. I want it all.
I want it all.
I want it all.
I want it all. I want it all.
Love y'all. God bless Cape Town Jazz Festival. Thank you for having us. Mwah, 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 mwah. God bless you all. Have a wonderful night. Enjoy all the other amazing artists here. God bless.
The year was 1942, and President Franklin Roosevelt issued a directive to construct an emergency supply route across Canada to Alaska. It would become a modern engineering miracle, matched only by the construction of the Panama Canal, the Alaska-Canadian Highway.
Often overlooked in this great engineering achievement were the 3,700 black soldiers who played a tremendous role. Let's meet the black World War II heroes who helped tame the Great North as builders of the Alaskan Highway.
There were 4 units, 3 regiments, the 93rd, 95th, and 97th regiments, and the 388th Battalion that were assigned to the Al-Can project. For the most part, these soldiers came from the southern states, Alabama, Georgia, and Mississippi, and a few from the Northeast, and those were the ones in the 388th.
I happened to be a part of the 97th Engineer Regiment, which was trained at Eglinfield, Florida, to go to Alaska to build the northern sector of the Al-Can Highway. My job was to make a collection of the construction on the road, problems with equipment, and a progress report was supposed to be sent to the Corps of Engineers in Washington, D.C. every 2 weeks.
In the 1940s, we had blacks who, some were conscripted, a lot volunteered to serve because they saw this as an opportunity to prove to the world that they could fight, wanted to fight, and they felt that by fighting and shedding their blood that this would cause the country to treat them as equals, as full citizens.
From Crispus Attucks, the first to die in the Revolutionary War, to Prince Whipple, the lone black man who joined George Washington as he crossed the Delaware. From the firing of the first cannon of the Civil War, black Americans have helped to carry our country's flag to victory. In World War I, they fought for freedom, even though their own freedom was limited by segregation at home. When white American soldiers refused to fight by their side, black Americans fought with the French and distinguished themselves in battle. They went on to become the first American troops to receive the French Croix de Guerre. When World War II rolled around, Uncle Sam wanted everyone to fight, that is, except black Americans. And yet, they insisted on the privilege of full citizenship and the right to fight and die for their country. Thanks to the efforts of people like Mary McLeod Bethune and First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, the White House soon gave in and signed a bill allowing 1 million black men and women to join the military. However, segregation applied even in battle.
Pearl Harbor, December 7th. We had a situation where the United States was very uncertain about what else might occur in the aftermath of Pearl Harbor. The air was not a trustworthy place to conduct combat. We didn't think it was. We certainly couldn't trust the seas, and so trying to link Canada and Alaska, this highway, was an interior opportunity that we felt was a safe passage for getting troops and providing for some strategic defense for the continental United States.
Prior to Pearl Harbor, black soldiers were not allowed to serve on active duty. But with so many troops in Europe and the Pacific, and to the dismay of many military leaders, black troops who were held on bases throughout the South were ordered to Alaska.
We boarded a troop transport and cargo ship, the David W. Branch, and we traveled through the inland waterway to Valdez, Alaska.
A lot of them had no idea what they were getting themselves into. You know, you get drafted, you get sent to Georgia to wait for orders, and you get sent to Alaska, places that they could probably never even imagine, and under conditions that were just horrible. They were in combat construction engineer groups. These are the guys who basically clear forests, construct roads, build bridges. It's very hard work, back-breaking work. It's manual labor. The United States military assigned about 10,000 troops to this task, and about a third of those, about 3,600, were African American. These were men who came from the South for the most part. They had never lived in extremely cold climates. They had to endure temperatures that ranged from 80 degrees below in the wintertime to 90 and 95 degrees in the summertime.
Despite being new to these harsh environmental challenges, the black engineering units made steady progress, usually completing 5 miles of construction per day.
The government did not think that these African American soldiers would be successful. The government just said, okay, we're going to send them up there with poor equipment, with no ammunition, with isolation and a whole bunch of other obstacles, and the soldiers were able to overcome every single one of them.
We had what had been designed to be Arctic clothing, but we had to improvise. For example, Arctic boots never worked. You needed to have freedom of motion in your legs and toes, so we found that galoshes were the best item to wear on your feet. Then we had layers of stockings, barrel-up stockings, wool stockings, turtleneck sweaters in order to cover over your nose, and we had parkas, Arctic parkas.
The gentlemen had to have the right layers of clothing on, because even within their tents, they would freeze. See, most human beings can't fathom once it gets down to 20 below, but imagine 70 below zero. They would beat their chest to stay warm. They would jump up and down. They would do whatever they could to stay active to keep the circulation going. So they were constantly working around the clock to beat the elements.
The major construction equipment consisted of D8 Caterpillar tractors, D4 tractors, And we had General Motors 2.5-ton trucks, carry-alls 1.5-ton trucks. We had dump trucks of different manufacturers mixed. Some of it was used and in ill repair. The original trucks that we took to Alaska, believe it or not, had no heaters.
The government not only gave them ill equipment, poor equipment, but they gave them an abundance of equipment, so much was wasted. There were so many stories of where they just let the truck go off a cliff, or they didn't care if the dump truck or the Caterpillar bulldozer was just stuck in the water and frozen because the government didn't care.
One of the major problems operating vehicles in sub-freezing weather was condensation would form low balls of ice which would stop up the gas lines. So we had two drivers who were trapped on the highway that we were constructing who froze to death before they could get to help. After that, every 10 miles we constructed a little log hut with a stove so that no matter where you were stranded, you didn't have over 5 miles to get to a place where you could find a means of warming up. The bulldozers and heavy equipment and the road graders would create about 3 miles of military road each day. We were blazing the trail.
Obviously, the element is one issue. Equipment is another issue. And I dare say esprit de corps or morale will be another issue.
During that period when the armed services were segregated, the officers, the commanding officers, were white. A lot of them didn't want to be assigned to black units because for many of them it was the kiss of death. If you get assigned to a black unit, your career is going down a tube. And the soldiers knew it. They didn't like having to be led by officers who really didn't want to be a part of them.
The commanding officer by the name of Buckner issued a warning that in no way did he want the black soldiers to mingle with any of the white townspeople because he did not want a mongrel race to be created.
So he brought with him some very strong stereotypes and some very strong feelings about blacks and about their role in the armed forces. And if he had his druthers, they would not have been there. But again, it was a manpower issue. They needed to have those men there, and he relented. But it was only because of necessity.
They brought that segregated stuff up there with them because the people in Alaska didn't have it. We had a black officer. Captain Smith was from New York. He was our chaplain. He was on board when we were going by train, and he came one Sunday and said, "We're going to God's country. We're going where a man is treated like a man." We got to Alaska and they gave him a separate latrine and a separate place to eat. A separate tent away from the white officers. He was a captain.
Everything from housing to outhousing was segregated. The black troops were set up in remote base camps as far away from towns and local people as possible. Even the Eskimos were told to avoid the black construction engineers.
We had guns, but no ammunition. We discovered where the ammunition was being stored. And when that was found, we all had guns and ammunition.
Once they did get ammunition, of course the white commanding soldiers then treated them a little differently because now these African Americans have guns and ammunition. So they were just overcoming, obstacle after obstacle in a very proud fashion. The majority of these men were very patriotic.
In a strange irony, they endured the same racist treatment by their own countrymen that was the basic doctrine of Nazi Germany.
The German state, the Bible of the Nazis, the gospel according to Hitler. I'm not going to read all of this, but there are one or two things in this book that will interest you. I quote, "From time to time, the illustrated papers show how a Negro has become a lawyer, a teacher, perhaps even a minister. It never dawns on the degenerate middle-class America that this is truly a sin against all reason, that it is criminal madness to train a born half-ape until one believes one has made a lawyer of him.
I never gave it a thought. I was proud to be an American servant in my country. I don't say I overlooked discriminatory problems and things like that, but my idea was to do a job and come back safely home.
This was a period of rigid segregation. This was a period when blacks served in very limited and confined roles, and they just decided to do the very best they could under the most adverse of circumstances. They needed them in areas where no one else would go, but they wanted to keep them remote from the people, if you will, so that there'd be no fraternization. And it's a difficult situation to imagine today, that you're trying to do a job for your country, risking your life, and no one really cares. We just want you to get the job done, thank you very much, and go on to the next task.
Well, I think the general morale of the outfit was very good, considering the conditions under which we were working. Well, that's true of all of the work that the black engineer outfits did on the Alaskan highway.
Some of them have not really experienced snow.
It's a very hard, back-breaking work.
They gave him a job of building a bridge across one of the streams, which was built in a weekend. We had difficulty in getting fresh food.
A lot of them had no idea what they were getting themselves into.
Brown bears would frequent the camp.
There was that sense of camaraderie or togetherness.
Some were a little extra nice after we found out we had the ammunition.
Despite life-threatening conditions and inferior equipment, typical for all the black regiments, they endured. They used an assembly line methodology. One unit would clear. The next would follow behind, erecting small bridges. The next would grade the road. They built and operated their own sawmill. They were forced to build their own housing because the military tents proved insufficient. All the black regiments completed their road construction on schedule. In 8 months, this highway covered 1,500 miles overland and rivers. During the dedication of the Alcan Highway, just about everyone connected to this incredible engineering feat was welcome, except the nearly 4,000 black soldiers who gave so much.
I think more about the role of the black construction engineers during that period. The Tuskegee Airmen had to be visible for obvious reasons. You know, flying a plane. The president's wife, Eleanor Roosevelt, took a personal interest. I mean, she went down to Tuskegee, took a ride in a plane that was piloted by one of the airmen. But Alaska was remote. And by design, those blacks who were assigned to serve in that remote area were treated with even greater remoteness. I mean, I think the fact of the geographic distance, the fact that the commanding officers didn't want them to play a major role certainly mitigated against any kind of visibility and recognition.
There was a sense of, we're going to beat this, we're going to overcome this, which I think is systemic to the character of African Americans, because throughout history we've always had to make a way when there was no way, and this is just another example of that.
To me, it's a tribute to the men who, some of them who froze and gave their life in a project to protect America.
Having proven themselves under the worst possible conditions, all but the 97th Regiment was reassigned to combat units in Europe and the Pacific. The 97th remained in Alaska for 2 more years until they too joined the combat in Europe. It would take 50 years before the men who made up the black corps of engineers would receive any recognition.
Well, not only did the black men of the 93rd, 95th, and 97th regiments, as well as the 388th Battalion keep busy, they fulfilled their mission beyond the call of duty. I hope you enjoyed this brief journey as we glimpsed the provocative tales, incredible accomplishments, and the undeniable fortitude of a people as they traveled from slave ships to spaceships. On behalf of New Millennium Studios and me, your host, Tim Reed, thanks for watching, and we hope you'll tune in for the next installment of Legacy of a People. History will never be the same.
What have I done, man? I've let myself down. I've let my family down. I can't run, man. I ain't no coward. And Pop's gonna go in on me. And then there's Mum. And what about her? Pop says it all the time. You can run, but you can't hide. But same way Pop's gonna go in on me if I stay, man. Gotta bounce.
Are you going somewhere? What's that? Aaron, I asked you a question. Where are you going? Aaron, I'm talking to you. You're ducking out on me, aren't you, Aaron?
I'm ducking out on you. What are you talking about, man? Hey, look, just listen to what I'm trying to say.
Listen what? What's that?
I don't know what it is, okay? What, are you a police officer or something? Hey, look, just chill, man, alright, yeah? Just stop. Hey, Michelle, don't touch my things like that,
What are your
man.
clothes doing in that gym bag?
Hey, look, it's too much for me, okay? This is just too much stress for me. You don't understand how much stress this brings.
I think I have an idea, thank you very much.
Nah, man, you don't know what it takes.
And you do?
Yes, I do.
Oh, how do you know?
Hey, just stop, man. It's too much, all right? Look, I've got to go. I can't take this anymore, man. Just...
And you think I'm not stressed?
Listen, look, I'm too young for this. Look, man, listen, Michelle, we're still kids. You know that, yeah? I'm too young for this.
I'm younger than you, Aaron. I'm the one who's carrying it. I'm the one who's going to have to make decisions.
Why is it all about you?
What?
Huh? Yeah, why is it all about you, Michelle? Tell me. Every time it's about you and what you want. I see you. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to get me fixed on you, innit? Is that what you want? You want to control me, yeah? I've seen your type before. You're trying to trap man. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to trap man into these little games you're playing. I understand. Yeah. Continue, yeah?
If you haven't noticed, I've got plans.
Yeah, cool.
I shouldn't be here. I should be at home, revising.
Go home then.
Instead, I'm stood here talking to you about this bullshit.
Go home then.
Seriously. I've got 3 conditional offers from 3 of the top universities.
Hey, look, I got plans too, you know.
Oh, really?
Look, you see this, yeah? I think, look, it's not working, yeah? Just forget about this. Yeah? Do you understand that? We're done.
Fine.
Cool. Go then. Me and you, we're done. We're over. You get me? Like, we're done.
I heard you the first time.
Cool.
I'll go. But you're not leaving me to raise it all on my own.
That's it. See, well, why are you saying it? That's what I'm trying to say. See, look at you, man. You're saying it.
It was a mistake.
Yeah, a mistake. That's what we are. We were a mistake. This, in fact, is a big mistake. Think about it. Can you do this all by yourself?
No,
yeah?
Because you're going to do your part. Look, do you know what? We don't have any choice.
We do have a choice.
No, we don't.
That's the thing. We do have a choice.
We
It's not too late, you know.
Aaron, don't come through that bullshit. You know that's not an option for me.
Are you sure?
Sure about what?
This thing, like... Are you sure it's even mine?
Are you fucking with me right now?
No, seriously. Are you sure you didn't really test wrong or something?
Seriously? Are you being for real?
No, I'm not even joking here. Like, I've seen your type before, you know. Them type of girls who go crazy. I've seen you. You're lying, innit? Yeah, them setup chicks. You're gonna want me fixed upon you, and then after that, right? 3 months in, you're gonna tell me how you accidentally lost it. Is that what you? Look, I've got plans too, you know. I'm just saying that we need to be careful about this. Yeah?
We've both got plans. I feel as though all I'm hearing from you is I and me, as if I and me made this baby. It was us.
I understand that. I'm not saying I don't want kids, yeah? But just think about it for a second. Are you sure this is what you really want?
Yes. Yes, it is.
We're still kids, man.
But like it or not, we're gonna have to grow up.
This is it, you know. 18 years from now, 20 years from now, we can't look back. This what you really want? Because if it is, then I guess I've got a man up. Come here, man. Come here, man. I'm not going to leave you alone by yourself. You're stupid. I want to be there for you, yeah? Just gotta trust me. Yeah? Just gotta trust me.
So we got a situation. The youth them are failing, no. Keep your mind open, y'all. It's the time that they're born. How the moon and stars align. It's a cosmic time.
One of the most interesting things to me about any city in America that's an older traditional city is that every single one has a main street and they have a church street. And here in Norfolk there was a church street that dated back as far as the early part of the 19th century. And as you can imagine, the church street was made up mostly of the prominent churches in the city. But as the city began to develop, by the time we get to the middle to late 19th century, a number of homes and businesses began to spring up in and around that particular corridor.
Washington Avenue was a street where a lot of professionals lived. But in my background, my mother was a domestic worker, and it was a lot of pride. And most of the residents believed in education.
Well, I think Church Street had a lot of good aura about it because of the fact that we had a lot of people that did really good on Church Street, and a lot of people that raised kids and really sent kids to school, and then even though we had some rough times with some people, but once you got to know people on the street, the merchants, the people that was in business, you was all right because you were in the midst of people that cared for each other on the basis of an everyday part, that they would see you and they got to know who you were and what you was all about, because Church Street extended their arm to the people that worked in this area. And it was just amazing to come up here every morning early and see so many people getting activity of business started during the day, and it went along smoothly.
It was a real hustling town back then, back in the day, you know, and a lot of sailors. Of course, there were a lot of sailors there, and a lot of things that attract sailors were here also. And every corner, in the middle of the block, there was always some kind of a club or lounge or something. There was always something happening. There was always music on the street. You know, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the place was still bustling. You know, Granby Street was the same thing, up and down, in fact. But mostly, Church Street was all black. We couldn't go to Granby. I couldn't go to Granby, not too much. We'd slide in every now and then, but we'd be delivering something.
When I grew up in Norfolk, we were probably on the tail end of segregation. And so we still had a lot of Norfolk that was extremely segregated as far as schools are concerned, restaurants, movie theaters, And most of your public accommodations were white only and colored only.
The Church Street that we understand today as being a place, a commercial district, that would emerge after the Civil War, after Reconstruction was over, by the time you got to the 1880s and 90s, where the city was revitalizing itself because it had been an occupied city during the Civil War. And so it's in that time period that a number of businesses would be created. Church Street was not just a black district. There were white businesses, black-owned businesses. You had businesses from whites coming in from Europe. You even had a few Chinese who would create businesses along that Church Street corridor in that time period, the late 19th century. The neighborhood that was contiguous to Church Street, Huntersville, that was seen as an immigrant community. Blacks began to move into that community about at the same time. So you had a wide mixture of people. In fact, it's usually a mistake to say that residential segregation was a common part of American society. It was not. It was actually created starting in the latter part of the 19th century. And so prior to that, people lived next to each other. People rented rooms in the same buildings. And Church Street really mirrored that confluence of people and cultures coming together. And it continued to reflect that really through the 1950s and 60s.
It was very active, and a lot of stores opened up, as you know, and if you want to know that when Easter came, that was the promenade. You go on Church Street, and you could see some of the most colorful outfits. And we had it made. When you put on those Easter outfits and walked up and down Church Street, it was the promenade. So it was really enjoyable. And I enjoyed myself being a kid, you know, get my Easter stuff on, walk down there, and on both sides of the street. Yes, sir. Walk from A Avenue down to Main Street, turn around and come back. That was a good thing for us.
Everybody knew everybody. Everybody interacted with everybody. My best friend Linda and I went to St. Joseph's, which was right on Bramilton Avenue. And then after school, her dad owned T.C. Williams Cleaners. So after school, she would go to the cleaners and I would go to the shop. And it was no such thing as child labor laws. You just helped. It was a family. And you came in and you did what you had to do. And I did my homework there, and we were there at dinner time, so we usually had Chinese food, or the 5 and 10 cent Woolworths was right down the street, or we ate at Woolworths. So this was a normal routine. And there was no problems. We never had any problems, and that was during this big segregation time. But we never had any problems with segregation there because everybody knew everybody. And with my dad, if you wanted to have your photo taken and you didn't have any money, he'd still take your picture. So I guess that's why we're not rich. But he didn't care. Everybody, if anybody was broke and they came to him, he always had a few dollars to help out anybody that was down on their luck. And all the business owners in the area helped out. Linda's father, as I said, owned the cleaners. And they would clean the clothes for the nuns and the priest. So it was, everything. My girlfriend Rita's dad owned a grocery store. So if you needed something, you went to the grocery store there. That was on Bramilton Avenue. And as far as I can remember, it's always this area has not really had a big segregation thing. I do remember one time Linda and I were going to the movies, but we did not realize, because nobody had told us about the segregation, and we didn't have any problems where we were, because Church Street, it was black and white on Church Street, even though I guess we didn't realize that was where we were supposed to be, and then the white people were supposed to be on Granby Street. And when you went to Woolworth's on Granby Street, you went through the back door, and you got these. They had the best hamburgers in the world. But
I remember the lady who used to serve.
yeah, but the thing was, the people that cooked the food there were black people, so we got the best of everything. The folks that ate at the front got what we didn't want, so it was great for us anyway. But as I said, Linda and I went to Granby Street to the movies. And when we got there to the counter, the lady, she kind of acted a little weird, I guess, but she took our money, and the two of us went in and sat down. We didn't know that we were causing a problem until after we got back home and told our parents. And they were like, "You went where?" And so we were telling them, like, that was when we found out that this was for us and that was for other people.
Well, I think one of the most memorable was watching the Daddy Grace Parade on the 4th of July. Boy, and they had a parade because you had the Eureka Lodge and you had other high school bands, Boogie T High School bands, and they would put on a parade that would just really rock the street. I mean, rock the street. And people came from everywhere just to see that parade during the 4th of July weekend. So that was quite a moment that really got to people. And I think the other one was when Dr. King came and walked the church and went to Seymour's barbershop. I remember that incident.
At the beginning of the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln made a decision to hold on to Fort Monroe in Hampton. And because of that, because he saw that as a critical place where the Union Army would make its assault against the Confederacy. Since once Virginia seceded from the Union, Richmond became the capital of the Confederacy. And so it's from Fort Monroe that the intent was to not only control the entire region, but also to launch campaigns that would eventually take Richmond. And so Norfolk was an important part of that particular strategy. So by May of 1862, Abraham Lincoln actually came to this area and spotted out locations where the troops would land from Fort Monroe. So one of the places was Ocean View, and the other place was Sewell's Point, about the area where the naval base is located. And they marched slowly into the county first of Norfolk, and then into the city. And the city was really very small. It was only about 4 square miles, just as the sister to Norfolk, Portsmouth, was only 2 square miles in size. And so the city is really from the Elizabeth River at that time, the Civil War, up to where Scope is, at the intersection where you have Granby Street and you have Church Street and you have perpendicular to that Bramilton Avenue. That was the extent of the city of Norfolk. And so they slowly marched into the city, allowing any Confederates who wanted to leave to escape the city. And they set up what would eventually become headquarters number 1 during Reconstruction.
A lot of the businesses after the 1960s with the civil rights movement, the businesses just started to decline. One of my mother's moments I can remember her saying is that integration, when it did take place, it took a lot of the businesses. In some ways it helped, and in some ways it hurt. And sometimes she always got the slogan backwards in some ways. But I believe that's what the decline of the black businesses on Church Street during that time in the 60s, that's what happened to them.
In fact, you actually had a lot of people from Richmond and from eastern North Carolina during the Civil War come into Norfolk and find land in the region, or they would find a job working with the government in some capacity, or they would join the military and get mustered into one of the United States colored troops. There were at least 4 of them that were organized here in the Norfolk-Portsmouth area. And so Norfolk really became a hub. We would see a significant increase in the black population, especially with the decrease in the white population. Blacks came in massive numbers. But because of the beginnings of the Great Depression, and there were two Great Depressions, one started in 1890 and the other started essentially in 1930. So in 1890, a lot of blacks left the city and went to rural areas in search of land or went to New York. In fact, so many immigrants from Norfolk went to New York and settled in the area of Harlem, they actually called that section Little Norfolk. And they had an association called the Sons and Daughters of Norfolk. You had to have been born in Norfolk or had a parent born in Norfolk. And this was a prominent organization in New York City. And so it wasn't really until the 19-teens and 20s that we would see a number of blacks attracted back to this area. First to Newport News because of the Newport News Shipbuilding Association. You had Huntington, who was very interested in hiring blacks. In fact, a man by the name of Brown would come there and start a bank because so many blacks were employed at the shipyard. Then he would come over to Norfolk and start the Brown Savings Bank. And this would help to jumpstart a lot of businesses. It would help a number of blacks to develop homes. In fact, he had a savings program. Started out first with a Christmas savings program and then went into a home building savings program. And this really helped to transform Norfolk. It helped to transform Huntersville, which was contiguous to the Church Street corridor. It helped to transform that Butte Street area and Bank Street area, which was contiguous once again to Church Street. That's where middle class blacks lived. And a lot of these people were professionals. You had physicians, you had attorneys, you had business entrepreneurs, you had bankers who were living in that area, insurance representatives. And so it helped to jumpstart a lot of their businesses and begin creating this very vibrant commercial district that was seen as the Black District in Norfolk.
The reality of the street, though, is what its history tells us. And history tells us what a great melting pot the street was, its real heyday was fused by the German Jewish migration in the 19th century. Of course, it was older than that, but you really saw the life starting to come into it in the 19th century, and then early 20th century history. And you saw an influx of, you had the African American community right alongside the German Jewish community and the Japanese community and many others who found Church Street to be the most welcoming for all their businesses and the arts.
You started to see this class of black professionals coming in around in the 19-teens. And these are lawyers and physicians and professionals of all sorts, as well as a group or cadre of educated people who were teachers. They formed the basis of the middle-class black community, and they were coming in and they were not suffering as much as the working classes in this area during that recession period. By the early 1920s, you had something like 20 black banks and savings and loans. And while some of them wouldn't survive beyond maybe 5 years, it really highlighted how there was a lot of money being exchanged and a lot of revenue being generated in the area.
Most of my early childhood was spent in 5-block radius of where I'm standing. I was born about 3 blocks away from here, and the house in which I spent most of my early childhood was right across the street. And 719 Chapel, my grandmother's boarding house. And the school that I attended was in this vacant lot across here. Just about everything I know about childhood and all the fun and the life lessons was learned on this block and the surrounding blocks. The thing that really hurts me is when I look here, not only has it been totally changed, but there's not one brick or one resemblance of anything that was like when I was here. No homes. From that corner down to this corner, there must have been about 15 homes that were black owned. Of course, the school was here, and they're all gone. What's left is subsidized housing that the city owns, but all of the wealth that was created by people like my grandmother owning their houses with their equity and the wealth of their family in their homes are all gone. They tore them down. And what has been replaced is, of course, merchants from outside of the community. But everything else is all gone. Why the school? I have no idea.
NRHA is an agency that provides real estate development services as well as property management services to the city of Norfolk, as well as some other entities. We also do work for real estate development work for Old Dominion University, as well as some work for Norfolk State. And Norfolk State is certainly an important partner for NRHA in community development.
Urban removal, as I call it, came in and took most of these houses by eminent domain, gave them a fraction of what they were worth, and basically eliminated that part of the wealth of the family. I was born in a house about 2 blocks from here, and from that point, when I came back here as a young kid, this was my world. It's a 5-block radius. I'm 2 blocks away from Church Street, where I hung out as a kid, and again, all of my life lessons was learned in this sort of 5-block area.
After the war, so many things were happening, and I can't quite say what year it was, but I knew it was on the decline. Some of the streets that were there, you don't see them anymore. There's a street that was running in there called Denby, Hull Street, and for some reason, it just began to fail. And I can't tell you exactly what year it was, but I just saw that it wasn't like it used to be.
I remember when it started changing, when the city of Norfolk came to my dad and offered him money for the shop. And they were explaining that they were doing revitalization of the city of Norfolk and how it was just going to be wonderful for everybody. And my dad wasn't getting kind of, he was older. I had already graduated from high school, and I was going to John Jay. So, they were out there age-wise. So they talked and everything, and then they came back again with a better offer. So when they came back with that better offer, they took it. And then after that, it was like place by place, with Linda's dad. This is what happened with the cleaners. They offered him a substantial amount of money, and he took it, but he didn't leave the area. My dad left and went to California. So, but Linda's father left the Bramilton Avenue and moved over to and bought land on Only Road. So that's his place is still there. But that's how it started changing, was just little by little until they got all of the businesses off of Church Street.
You ruin a street and you ruin that vibrancy of it, the lifeblood of it when you cut it apart. It's like it to me, it's just like cutting off appendages, on a person. You start taking away lifeblood, of it. And that's, to me, what happened in Church Street. When they reconfigured the street at the other end and cut it off from the rest of downtown, that was, to me, and I think that's been recognized as a mistake. It shouldn't have happened. But they did it because they were working on that interstate ramp in that area and where they wanted to put a shopping center in the city at that time. And they put it there, but look what happened to it. It's no longer even a vibrant piece.
I really appreciate young people like you. It appears that you're working on something that will bring life to the Black community, and especially those persons who have heard the word Church Street, and especially those who have really walked that journey. And I think it's wonderful because I'm 81 years old, but I never thought that Church Street would have quotation marks around its name. And I guess if I had known it, I would have paid more attention to it, thinking about something of this experience. But as I walked down Washington Avenue to Church Street, it never dawned on me that anybody would even think, 50 years from that time would be interested in knowing about how a community could develop to really give life to maybe another community like Church Street. So I thank God for young people like you and the emphasis that you have put on something that I never dreamed of. As many times I walked down Church Street, I never had any idea that 2013 someone would be trying to bring history back in a different direction.
Our next guest is an actor and comedian. He was the second longest running cast member on Mad TV. He was in the film Jerry Maguire and The Pest. It is Ari Spears.
What's up, young man?
What's up, baby?
How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Thank you for having me, brother. DL, before we get into this, can I say something real quick?
Sure, of course.
Okay. I'm 45 years old, so I'm not up on all the latest lingo.
Right.
Like I never knew until recently what thought meant, bay, no cap, lick. But a lot of people been hitting me up on Instagram going, hey man, we want to give you your flowers now. And I'm like, damn, am I fitting to die?
Well, this
celebrate you while you still here. So DL, I want to give you your flowers.
No,
now.
don't put that shit on me, nigga. No, I'm all right.
No.
I'm all right.
I want to say thank you for having me. And as I've always told you, I think you're one of the smartest, most intellectual comics of this generation. Because you and Joe Torre made me tighten up my game. People got to understand there's levels to this comedy shit. And being funny is one thing, but like Jordan, there's levels to your skill. So being able to do crowd work, being able to do blue comedy, clean comedy, impressions, voices, and you and Joe Torre are two of the coldest niggas when it comes to eating hecklers up, chewing them up, and spitting them out. So you made me tighten up my game.
Good, man.
Those are nice flowers.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
Better than the woman they sing in the upper room. I bet it's better than that.
Jesus.
So I've always had a great amount of respect for you. And recently, people were hitting me because I didn't really take umbrage to it, but I posted something that Mike Epps sent. Reposted something that Mike Epps sent, and basically you had a bit of it was a quandary as to why I would post something like that. So basically, Mike Epps was talking about a situation where the young man was killed in Indianapolis. And he said, we have to stop killing each other. So that basically words to the effect that we were killing each other, so they kill us. And you took, which is a sentiment that I totally disagree with. But you took umbrage to the fact that it was posted on my page, right?
Well, yeah, because I was shocked, and I said to myself, as intelligent as DL is, I know he caught that. So if he caught that, why would he repost that?
Right.
And that was just a head scratcher to me.
Right.
Because I felt it was a very dangerous message to try to put out there. And as I've said adamantly, I agree with Mike. Black people, we need to stop killing each other. We need to do better. But those are two separate conversations.
They definitely
somehow insinuate, and trying to somehow insinuate that cops kill us because they see us kill us is just flat out asinine.
It is.
Because history has shown us that they've been killing us way before black on black crime was ever a thing, a la the movie Rosewood, a la Black Wall Street. Elise Neal, a woman who you've worked with, actually hit me up in confusion like, what's this about? I'm hearing my name.
Right.
So I just let her know, sweetie, I'm not disrespecting you. I just brought up Rosewood as an example because you was in the movie.
Right.
So, back when black people were well-to-do a tight-knit community. We loved and we respected each other. We would often, be hung in our Sunday's best while we wore our Sunday's best 7 days a week.
Right.
We were thriving. We had our own businesses. There wasn't black on black crime. We were respectful of one another, and they still did what they did.
Right.
So to somehow put that message out there, I just think is a dangerous narrative for white police officers to hide behind their bigotry.
I think that you're absolutely right, and I had that conversation with. Listen to me. I think that is a sentiment that is more dangerous than the phrase "nigger." I think that it is probably if you utter a phrase like that every time something happens, then you are tantamount to at least you might as well sign your name on the death certificate, because you have been some ways complicit, because that's absolutely what they say. But I want to be clear. I reposted the sentiments of a man that I respect and love.
I got that.
I'm not like, look, you don't have to. I don't have to be beholden to your perspective. I don't have to agree with your perspective. But it's interesting, because I don't want to be that evocative where I only hear what I want and repost the things that I like, because some things are about conversation. And you and I've never seen myself as a leader, never portrayed myself as a leader, never acted like one, never asked for the gig. I'm not here to correct speech. I'm here to tell you exactly how I feel about things. I think that, to your point, you're absolutely right. I think that phrase, there was a cat named Warner Saunders, who wrote a piece in the Chicago Defender in 1970 where he was talking about a young man who was a pimp and who preyed on his people, and he coined the phrase black on black crime. But later on in that same article that people, the phrase they got, but later on in that same article, he alluded to the fact that people alluded to the fact that it was systematic oppression of people who were in a geographic area. So people who had been, I can't recall the phrase exactly, but it talked about how people in a place, because the biggest indicator, the biggest predictor of crime is not race or ethnicity, it's poverty. The fact that so many black people living in impoverished places, I challenge anybody to show me a place that's poor and safe, because that just generally don't go together. But I think you are right in that. I think that phrase is very deadly, and I think that you do have a responsibility. But my gig is not to tell people how to think. I
don't think your gig is to tell people how to think. But let me backtrack. When you say you're not a leader, now are we leaders to the extent of a Medgar Evers, a Martin Luther King, or a Malcolm X? Those are the icons of leadership. But like the movie Spider-Man, when Uncle Ben said to Peter Parker, with great power comes great responsibility. Sure. And you have an outlet. Right. You have a platform and a voice that a lot of people don't have.
Sure.
I have that same voice and that same platform, as does Mike. So I think we should, while we're not iconic leaders, I think people listen to you. I think they listen to me, and I think they listen to Mike. And if somehow what we say helps you, influences you, guides you, I think we got to be careful about what we say.
But see, I think that's, for at least to me on the outside looking into this conversation about, what you guys posted. My thing is this, from my perspective, as just the regular person who might go through and see the page, I think it's important that you do have these types of conversations. So if you post something that perhaps you don't necessarily agree with everything, but it is a talking point, I think the problem with us in the past decade or two, actually, maybe more than that, is that we're not talking. And people who do have a major platform, such as yourself, as DL, we need to have these conversations. And we would never know that there is a disagreement and how to harmonize and get on the same page so that we all can collectively come to some agreement.
But it's a misnomer to believe that we have to come to. I'm just going to say that it's a misnomer that we have to come. The greatest thing that ever happened because of dissent. Some of the greatest accomplishments that we ever made, the greatest strides forward, will happen because of dissent. You're right. To your point, I do have a platform. You have a platform. Mike has a platform. My only obligation, in my estimation, is to be as truthful from my perspective as I can be, and to allow someone else to have a perspective that they equally attached to, and that they have a different perspective of, because it is arrogant and foolhardy to believe that I have the answers and that I am right. And to your point, I've never said, the only thing I'm a leader of in my estimation is from my perspective, is what I believe, what I know. The only thing I'm an expert at is my believes, and everything else is just a guess. And so you're a cat who I've watched grow, like not just comedically, but as a human being. And I think you've had some ups and downs, and that has only kind of sharpened and honed and shaped your experiences. But and I love the fact that you are now, not even just now, but now you have this idea of the way that things should be and ought be, that isn't happening, and you take umbrage to that. But I don't feel as if I am entitled to tell people how they should think.
Well, again, I'm not trying to tell people how they should think.
Agreed.
But for those that, look, everybody doesn't have leadership skills, and some people need to be led.
Right.
And again, I'm not being cocky enough to think that I can lead anybody, nor am I trying to. But I think that while we're trying to figure this out, we should be careful about the narratives we put out there.
Agreed.
Now, I'm going to go a little off topic,
Agreed.
but kind of still on topic.
Right.
This is what bothers me when I hear black people publicly shit on Obama. What has he done for us?
Right.
What have they done for us? So let's take Michelle Obama. I had a black girl, I had several black women who would hit me in my DMs and go, so what that she was the first lady? That's symbolism. What did they really do for us? Oh, wait a minute. Once upon a time ago, and even still today, black girls have always, black women in particular, have always been made to feel ugly. Nappy hair, dark skin, big lips, wide noses. So to see that kind of cultural symbolism of a black woman like named Michelle Obama, sophisticated, got her shit together, classy, in that position, if that gives some little black girl somewhere in this country hope and makes her feel better, if she's feeling suicidal because her skin is too dark, her nose is too wide, her lips is too big, her hair is too coarse, and she's being made fun of, if Michelle Obama serves as a beacon of light or hope to uplift that child's spirits, to make her not kill herself, to instill some self-esteem, are we that comfortable as black people that we're going to denounce the importance of that symbolism? Are we there?
I could not agree with you more. And I think that when people say dumbass shit like that, what I'll say to them is the most educated segment of the population in the United States of America is black women.
Black women.
The most entrepreneurial, the most, they have the most optimism toward the future. And they have that because they saw something. And I think that when people, it's so selfish, like when I hear people say, what am I going to get if I vote? Or what? Things are more than just about you. Things are past you. Legacies are about what you do, not for you and the now, but for someone else and the later. And I absolutely agree with you. And I think that where I'm not formally educated. I don't, there are a lot of things, machinations I don't understand or go through. I think that it is foolhardy to believe that discourse, that my perspective is the only one that matters and that discourse isn't healthy. I think it is. I think that what you're saying and doing right now is very helpful. And it's decidedly different from who I knew you to be like when we first started out. You're not the same kid you were. So it's hard for me to hear this bullshit from you. But I can tell you this.
Well,
I can tell you this. I can tell Paul Mooney would be proud of you. Like I can tell that Paul Mooney would be proud of you right now.
I'm proud of that nigga. Because that nigga knows it's freedom time. All of you niggas have been fooled by that goddamn Popeyes chicken sandwich. All of you niggas stand in line for that sandwich. You've lost yourself. You've lost your way. God damn it. These white folks love it when niggas go. They love it. Let me just say, Dia, and let me just say, again, let me go back to the Obama point. Because I've spoken on this passionately, and I've caught a lot of shit.
Right, you have. Folks. Right.
And I almost wish you would also, and I hope in this opportunity, you say something. Because again, when we publicly shit on Obama,
absolutely,
for the racist white people that don't like him for the real reason they don't like him, we now give them the opportunity to go,
I think you're absolutely right.
His own people don't like him. So why should I? Knowing that's not the reason you don't like him. So whatever it is, black people, whatever discrepancy we have with what Obama may have done or not done, let's keep what going on in our community, like black on black crime in our locker room.
I think you're absolutely right. Here's where I disagree. I think that the phrase black on black crime is a symbol of self-hatred. I think that is.
I agree too.
It is.
I'm just
it is.
telling you what to say.
It is believing that we are somehow deviant. Crime is about proximity. People around people kill people around people. In terms of Obama, I don't think we're so fragile. Like, I really believe that America has. This is my personal opinion. America never deserved a man who comported himself as well in that office as he has. You can't think of a modern president in the last 40 years that didn't have some level of scandal. He loved this country and the idea of it, and he was aspirational enough to.
And still does.
And so, but where I differ from you is my estimation of him doesn't change based on somebody else's circumstances, and his legacy isn't so fragile that some people not agreeing with it will erode it. He will stand the test of time because he was an exemplary man and did an exemplary thing. There's not one human being that's being objective that can compare his legacy to Donald Trump's legacy and not see a better human being, a better president, and a better American. Right. So, but I think that those kinds of arguments fall on their face, and they don't necessarily need me to kind of guide them through it. They don't need me to do it.
Well, let me ask you this, and again, this is where I will disagree with you.
Sure.
We're
having the friendliest disagreement.
I was about to say.
They do need you.
A lot of
but let me
bass in
ask
it.
you, do you think when they go, what did Barack do for us? Do you think he did something for us?
I think that he did. I think he did. He passed the most the most forward-thinking legislation in modern American history, the Affordable Health Care Act. Not only did he do something for us as black people, he did something for the American public. Like the people right now who are dying right now, who are struggling right now and dealing with the very pandemic he also had the foresight to prepare America for things that weren't even there. So had people followed his example, if Donald Trump weren't trying to destroy everything Obama did and learn from him, because I think that's all of us, we have an obligation to learn from the people who did it before, we wouldn't be in this pandemic right now. Had he not disbanded some of the things that Obama done, had he not been trying to erode his legacy and tried to learn from him. So I think that he loved America so much he thought of it not just in the now, he thought of it in the future. He gave America life insurance.
But you know what? Also, but from the very
black people that are listening, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine.
To the black people that are listening, Obama was the president of the country, not the culture.
Absolutely.
So, this notion that he was supposed to get up there and just serve as black people would have been detrimental to the next black president, because it would have fed white people an excuse to go, you see, just like we thought. He gonna look out for just them.
I don't know.
I think he did a fantastic job.
I think he did a spectacular job. I think he's not without his foibles. I think he did some things I didn't necessarily agree with, but there's no doubt that he comported himself with decency and respect, and he elevated the office of the presidency. But I don't think I'm not one of those cats who watches a black dude do something and owns it. I don't go, look, he's making us all look bad. I think that we're not a monolith. We're not one group of people. How can one man speak for a race that got Lil Boosie and Barack Obama? You know what I'm saying? We can't. So I just think that we are more resilient than and not as fragile where somebody can say a thing about it. If we can survive slavery, if we can survive Jim Crow, if we can survive the passing across the ocean chain together, we can survive people disagreeing and not necessarily understanding our plight. We will still be here anyway. That's just my idea. But I think that we are much more resilient than people are necessarily ready to accept.
Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Still hanging out with Aries Spears.
This motherfucker won't leave.
He won't leave.
It's a good thing we ain't on broadcast television. We'd have been. I just got to tell you, I'm very, I think we have if we're taking a trip to San Francisco and I want to fly and you want to drive, we all still get there. We just take different routes. I just am very proud of the kind of not only entertainer but human being you've evolved to, and I definitely understand and appreciate your passion. So it's not, it's just a question of me having a different kind of outlet, a different kind of line of sight than you do.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I was going to say back earlier when you said to see where I've evolved, what I've evolved into versus where I was when I first started. I remember you and I did a show together. It was actually me, you, and Michael Collier in Detroit. And we were all young.
Yeah.
I don't think really any of us had too much money.
Right.
But you certainly had more than me. I was a teenager.
Right.
And when we landed in Detroit, the first place you wanted to go to was the swap meet and get some rings.
Yep.
I remember you being there buying gold rings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, this nigga got money. So there we go.
Hey, man, I love you. I'm proud of you. You keep up the fight, man. And you keep making people.
brother.
You're going back out on the road pretty soon, right? You got to get out here and see what's happening, huh? Kick the tires.
I hope so, man.
You will.
I hope so, because this quarantine shit is bananas.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I hope so. And for the record, let me just say, and I've been saying it, to Mike Epps, if he sees this, I got nothing but love and respect for Mike. The last thing I'm trying to do is beef with Mike. And I've always had a very polarizing personality.
No, not you, nigga, not you. No.
And listen, I've been called everything from bitter, angry, to a hater.
That sounds more like Paul Mooney. That sounds more like Paul Mooney.
A bitter, angry nigga that Mike niggas angry. I just have passionate opinions about things. And either I say things that most people want to say but are too afraid to say, or just the fact that I have an opinion when I'm just supposed to shut up and tell jokes, rub people the wrong way.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure it all out.
Not me, man. Let me tell you something. That's my argument. I think people are entitled to their perspectives, and they are entitled to have them without being guided or kind of negated or poo-pooed, or people tell them. I think you're bright. I think you see the world differently than a lot of people, and I think that's why you're who you are. And that's why I'm glad you're around, man. I think I promise you. I think we're a better art form because we have young cats like you. Well, not young. You're not young anymore because you got to get a prostate examination like everybody else. But I'm glad you're still here, man. I love you, man. Thank you for checking in.
I appreciate it. And as always, people, thank you. Check out the Spears and Steinberg podcast. DM me on Instagram, and I'll send you the direct link.
For sure, man. Holla at you later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut. Hey, welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. I am, of course, D.L. Hughley. We have Jasmine Sanders, DJ Luchin in the booth, looking like Luke Cage.
The booth in the booth.
Luke Cage, there he is, Woody. Kyle Hughley, how you doing, baby boy?
I'm doing all right.
All right. One thing I find interesting, that even in the midst of a pandemic, we find a way to be quintessentially American.
Yes.
Like, there is this argument, where, aid is really scarce. Like, we don't have a national plan to deal with this pandemic. Like it's catch as can. You're on your own.
Well, we don't have a leader. That's what that is.
And that really is. And of course, power abhors a vacuum, and people are gonna find a way to lead. I think the governors of this country have done some of them, whether they're Republican or I think you got to look at New York, you got to look at Maryland, you got to look at Ohio, you got to look at Michigan, you got to look at Oregon, Washington. Colorado, you got to look at California.
Shout out to Gavin.
You got Gavin Newsom,
Shout
California.
out to Gavin.
I do wish I lived in a red state because they don't give a fuck about their people, and I at least be going to. I can at least go to a restaurant right now.
Yeah,
but
and they're proud of it though.
They are
proud of it.
But this argument, kind of flies in the face of what we always say, like how Americans all come together. Mm-hmm. But there's Trump and McConnell who are now, the president and the Senate Majority Leader, have this whole blue state, red state thing, and they want to, like McConnell suggested that we should let some states
file for
go
bankruptcy.
bankrupt.
There you go.
But you from Kentucky, motherfucker. You from Kentucky.
Let them know.
Look, thanks for your horses, your basketball, and your tobacco, but fuck off.
But somebody should say that to him.
Somebody just did.
Well, come on,
Nobody will hear it.
Yeah, I was going to say somebody should say that to him. The fact that they listened to that and they even debated it. And some people were like, well, maybe it wouldn't have been a bad idea.
Here's the problem. We exist, the United States of America. The difference between us and a third world country is blue states.
That's literally it.
That's it. You could take New York pays a lot more than they get back. So do California. So does Connecticut. So does New Jersey. So these are blue states that pay a lot more than they. We are the Oprah to y'all Stedman.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
But this notion that we are all in this together, when even at a time like this, we're divided along political lines, and you can see it all the time. When Hurricane Sandy hit. There was a reticence to give them the aid that they needed. But you let a hurricane happen in Florida and Texas, everybody, you know what you always see? You see Florida strong. You see Texas strong. You don't ever see California strong. You don't ever see New York strong because nobody ever feels sorry for them.
Not at all. You remember what Trump said when all of the California fires.
Right.
And he said something stupid like, you should sweep the floor in the forest. What the hell are you talking about?
Literally, it's places that this country would not exist. You could take a few states you could take a few states in the South. You could take Mississippi, Alabama, and West Virginia. You could put them together, right? And they wouldn't have the population that New York does, or the wealth, or the education, the money. Shut up. Take your government assistance and stop playing in the big boy chair.
Or let us leave.
But the interesting thing about that is knowing that it's no secret when you look at the statistics when it comes to education, healthcare, all of those things, economics, knowing the things that we know about that particular area of the country, why do we let them lead? Why do we follow? Why do we listen?
Because America's the Flintstones and the Jeffersons, and the Flintstones are in charge. We're trying to go to space, and we're trying to drive cars, and these like with no driver, and they still trying to stop cars with their feet.
Yeah,
it's just at a time like this. We are supposed. It's like a team. Imagine a team that a football team, a basketball team, where they go, well, I scored all my points, and we lost because of you. You'll never be a champion unless you can play and win away games.
Right.
You got to win away. You got to win in situations that are dire, in situations that are hostile. And every time there's a situation like that in this nation that I'm aware of, it always seems to diverge and devolve to this. And it's always been bad. Let's not pretend like that this time or administration is responsible for it. But this takes a particular patina that I don't know that I've ever seen before.
I don't know that I have.
I know I haven't.
I'm embarrassed by it.
Well, you haven't seen anything.
I know
that.
I know I haven't.
Yeah.
You're 7.
But that's a sad thing.
You didn't see Atari either, so fuck what you talking about.
But I tell you this, looking back at what we had with Obama, there are a lot of people who criticize him, a lot of people who say that he didn't deliver what he promised. But I tell you what, looking back at the way he led the country and looking back at his presidency, you've said this 1,000 times. I couldn't agree more, and that is we didn't deserve him.
Well, no. America didn't.
We didn't deserve him.
He care. Listen, look at the leaders who you see care about their people, and I don't care what political stripe. I think DeWine in Ohio. I think Hogan in Maryland are two. They're Republican, but they are doing an exemplary job. You could look at Michigan's governor Gretchen. You can look at Oregon. You can look at Washington. You can look at California. You can look at Colorado. Look at the people who seem like they care about their people. You can look at Cuomo and. Like this dude, in addition to, he looks like a leader. When you have a leader that says all the glory is mine, but none of the fault, the problem is this, that if you listen to what Trump says, he's responsible for everything great that happened and nothing bad, right? And that he's done everything right. But if you've done everything right, then why do you need to change everything? Why do you need to change anything? If everything you've done has been perfect and exemplary, then and 1 million people got it, and now before this is all done, there may be upwards of 100,000 Americans who are dead. If you've done everything right, then why is there a need to change, and what do you learn from that? If you've done everything right, what are we going to learn from the worst pandemic in modern history?
Well, what you can't do is throw out the number of people who died and then say that you did everything right. That in and of itself doesn't even go in the same sentence.
And if you had done something right, at least pretend like you care about it.
Right.
Well, the latest thing that he said was that he created the best economic plan the world has ever seen.
Maybe.
And the only reason that things are faltering now is not his fault, but because of the pandemic.
Let me just say this. When you got to tell the president of the United States, when he said, the ingesting these
bleach,
disinfectants,
when he said that, let me just say this. When somebody tells you not to listen to the leader of the free world, you cannot say you're the most powerful nation on earth.
Right.
You can't say it.
You can't say it. Oh, hey, what's happening? Welcome back to D.O. Hughley Uncut.
Yeah.
Caught me off guard.
We're only doing TV.
I was daydreaming. I'm sorry.
We're only doing TV.
I was daydreaming.
It's uncut, the uncircumcised version of the show.
See, that's why I was daydreaming. Not about that, but
we're the turtle head version of the show.
Oh. That can't be we. That would be y'all.
So, Black J.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
I appreciate it.
You
man.
wasn't doing nothing else, bro.
Man, I was doing something. I was doing what everybody else was doing.
That we locked down in the house.
That's right. I was slinging these jokes one way or another.
You were sequestered at home. Right?
Man, just trapped in the crib, man. Just trying
you
to
can't
find
say
some way.
Trapped in the crib.
I can say trapped. I got a full family there. That is trapped, bro.
I like the honesty in that because most people are pretending to be happy, knowing that they are miserable.
Well, no, you can be happy and trapped.
You can be happy and trapped.
Okay, but tell the truth. Are you safer in the house or outside?
I'm glad I get my breaks out the house.
There you go. I'm just asking.
I promise you that.
Here's the thing.
Just saying.
You know that you're tired of being home when you're excited to go to work.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, work? Hey, I'm early.
Man, if they had a Saturday shift, I'd be there so fast.
What about the honey-do list?
Oh, the honey-do
Are you
list
happy
is
to get
real.
on that?
Yeah, because I'm actually happy for him now because it gets me out the house.
Right.
I be looking for stuff to do. Like, I don't care what it is.
I became an alcoholic, so I go to them 12-step meetings. I'm just telling you. How come you're not home yet? I got 11 more steps. I can't.
Can't let them down.
So, everybody, it was funny because everybody got, there was a big stimulus package.
Right.
And Donald, everybody's getting these $1,200 checks unless you made a certain amount of money.
Right.
And Donald Trump, they were delayed a bit because Donald Trump insisted on putting his name on the checks, which is interesting because these might be the first series of checks that he ever signed that didn't bounce.
Right.
But a lot of people, you didn't get a stimulus check.
No, I didn't get one.
But you didn't get a stimulus check.
I didn't get a stimulus check.
We have a segment called Stem Cells.
Mm-hmm.
STIMSALES. Stem cells, right? Where people got their stimulus checks, and we wanted to know how the other half lived, like what they spent them on.
Right. So yeah, it was quiet. I was just going through the phones and the social medias and stuff and figuring out who's there.
Right.
Because the way it came up is my son got a check, and the way that I found out.
Does he live with you?
Yeah, he lived with me.
How did he get a check?
Does he pay rent?
No, he don't pay no damn rent. That's the whole point.
He got $1,200.
Well, he got some rent money now. I found out just on the humbug because I was about to file, and he was like, "Oh, wait a minute! Before you do that, you might not want to put me as a dependent."
Because I'm balling.
Let him live,
I'm rich, bitch.
I got
Let
it
him
all.
live. Let him live.
I ain't mad at him. He hustled me. I know where he got it from.
So what are some of the things that people have spent their stimulus checks on?
Here's what we found, man. Run that for me, Jeff.
Hi, this is Yuraku from Brooklyn, New York. I was able to do a couple of things with my stimulus check, thank God. I was able to pay my rent for next
Responsible.
month. I ordered a waist trainer.
A waist trainer?
I ordered a wig online that I'm still waiting for.
Have that too.
And I ordered some fabric with my artwork printed on it so I can make homemade COVID-19 wigs for the community. So hopefully that falls through.
I got no problem.
And I also bought a little bit of bourbon. You know, you can't go wrong with bourbon for this quarantine. So yeah, thank you.
I'm
mad at
balling.
Tom Segura here. I just wanted to let you know how I spent my stimulus check. I got that fat ass check from the government. I called my diamond dealer. I was like, yo, man, check out all this money I got. He hung up. So I called my Porsche guy, and he hung up too. And then the only guy that was like down for that kind of money was my weed guy. So check this out, man. I got a bunch of edibles, like a bunch.
Okay.
I'm gonna eat all these.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna get so high that we'll be over this pandemic and there'll be a new one.
he might be upset when he finds out we're running out of food.
Yeah.
Right, man. He's right on point, man, because that's a comedian right there, and he's got all of these edibles to help him out. You know the material that's gonna come out of all of this tree.
I can imagine.
It's interesting because if your account, because a lot of people got Kyle, did you you got your stimulus check, right?
Yes, I did.
When did you get it?
Got it about, I don't remember the exact date, but I got it about 2 weeks ago, maybe.
And what did you do with it?
Nothing.
Well, it's in your bank right now?
Yeah, I'm just holding it.
And you living at my house with you and your woman, right?
You won't let me leave.
Oh.
But you ain't bought no food or nothing?
Yes, I have. What are you talking about?
But y'all vegans, we don't need that shit. We need some shit niggas need.
I just went to Target yesterday and got some paper towels and toilet paper.
Oh, see?
How did you find that?
Contributions.
Your son, he didn't spend what did he spend his money on?
Oh man, I haven't seen a penny of that. I don't know where it is. He ain't been out the house to spend any money. So I just had to check the mailman. See, I'm here every day, so I don't know what Amazon bring during the day while I'm gone.
I don't want to be dismissive, but if you get $1,200, what you gonna buy? One rim? You gonna buy one like?
You buy what you can get. I know my son got $600 and $1,200.
And you ain't seen him.
I ain't seen him or the money. And I'm like, you owe me money. Give me a little bit.
I feel bad that I didn't get anything back.
What? You got us. Back. You got the show back.
Y'all nothing. Like Tyler, my daughter, she got her bread. She ain't seen me since. My son lived there with his girlfriend because we're all sequestering together. My father-in-law burned my house down. I know he got some money.
He got something somewhere.
Yeah. What would you have spent your money on?
$1,200, man. I'd have finished building my virtual stage in my house. Because we got to figure this out. I don't know when we're going to get back on the road, so I got to figure out a way to get these jokes off in the house.
You could have a mic stand.
That's all I need with $1,200.
Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. Now, we have been waiting to talk to this guy. He has been fighting the big fight for our community, a renowned civil rights attorney representing families from Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, Botham Jean. And, of course, I got to send love to him because he is also a member of my brotherhood, Omega Psi Phi fraternity. You know, the Brothers of the Deltas. You know who it is. Please welcome to the show, Benjamin Crump.
How you doing, Brother Crump? How you doing? You all right?
I'm good, Brother DL. So good to see you and Jasmine, and thank you all for what you all do to uplift the culture.
Well,
now more than ever we need it.
We just talk shit, but you
you do the real work.
you fight a lot of fights that society is not used to you winning or doesn't particularly want you to. Championing the voiceless is kind of a thankless job. Why? I mean, I know you're an Omega man, and that is your stated mission to the uplift of people. But you fight fights knowing that the odds are stacked against you. Why?
You know, DL, Thurgood Marshall was my personal hero. He's the reason why I became an attorney. And people don't remember how hard it was before Thurgood Marshall got to Brown versus the Board of Education. I mean, going in the Deep South, going in Texas, I mean, being threatened with your life, literally, trying to say that little black children and little white children should be able to go to school together. And people often forget that part of the journey. They only want to see the victory. But without struggle, there can be no progress, as Frederick Douglass said.
But why the justice in America seems so tinged, and I think it can make. I have no problem admitting that I have a lot of cynicism associated with it. I watch what happened with Trayvon Martin. I watch what happened with Michael Brown. I watch what happened. You represent the families in Flint.
That's right.
What is it that we're going to have to do to introduce America to the probably new fact that we are just as human, just as fallible as anyone else and deserve just the same amount of respect and empathy and compassion as anybody else?
You know, a lot of it, DL, is what we did with Trayvon, and your voice was as strong as anybody else when we were fighting that journey before people started even acknowledging that Black Lives Matter. You know, for 400 years, they've been killing Black people and nobody being held accountable. Nobody even being able to have any kind of justice, whether in the criminal court or the civil court. Now they will give us money in the civil court, but they never want to send anybody to jail because they don't want to send that message that the police can't do historically what they have always done in America, and that is to be the slave catchers, to provide the status quo. But the one thing I will say to you and Jasmine and all your audience, the reason I remain optimistic is I think about the precedents. When you go to law school, the first thing they teach you is about precedents. You always have to follow precedents. You always have to follow precedents. Now, I don't agree with that because the one time I met Thurgood Marshall, the first time I met him at the Supreme Court, he told us little Black students that, you know, when you go in the courtroom, you argue what's right. He didn't say argue what they teach us in law school, saying argue precedents. But if we're going to take that law school lesson, the precedents is this for Black people in America. We have overcame everything they threw at us. I mean, they threw slavery, we overcame that. They threw Jim Crow, we overcame that. They threw separate but equal. They threw the Middle Passage. I mean, when you think about what our ancestors had to endure to overcome the Middle Passage, to overcome being in those slave castles, waiting for the ship for 3 or 4 months, sleeping on top of each other, the reason we now have diabetes and glaucoma. I know that we can overcome anything. And so America is going to have to acknowledge the humanity, but also the perseverance in us more than anything else. I have a big case, DL, that hopefully I'll get to talk to you and Jasmine about. We're doing something with Netflix on it called Free Renting, the Harvard reparation case.
I remember that, yeah. You know what's interesting? You said what you're taught in law school as a lawyer. I thought that's going to be 33 1/3. I thought that was going to be the first thing.
That comes later.
I'm glad we won. Where my money? I thought that was.
I will offer this admission, dear. That 33 1/3 to then go do some good work. You know, that's
Listen, I got you off. I'm gonna need my money, nigga. I'm gonna need that. I need it. You are involved. It's so interesting because I've got a chance to talk to you on several occasions, and I'm a cynic, and I won't pretend like I'm not. But I'm a cynicism, I'm a cynic in the sense that I believe that I remember watching a movie called Blackfish. And it was about killer whales and how they were caught in captivity. And it was about how they showed the plight of the killer whale and what happened to it and how it was demoralized and how when its dorsal fin was hanging to the side and how it acted the way it did because it was taken out of its environment. And do you know that as a result of that documentary, Blackfish, or that movie Blackfish, they closed down SeaWorld, all of the aquarium, you know, the aquarium of the parks across the country were closed down because it changed their policies because they saw something in a black fish that they do not see in a black man or a black woman or a black child, and it is galling to me that we can't even get. There are animals that you can legally hunt, that get afforded more rights and empathy and sympathy than black men, women, and children.
No question, DL. In fact, you know, I have the book Open Season, the legalized.
I got a chance to read that.
Colored people, and what I argue in that book a lot is the fact that the laws that allegedly were meant to protect us, they use to kill us. And the reality is this, Jasmine, that 1 out of every 5 black men in states like Florida and Georgia, Tennessee, Texas, are convicted.
The places where they love God the most, right? The places where they're the most Christian. The places where they claim.
So they say.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
But they are 1 out of 5 black men are convicted felons. The experts opine if this trend continues, in the next 25 years, 1 out of every 3 black men in America will be convicted felons. And so as I go talk at universities across the country and civic groups, I often say to the audience, now imagine, because a lot of them can't fathom my experience, DL, I say to a lot of those young white faces and those people who are going to be in leadership positions in the future and some people already in power, imagine if you are a parent of a black male son, and imagine if you are a parent of a black male nephew. Imagine if you have a black male cousin, and imagine in your mind's eye that they're about 4, 5, 6 years old, and they're all playing, and you have watched them at play, as children often do, and try to sit there and figure out in the next 10 to 20 years which one of those little boys with your blood running through their veins are going to be defined as a convicted felon and live a permanent life as an underclass citizen in America, never getting the benefit of the doubt, the benefit of consideration, and the benefit of possibility, because that is the black reality in America. And
I would say this, Mr. Crump. I would say this, that you talked about states, the Texases, the Georgias, the Alabamas. Well, they're in the SEC, so those white women won't have to imagine that long.
Oh, my God.
That's about to be a reality right after this draft.
But you know what's interesting to me, though? You talked a little bit earlier about precedent. And my issue with that, I know it's a very important term, but when you look at it in terms of how it relates to us as a black community, the precedent was different, right? It was set really with Emmett Till, right? It showed how undervalued our lives are as black people in the streets. So you look at now, followed that with all of the cases, including Trayvon Martin, including Michael Brown, including Botham Jean, where someone went into his home and killed him, but yet no justice. It's the same thing. So for me, I wonder, how do you go into a court of law and argue, the reverse of what precedent should be for us?
But, again, you go to Thurgood Marshall and what he did. Thurgood Marshall literally was arguing to the Supreme Court something that had never existed ever in life. Equality and emancipation for black people. And Jasmine, you said Emmett Till, the precedence goes back to the Dred Scott decision.
True. Dred Scott decision.
The United States Supreme Court said there are no rights that a black man has that a white man is bound to respect. And so you go in the courtroom quite honestly and you say to yourself, what am I fighting for? I have a 7-year-old daughter, Brooklyn, who I'm fighting for. And you literally have to put it in your head, despite all the laws that are set to keep us as permanent underclass citizens, you have to say, what am I fighting for? It's better to strike a match than curse the darkness, because we can't give up on our future. Our children
it is one of the things I've always respected about you. I'm going to throw out some cases potentially that I know you're involved in, and I want you to tell me a couple of things. Why you did it, and what you believe or hope that the outcome is. And I'm not talking about like win, lose, but what do you hope? You represent a bunch of families in Flint, right?
Yes.
And that was an example of Governor Snyder was a businessman, right? And I think every time, listen, when you put a businessman in office, he's going to do exactly what they do. I'm going to make money for people who fuck with me.
Right.
Damn everybody else. That's really it. And that's an example of why did you take the fight with the Flint residents, and what do you hope the outcome is?
Very honestly, DL, I grew up with a single mother. She raised 3 boys. We lived in the government housing project in North Carolina. And I often think, but by the grace of God, there go I. I mean, these are children, and I don't know if people understand how dire the situation is in Flint. The fact that when you are exposed to lead poisoning, it stunts the brain development.
Absolutely.
So,
and they end up in prison most of the time.
Exactly. And that you hit it right on the point, DL. I mean, you must have went to law school because
he didn't do that.
Black people have mental health issues. They don't treat them like mental health issues.
They treat them like convicts.
Criminal in issues. And so the one thing I would say is this: when we think about they poisoned the entire community in Flint, Michigan. Governor Snyder and these emergency management people, and it is now known that they knew changing that water supply was going to expose this whole majority-minority community, and they did it anyway for a fistful of dollars. And now you think about all the black people who are still sitting in prison today for selling marijuana, some of them for life. And you get to see the hypocrisy in America that they kept saying to us, DL, you know, we got to lock them up and throw away the key. We got to send a message because they're poisoning the community. They will say that every time they locked up a little black or brown person. And then we come to Flint, Michigan, where they actually poison the entire community. And nobody goes to prison. It's racism, is no justification of it.
Let me ask you something. You also, the Johnson & Johnson case, where one thing that why this was particularly sensitive to me is so a lot of women, particularly Southern women, and we all came from the South, use powder on
black women,
private parts.
Yeah, under your boobs, you do it.
And one of the reasons they did it.
It's true.
One of the reasons they did it was because they didn't want anybody to think they were That's right. There was a whole psychological thing that this industry inflicted on them, making them. They didn't want. I want. So they attached it with cleanliness and inferiority, and it really cost a lot of black people their life. And now a lot of people are suing those people and recouping a lot of money, and black people don't seem to understand that you're all part of that. So tell us a little bit about, expound on that for me.
Yeah, it's kind of deep, DL, because, you know, Malcolm X said that TV is one of the most powerful drugs ever created. He said that it can control your subconscious thoughts with you not even realizing what you're thinking.
Right.
Well, marketing is the same way. I mean, Johnson & Johnson for years pushed this, whether it was at the Essence Festival and the magazine.
Latin women also, too.
Yeah, and Latin women and obese women.
Yes.
They kept saying you have to be fresh. You have to be fresh. So my mother, my cousin, they would pack it down there like cake almost to say they wanted to be fresh because it had been put in our brain through marketing. And then the white women, it came out in the mid-90s that, hey, there was a causal connection between ovarian cancer and talcum powder that is in baby powder in Johnson & Johnson. White women said, hey, we're not going to use it if it's causing cancer. But when they did their marketing and their research, Johnson & Johnson's found that there wasn't a drop-off amongst African Americans and Hispanics. And so what did they do? They doubled their efforts on marketing to us. I mean, they started being major sponsors of festivals and concerts that focus on black people. And so now you have many of our mothers, our aunts, our sisters who now have ovarian cancer, but because there's such a distrust with the legal system, they won't come forward. Our law firm is one of the few black law firms that are doing these cases. And we had a major victory yesterday, DL. Johnson & Johnson up in New Jersey, and you know, that's where they're headquartered at, $120 billion corporation. The judge ruled that the cases could go forward. And so now it is really important that if you have a loved one or family member who has been diagnosed with ovarian cancer, have them call us. And it's not just for the 33 and the third, DL.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, uncut.
Welcome to DL Hughley Uncut. We're already arguing. The show hadn't even started yet.
Why? Well, first off, I was finishing my Popeye's chicken sandwich.
I didn't have a problem with that. It was how you were cleaning your teeth when you were finished.
Well,
I didn't like that.
because we get ready to do TV and
I
it's
know,
live.
but all that, I can't take it.
But I gotta say, I have. That's probably my second one, and it's delicious.
Was it as good as they say it is?
It is. Well, it is I don't want to be on national TV like this, but it is. They really did something good. They must have studied niggas' habits for years.
Yeah. Listen, people will wait in line for hours. People were fighting over it.
It is the most diabolical sandwich ever. It tastes like everything. Like it almost makes you forget that we are fucked over in America.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm telling you.
Forget the oppression. Not my thing. I haven't had one. I don't like chicken. Though,
Well,
so
oppression is bad, but this bread is so soft.
And the pickle.
It's interesting because I don't like. So G, our sound engineer, I don't like the microphone like in my face.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But you do
I
the
don't
same
either.
thing on the radio show. But the thing is, you hold the microphone to your face every weekend.
No, I hold it
You
lower.
have no, you don't. You hold it a little
No,
closer.
he holds it pretty far.
I hold
Move
my
it around
microphone
quite a bit.
I hold my microphone far. Look at the lesbians.
I was about to
That's-
say,
I don't like
I don't
them
like
either.
Mike's either.
That's how she became a lesbian,
my
watching
God.
me hold the microphone away from my face.
Oh my God, you guys are so ridiculous. Don't be silly.
This is interesting to me because I guess the subject of the accusations by Tara Reid toward Joe Biden, and people are like I guess split, but some people are saying, well, no one's giving it any attention. But in my estimation, in 2016, the nation already decided that being a sexual predator doesn't exclude you from the
Not a
presidency.
disqualifier, basically.
Like when you got a dude to say, and it must not be a disqualifier. When you got a dude say, "I grab pussies," and you go, well, "That's no big deal," then we've already adjudicated that. We've already decided that wasn't a big deal.
Absolutely. And the fact that he had far more accusers
Right.
than Biden does. There
Right.
were a ton of them. And even when that came out, women,
Right.
white women, still voted for him.
Right. So you can't. Being a sexual predator apparently doesn't stop you from being president or a Supreme Court justice. Being a pedophile doesn't stop you from almost becoming a senator in Alabama.
Right.
So, I honestly have always believed that if you make an accusation towards somebody, you have an obligation to prove it.
Yeah.
Even if we were in the worst situation ever, if the worst situation ever happened, you would still have to go to court and say this person did this at this time, and they would ask you questions, and you would be subject to cross-examination.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I think obviously barring children, right? I think that if you levy allegations against someone, if your life is not in some type of danger, and even then I'm still going to question it, if you can step forward and say they did it, you do not get anonymity.
Right.
Not to
No.
me anyway. We
You-
need to know
well, you
who you
can't.
are, and we need to know, okay, well, prove these allegations.
And I really do. I was never one of those people. The women should be believed. I don't think anybody should be believed absent proof, because that's not the way we're set up.
Right.
We know things have happened, and you still have to prove it. I mean, everybody knows that Donald Trump did in the Ukraine. Everybody knows he did it.
Right.
But you still had to go and levy proof. You had to show people. And now all of a sudden, when we clearly as a nation decided that you being a pervert, you grabbing pussies, you acting that way, 53% of white women, educated white women, voted for that anyway. Now all of a sudden, we've had that conversation. America has decided it's not a big deal. Don't try to make it one. I'm voting for Joe Biden. I don't give a damn what happens.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people are
don't.
saying that. I read an article just this morning in the Huffington Post that said, people said, listen, I don't believe Biden, but I'm going to vote for him anyway.
Listen, I don't know whether he did it or not. I know her story keeps changing.
It's murky.
But that could be because I'm inclined to want to believe it. Mm-hmm. But I don't think justice should be about what you're inclined to want to believe. And I even for the case of Orange Julius, I say that you shouldn't be able to accuse somebody and then have everybody, because remember how everybody believed Jussie? Everybody believed him.
Yeah.
Not everybody.
But I'm talking about everybody. They want to be the first ones,
right?
And all of a sudden, when when we basically had a lot of proof that it didn't happen, none of those same people came out and said I was wrong. They just stopped talking about it.
Well, go all the way back to Al Franken. Remember?
Yeah,
he
yeah.
actually resigned because of the allegations that were against him, and it turns out they were false.
Right, and I'm not. It's just my thing is I don't think you should be able to level an accusation against somebody that you are not willing. Even when Dr. Ford, Blasey Ford, went and testified, and I thought it was a brave thing to do. They didn't care.
No.
So don't act like you care now. If you didn't care, and I don't think this is about women being abused. I think that they should have their day in court. I think they should have the opportunity to prove their allegations. But you should not be able to level an accusation against somebody and not be willing. You can't just throw a rock and hide the hand. You have to be able to say, because if somebody did something to me, you best believe I'm going to say, this person did it. This is what happened.
Yep.
You can believe me or not, but this is what happened.
Yeah.
But Joe Biden, but we've already decided as a nation, you can't look at you as a nation. He had horrible accusations, all from his ex-wife to 25 other people. We heard him on video saying,
knew all the details, everything, and didn't care.
Right. And didn't
Still
care at
voted for
all.
him.
So now all of a sudden, my old white man is as little less perverted than your old white man.
Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut, where we are trying our best to get through this.
This is my favorite part of the show. This is my favorite segment.
Oh, yeah.
It is. It's actually because I could have never done it on the other network.
You could have never done it on radio. You could do this.
I could never do it.
No.
But my favorite segment is this nigga here. So, Jasmine, drop the beat.
So
Tell me what's
apparently, Karen, the K word, they're saying is stronger than the N word, at least currently. Misogyny, patriarchy. They say it's been around longer than slavery, but they say just don't use either. Okay.
So you can't call. Okay, now Karen. We were looking it up. Karen has another derivation. Like Karen meant something. And what did Karen mean before?
Well, back in the day, way back in the day,
Right.
it meant in Hebrew anyway, a ray of light.
Right, ray of light. What else?
It also basically means hard worker.
Right.
And sunbeam.
Yeah, that's so much different than nigga.
Way different. It's a Danish name too, by the way, but it dates all the way back to the Bible days.
No, it's not. It's not. So it survived all that time, all those eons, all those centuries, without being a negative having a negative connotation till right now.
Yeah. Because now they're saying Karen is a sexist and racist term equivalent to the N-word for white women.
Now, when Job used it, it wasn't.
Calling a woman Karen is an attempt to get rid of a woman's right to stand up for themselves. There you go.
The difference is that word, that name, had like people picked that name out of a book,
right?
And they would go, man, I can't wait till I have my daughter. Nobody ever named their child nigga. Nobody ever did it, and it always had a negative connotation. Always.
True.
It never. What is it, a ray of light?
Ray of light. Also in Greek, because you know it's in Greek,
Right.
Latin, Danish.
Right.
In Greek, it means chaste and pure.
Yeah, you know what nigga always meant? Nigga.
Yeah. Or ignorance.
It was always meant to demean and malign and destroy and make less than. It never, and I'm gonna tell you, there's a way to say nigga in almost every form of communication, and it always means the same thing.
Well, let me ask you this: in 1956, what did nigga mean?
Yeah.
What did it mean?
Yeah.
Because that's when Karen was at its most highest in terms of popularity as a
Right.
name was 1956.
Right.
So what did the N word mean then?
The problem is that white people are so devoid of having somebody who of being oppressed that they have to co-op. They have to go the facsimile thereof. You know how you get this? It's kind of like Obsession. Remember that?
Yeah.
But it's the oil.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. They don't have an equivalent, so they co-op black equivalents. They go, well, the Karen is like nigga, or the word retarded is like no, nigga is nigga.
Right.
Those other things meant something else.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, would you like when you're a white woman walk by you and your name is Karen? Do you hide your purse? No, but you hide your purse from a nigga. If
True.
if do they ever get pulled over for driving and being called nigga. That'll never happen.
No.
It's insane. What happens when Karen, like a lady named Karen, says the N-word? Do they cancel each other out? Or do you still get your ass whipped?
Oh, you still gonna get your ass whipped.
There literally has never been no equivalent to that word ever. It never has happened, and it only meant one thing. And every time I turn around, somebody's trying to co-opt experiences that they didn't have,
right,
to approximate them.
It's almost like they dreamed them up. They can't wait to be, I'm being oppressed, or this is so wrong for me. It's like, are you just relax?
What if your name,
Shut
now
up.
I'm scared to call you your name. Like, I know a lot of Karens.
Do you?
A lot
So what are you
of
going to
them.
call them now?
I don't know.
Nigga.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's interchangeable. Let them tell it.
And I actually know more black Karens than white Karens.
I know more white Karens than black
But
Karens.
see, but I never have thought you can't be a brand new name and equate it like a lot of things have changed about America. Like a lot of things, like remember baseball and hot dogs and apple pie and Chevrolet, they were all like Americana. But now baseball's gone because more people from Latin America play it than we do. Hot dogs nobody eats because of the nitrates. Chevrolet nobody drives. Apple pie, we too worried about the carbs. But nigga is still standing. Niggas was built better than the pyramids.
Stands the test of time.
In 2 years, nobody will remember that Karen was supposed to be disrespectful.
Well, wait a second, though, because Lucci, before we started, made a great point, and that is, I remember people were saying Becky long before Karen, but nobody ever said anything. Never heard anything like this.
No.
Well, they thought it was cool because Beyonce said it.
Right.
So.
Well, if Beyonce said Karen, would they take it back?
They probably would. They would. They flip it.
I don't understand how they come up with these things, and it's so when you have been have lacked depression. Like I think it builds character. I think a lot of things that you go through build character. But when you reach for a thin thread like that, like just to name you, because your mother didn't name you that name, hoping that people would use it in a misogynistic way, or hoping that people use it to mean you. She was probably named after her grandma. She was thoughtful about that. She was like, oh, when we had a baby, they picking out names out the book of Karen. Yeah. That means light. Who knew?
Ray
it nigga light.
Yeah.
What? I'm gonna tell you what. We can switch. I would feel safer if you start calling us Karen. I would rather
sound better. Actually.
It would. I would rather hear the police go, "Hey, freeze, Karen." Karen, please.
This Karen here. Hey, it's D.L. Hughley Uncut.
Yeah, so this video, particularly in our community, has just really kind of, I think, raised a lot of fear and anger. And it is, well, I'll let the video speak for itself. You guys take a look at this.
Terrible.
So our next guest is an attorney known for representing the family of both John and also in the case against Amber Geiger, and is now currently representing the family of Ahmaud Arbery. Welcome, a cat I've spoken to way too many times. Welcome, Lee Merritt. How you doing, Lee?
Good, DL. Except my my camera.
No worries, no worries. What did I just see?
You saw a murder. You saw what is tantamount to a modern day lynching. These three men, and we only see two in the video, but the third one is actually taking the video. These three men set out to find a black man who they thought didn't belong. Who they thought didn't belong in their neighborhood, and killed him.
Now, when did this happen?
This happened well over 2 months ago, February 23rd of this year.
Why are we just now getting wind of it?
Well, one of the shooters, or sorry, the father of the shooter, a man named Gregory McMichael, is a long-term, a 30-year lawman from South Georgia, and the people in the region conspired to cover this up.
Where was this at?
This was in Brunswick, Georgia.
Okay.
South Georgia.
Explain to me, because you know what? The first thing I saw, the first emotion I had when I watched it is it looked all too familiar. I think that scene of white men in pickup trucks running down and then subsequently lynching or gunning down a black man is imbued in our psyche. So when you said the equivalent of a modern day lynching, I knew exactly what you were talking about. And I think that it just connotes a time in America that is too consistent. Like you talked about 2020 has been rough, but I think 1820 was rough. I think 1920 was rough. I think that the one thing that would be consistent is that scene, whether it was a horse and buggy or the combustible engine, and now a truck. The one thing that's current, consistent, is white men running down black men and then ending their lives.
Yeah, no, and from a civil rights perspective, it looks a lot like the case of James Byrd in Texas, which was another really. It was a lynching that occurred in the modern era, where a young man was chained to a back of a pickup truck that looked like that and drugged to death. And so those were the feelings I got when I first saw this. And most importantly is how the law enforcement community responded to this.
How did they respond?
They gave the men their guns back, essentially said good job and sent them home. They were not charged. They were not thoroughly investigated. The victim was criminalized posthumously for crimes that he never committed and that he has no record of. And life was supposed to go on in South Georgia.
Isn't that always like, I remember I talked to you about doing Botham John. There was a young man, another young man. Yeah. And there's always this rush to exonerate the officers, and that doesn't necessarily change until there's outcry from the community. Like, absent that outcry, I think a lot of the results wouldn't be the same. I think it took forever to charge Botham John. It took forever to charge the young man that with the cop.
Yeah, and you brought me on the show before we charged in that case, and it was 15-year-old Jordan Edwards, and everyone kept saying, well, a car was coming at the cop, was reversing back at a cop, and it was going to kill him. He had no choice. He had to shoot up the 15-year-old kid in order to stop the car from hitting him. Then the video was released, and the car was driving away, and it was nowhere close to the cop.
Right.
And that's essentially it. That conclusion without the video ever being
right.
But that's what I don't understand. Even with them saying, their initial thing was they were making a citizen's arrest because they felt like he resembled someone who allegedly was committing burglaries. And so they got their weapons and chased after him. And then I guess the district attorney was saying that they were well within their rights because of the laws there to, I guess, make a citizen's arrest being armed, legally armed.
Yeah. And when you say district attorney, you use that term loosely. Their homeboy said, this is a man whose son grew up with the shooter, Travis McMichael, and had to recuse himself because he didn't disclose to anyone that he had those kind of conflicts. The family had to discover those conflicts themselves, call him out on it, and then he said, I don't consider it a conflict, but I will recuse myself. And this is the legal apparatus that we're dealing with in South Georgia.
Well,
it's that corrupt.
Here's what I don't necessarily understand. Even if he had been committing a crime, even if he had been, which there's no evidence that he was, is it legal to just summarily execute someone? I thought police officers existed to bind you over to trial, to subject you to whatever illegalities. But is it legal? It wouldn't be if an officer did something like that. We wouldn't be having this conversation. Why is it that when a citizen has done it, they seem to have more latitude than a police officer would in those very same situations?
So what most people find ironic right now, DL, is that we're treating these normal citizens like they're cops. Cops get away with killing a few people every now and then in tricky situations, but normal citizens aren't supposed to act like that. But this is a normal citizen who retired from being a police officer last year, so he still wants his blue privilege, right? And so, I mean, that's essentially what it comes down to, is that we're treating these people like cops, but we shouldn't give cops that kind of protection.
I think that you should listen. I think that if you're a police officer and you wear that star, you have more of an obligation. I think your sentence should be higher. They saw a black man running, and they decided to play vigilante, and a black man is dead because of that. And one thing I know that white people love in Georgia is to see niggas run. It's usually on Sunday. I do not understand how they think that we're supposed to tolerate that. I mean, at the very least, it should be sent over to a trier of fact. At the very least.
That's to say the least. Now, the question that you asked earlier is when can deadly force be used, right? In what situation here would be legal for them to kill him, right? And that's if he was exerting deadly force against those officers or those people, or if he represented a deadly threat to someone else.
Right.
Because that's completely absent here. This is clearly a crime and should be indicted. But and I'm not name plugging, but I just got off the phone when the reason I was late, sort of hopping on this call with Jesse Jackson. We agree that this case actually should go. It has to go to the Department of Justice. It has to go to the federal level because we can't. And DL, that's a scary concept.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to go to William Barr's Justice. Right. Good luck, Lee.
Can't wait to see what that looks like. It's so sad, too, because even when you think about how they talked about how this young man ran this route often. It wasn't his first time that he ran this route often. There were neighbors who were well aware of that. And so in my head, I'm trying to figure out if the shooter lived in the same neighborhood. Was it just the fact that he saw a black man running in the street and apparently called 911 and said he's hauling ass, got his son, grabbed their guns, and went after him?
You just described exactly what happened.
Right. Because what I find ironic is that I've talked to you 3 times, and every one of those times, a black man or woman have been killed in an extraordinary circumstance. Everyone. From somebody breaking in and shooting someone that was asleep, for somebody leaving a party, now somebody jogging. And generally the refrain is, well, if they would have just complied, or if they had just done, what is it that you can do that would have exempted them from that level of violence? Because if somebody pulled me over, a truck, if a pickup truck with a white dude jumped out with a shotgun and say, I want to talk to you for a minute, when you got a gun, you don't want to talk, you want to do harm. And I don't understand when people are so benign, they go, well, all they had to do, where is the all they had to do in this situation? The only thing he could have not done is be black.
Yep. And the last time we talked, it was actually a Tatiana Jefferson.
Right.
Tatiana Jefferson was playing video games with her nephew at her home. Nothing else she could have done. Botham Jean, nothing else he could have done. And this is another one of those situations where I do want to say about Ahmaud, after seeing this video, and I just saw it for the first time yesterday with everyone else, I was really proud that he fought so hard, and he fought back. And I remember this morning a poem by Paul McKay is like, look, if we're going to die, let's die fighting back.
Right. And it's a shame, but I think that the one thing I was joking about this, the 1820 hasn't changed, 1920 hasn't changed, but what has changed with black people is 2020, and we've changed. I think that we have our responsibility is to make sure that people know that we are watching and to make sure that they are held accountable. And to your, almost every time I've talked to you, it's been a horrible situation, but you know what else has also happened? You sought and received justice in circumstances. What you did with the young man in Dallas, what you did with Botham Jean. And I think that you kind of you are a good luck charm, if you can say. If a lawyer can ever be your good luck charm. What do you think will be the outcome? What do you think? What's the best we can hope for, and what do you think is the potential outcome?
I can't say, DL. In recent times, the past 3 to 4 years, black people have been standing up all over the country. They've been trying new things, and it is what folks are calling the Black Lives Matter generation. And we're getting outcomes. We did see a conviction for Jordan Edwards. for Roy Oliver, the man who killed Jordan.
A police officer, right?
And Amber Geiger. Aaron Dean is going to go to prison. These men, this will be the hardest case that you and I have discussed.
But the other men were policemen, and these weren't. So how could that even be harder? How can this be harder?
It's the location.
Mm-hmm.
This is South Georgia. This is the heart of racism in America. This is the seat of racism. Sorry. And look, some of the most racist courts we find ourselves in are in California and other places. So I don't want to overplay that. But these men are unapologetic. I believe that this video was leaked by that community to say that we don't see anything wrong.
Look at what we can do.
Right.
Yeah.
If what you're saying is true, if that is going to be the most daunting task we have, isn't it that much more important that we win? Isn't it that much important? It's that much more important. It matters more than ever, because what you're saying to me, and I just think that I'm flummoxed by hearing it, it was easier to convict duly sworn officers of the law, which is that's 97% of the time that doesn't happen. So it was easier to do that than vigilantes.
Well, I can believe it if you think about it. Nothing had happened to them, right? Nothing had happened to them up until now, though.
And I'm actually speaking to you all as an attorney, but I'm speaking to you all from my personal experience. I spent some of my formative years in North Florida. That's the same area. Coastal Georgia and North Florida, the same area. Chiefland, Florida, Levy County, Alachua County. Those are the most racist places I've ever been in my life. I've had shotguns pulled on me. We knew not to go jogging through certain neighborhoods. People would go out and lynch you, and you would disappear into the swamps, and no one would ever find you again. And that's the fear that we live with because they weren't persecuted. That's the fear that currently exists in South Georgia. That's the fear that I've come back to address in my adult years in practice.
What can we do as a community? Because I've said this. I think if we can watch Teddy Riley and Babyface, if we can watch we can watch Jill Scott and Erykah Badu, and we can make our presence felt, something like this. I think what needs to happen is that we need to show that this is something we're not going to tolerate, because losing this, if anything, if what you said is true, losing this puts a bigger target on us by so many more guns.
Yeah. And DL, I think what we can do is what we've done in these other cases. You call me the black folk good luck.
You are.
I think
you are.
I think there's something to that. I'm part of a younger generation of folk. I'm from South Central LA. My father is in prison. All my brothers are felons. Folks identify with me, and they pay attention when I'm involved in a case. It's actually our collective attention that what were they calling it in Wakanda? That we are in fact what's the metal material in Wakanda?
Vibranium.
Vibranium.
Yeah.
We are the vibranium. When we tune in, things change. So we just need to all stay focused on this case. The problem is we live in such a distracted society that all the other distractions, when the Erykah Badu and Lauryn Hill decide to battle, we'll focus on that and we'll forget all about justice for Ahmaud.
Yeah, but the one thing we all have, we all aren't going to be popular singers. We're not all going to be stars. We're all going to have children. We're all going to have children that are a victim, that can potentially be victims of this system. Two things I'll say. You're my favorite lawyer.
Appreciate
and I knew I loved you even if I just found out you're from South Central. So where's my watch, nigga? I know you took it. I know.
crazy. Oh, and I'm out the door. Doesn't matter what you do, what you say. She don't love you, no way. Maybe next time you give your woman a little respect, so you won't be hearing her say, never gonna get it, 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 never gonna get it. Never gonna get it, 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 never